Chapter 9. And Death Shall Have No Dominion. Isabel had been telling the truth. The Institute was entirely deserted. Almost entirely, anyway. Max was asleep on the red couch in the foyer when they came in. His glasses were slightly askew, and he clearly hadn't meant to fall asleep. There was a book open on the floor where he'd dropped it, and his sneakered feet dangled over the couch's edge in a manner that looked as if it were probably uncomfortable. Clary's heart went out to him immediately. He reminded her of Simon at the age of 9 or 10, all glasses and awkward blinking and ears. Max is like a cat. He can sleep anywhere. Jace reached down and plucked the glasses from Max's face, setting them down on a squat inlaid table nearby. There was a look on his face Clary had never seen before, a fierce protective gentleness that surprised her. "Oh, leave this stuff alone. You'll just get mud on it," said Isabel crossly, unbuttoning her wet coat. Her dress clung to her long torso, and water darkened the thick leather belt around her waist. The glitter of her coiled whip was just visible where the handle protruded from the edge of the belt. She was frowning. "I can feel a cold coming on," she said. "I'm going to take a hot shower." Jace watched her disappear down the corridor with a sort of reluctant admiration. "Sometimes she reminds me of the poem. Isabel, Isabel, didn't worry. Isabel didn't scream or scurry." "Do you ever feel like screaming?" Clary asked him. "Some of the time." Jace shrugged off his wet coat and hung it on the peg next to Isabel's. "She's right about the hot shower, though. I could certainly use one." "I don't have anything to change into," Clary said, suddenly wanting a few moments to herself. Her fingers itched to dial Simon's number on her cell phone, find out if he was all right. "I'll just wait for you here." "Don't be stupid. I'll lend you a t-shirt." His jeans were soaked and hung low on his hip bones, showing a strip of pale, tattooed skin between the denim and the edge of his t-shirt. Clary looked away. "I don't think—" "Come on." His tone was firm. "There's something I want to show you anyway." Surreptitiously, Clary checked the screen on her phone as she followed Jace down the hall to his room. Simon hadn't tried to call. Ice seemed to crystallize inside her chest. Until 2 weeks ago, it had been years since she and Simon had had a fight. Now he seemed to be mad at her all the time. Jace's room was just as she remembered it, neat as a pin and bare as a monk's cell. There was nothing about the room that told you anything about Jace. No posters on the wall, no books stacked on the night table. Even the duvet on the bed was plain white. He went to the dresser and pulled a folded long-sleeved blue t-shirt out of a drawer. He tossed it to Clary. "That one shrank in the wash," he said. "It'll probably still be big on you, but..." He shrugged. "I'm going to shower. Yell if you need anything." She nodded, holding the shirt across her chest as if it were a shield. He looked as if he were about to say something else, but apparently thought better of it. With another shrug, he disappeared into the bathroom, closing the door firmly behind him. Clary sank down onto the bed, the shirt across her lap, and pulled her phone out of her pocket. She dialed Simon's number. After 4 rings, it went to voicemail. "Hi, you've reached Simon. Either I'm away from the phone or I'm avoiding you. Leave me a message and..." "What are you doing?" Jace stood in the open doorway of the bathroom. Water ran loudly in the shower behind him, and the bathroom was half full of steam. He was shirtless and barefoot, damp jeans riding low on his hips, showing the deep indentations above his hip bones, as if someone had pressed their fingers to the skin there. Clary snapped her phone closed and dropped it onto the bed. "Nothing. Checking the time." "There's a clock next to the bed," Jace pointed out. "You were calling the mundane, weren't you?" "His name is Simon." Clary wadded Jace's shirt into a ball between her fists. "And you don't have to be such a bastard about him all the time. He's helped you out more than once." Jace's eyes were lidded, thoughtful. The bathroom was rapidly filling with steam, making his hair curl more. He said, "And now you feel guilty because he's run off. I wouldn't bother calling him. I'm sure he's avoiding you." Clary didn't try to keep the anger out of her voice. "And you know this because you and he are so close?" "I know it because I saw the look on his face before he took off," Jace said. "You didn't. You weren't looking at him. But I was." Clary raked her still dank hair out of her eyes. Her clothes itched where they clung to her skin, and she suspected she smelled like the bottom of a pond, and she couldn't stop seeing Simon's face when he looked at her in the Sealy court, as if he hated her. "It's your fault," she said suddenly, rage gathering around her heart. "You shouldn't have kissed me like that." He had been leaning against the doorframe. Now he stood up straight. "How should I have kissed you? Is there another way you like it?" "No." Her hands trembled in her lap. They were cold, white, wrinkled by water. She laced her fingers together to stop the shaking. "I just don't want to be kissed by you." It didn't seem to me that either of us had a choice in the matter. "That's what I don't understand," Clary burst out. "Why did she make you kiss me? The Queen, I mean, why force us to do that? What pleasure could she possibly have gotten out of it?" "You heard what the Queen said. She thought she was doing me a favor." "That's not true." "It is true. How many times do I have to tell you? The fair folk don't lie." Clary thought of what Jace had said back at Magnus's. "They'll find out whatever it is you want most in the world and give it to you, with a sting in the tail of the gift that will make you regret you ever wanted it in the first place." Then she was wrong. She wasn't wrong. Jace's tone was bitter. "She saw the way I looked at you, and you at me, and Simon at you, and she played us like the instruments we are to her." "I don't look at you," Clary whispered. "What?" "I said I don't look at you." She released the hands that had been clasped together in her lap. There were red marks where her fingers had gripped each other. "At least I try not to." His eyes were narrowed, just a glint of gold showing through the lashes, and she remembered the first time she had seen him and how he had reminded her of a lion, golden and deadly. "Why not? Why do you think?" Her words were almost soundless, barely a whisper. "Then why?" His voice shook. "Why all this with Simon? Why keep pushing me away, not letting me near you?" "Because it's impossible," she said, and the last word came out as a sort of wail, despite her efforts at control. "You know that as well as I do." "Because you're my sister," Jace said. She nodded without speaking. "Possibly," said Jace. "And because of that, you've decided your old friend Simon makes a useful distraction?" "It's not like that," she said. "I love Simon." "Like you love Luke," said Jace. "Like you love your mother." "No." Her voice was as cold and pointed as an icicle. "Don't tell me what I feel." A small muscle jumped at the side of his mouth. "I don't believe you." Clary stood up. She couldn't meet his eyes, so instead she fixed her gaze on the thin, star-shaped scar on his right shoulder, a memory of some old injury. "This life of scars and killing," Hodge had said once. "You have no part in it." "Jace," she said, "why are you doing this to me?" "Because you're lying to me, and you're lying to yourself." Jace's eyes were blazing, and even though his hands were stuffed into his pockets, she could see that they were knotted into fists. Something inside Clary cracked and broke, and words came pouring out. "What do you want me to tell you? The truth? The truth is that I love Simon like I should love you, and I wish he was my brother and you weren't, but I can't do anything about that, and neither can you. Or do you have some ideas since you're so goddamn smart?" Jace sucked a breath in, and she realized he had never expected her to say what she'd just said, not in a million years. The look on his face said as much. She scrambled to regain her composure. "Jace, I'm sorry. I didn't mean..." "No, you're not sorry. Don't be sorry." He moved toward her, almost tripping over his feet. Jace, who never stumbled, never tripped over anything, never made an ungraceful move. His hands came up to cup her face. She felt the warmth of his fingertips, millimeters from her skin, knew she ought to pull away, but stood frozen, staring up at him. "You don't understand," he said. His voice shook. "I've never felt this way about anyone. I didn't think I could. I thought the way I grew up, my father..." "To love is to destroy," she said numbly. "I remember." "I thought that part of my heart was broken," he said. And there was a look on his face as he spoke, as if he were surprised to hear himself saying these words, saying "my heart." "Forever. But you..." Jace, don't. She reached up and covered his hand with hers, folding his fingers into her own. It's pointless. That's not true. There was desperation in his voice. If we both feel the same way, it doesn't matter what we feel. There's nothing we can do. She heard her voice as if a stranger were speaking, remote, miserable. Where would we go to be together? How could we live? We could keep it a secret. People would find out, and I don't want to lie to my family. Do you? His reply was bitter. What family? The Lightwoods hate me anyway. No, they don't. And I could never tell Luke. And my mother? What if she woke up? What would we say to her? This, what we want, it would be sickening to everyone we care about. Sickening? He dropped his hands from her face as if she'd pushed him away. He sounded stunned. What we feel, what I feel, it's sickening to you? She caught her breath at the look on his face. Maybe, she said in a whisper. I don't know. Then you should have said that to begin with. Jace. But he was gone from her, his expression shut and locked like a door. It was hard to believe he'd ever looked at her another way. I'm sorry I said anything then. His voice was stiff, formal. I won't be kissing you again. You can count on that. Clary's heart did a slow, purposeless somersault as he moved away from her, plucked a towel off the top of the dresser, and headed back toward the bathroom. But, Jace, what are you doing? Finishing my shower. And if you've made me run through all the hot water, I'll be very annoyed. He stepped into the bathroom, kicking the door shut behind him. Clary collapsed onto the bed and stared up at the ceiling. It was as blank as Jace's face had been before he turned his back on her. Rolling over, she realized she was lying on top of his blue shirt. It even smelled like him, like soap and smoke and coppery blood. Curling around it like she'd once curled around her favorite blanket when she was very small, she closed her eyes. In the dream, she looked down on shimmering water, spread out below her like an endless mirror that reflected the night sky. And like a mirror, it was solid and hard, and she could walk on it. She walked, smelling night air and wet leaves and the smell of the city, glittering in the far distance like a fairy castle wreathed in lights. And where she walked, spider webbing cracks fissured out from her footsteps and slivers of glass splashed up like water. The sky began to shine. It was alight with points of fire like burning matchtips. They fell, a rain of hot coals from the sky, and she cowered, throwing up her arms. One fell just in front of her, a hurtling bonfire. But when it struck the ground, it became a boy. It was Jace, all in burning gold with his gold eyes and gold hair, and white gold wings sprouted from his back, wider and more thickly feathered than any bird's. He smiled like a cat and pointed behind her, and Clary turned to see that a dark-haired boy, was it Simon, was standing there, and wings spread from his back as well, feathered black as midnight, and each feather was tipped with blood. Clary woke up gasping. Her hands knotted in Jace's shirt. It was dark in the bedroom, the only light streaming from the narrow window beside the bed. She sat up. Her head felt heavy, and the back of her neck ached. She scanned the room slowly and jumped as a bright pinpoint of light, like a cat's eyes in the darkness, shone out at her. Jace was sitting in an armchair beside the bed. He was wearing jeans and a gray sweater, and his hair looked nearly dry. He was holding something in his hand that gleamed like metal. A weapon? Though what he might be guarding against here in the Institute, Clary couldn't guess. Did you sleep well? She nodded. Her mouth felt thick. Why didn't you wake me up? I thought you could use a rest. Besides, you were sleeping like the dead. You even drooled, he added, on my shirt. Clary's hand flew to her mouth. Sorry. It's not often you get to see someone drool, Jace observed. Especially with such total abandon, mouth wide open and everything. Oh, shut up. She felt around among the bed covers until she located her phone and checked it again, though she knew what it would say. No calls. It's 3 in the morning, she noted with dismay. Do you think Simon's all right?
I think he's weird, actually, said Jace, though that has little to do with the time.
She shoved the phone into her jeans pocket. I'm going to change. Jace's white-painted bathroom was no bigger than Isabel's, though it was considerably neater. There wasn't much variation among the rooms in the Institute, Clary thought, closing the door behind her, but at least there was privacy. She shucked off her wet shirt and hung it on the towel rack, splashed water over her face, and ran a comb through her wildly curling hair. Jace's shirt was too big for her, but the material was soft against her skin. She rolled the sleeves up and went back into the bedroom, where she found Jace sitting exactly where he had been before, staring moodily down at the glinting object in his hands. She leaned on the back of the armchair. What is that? Instead of answering, he turned it over so that she could see it properly. It was a jagged piece of broken glass, but instead of reflecting her own face, it held an image of green grass and blue sky and the bare black branches of trees. I didn't know you kept that, she said. That piece of the portal.
It's why I wanted to come here, he said, to get this.
Longing and loathing were mixed in his voice.
I keep thinking maybe I'll see my father in a reflection, figure out what he's up to.
But he's not there, is he? I thought he was somewhere here in the city. Jace shook his head.
Magnus has been looking for him, and he doesn't think so.
Magnus has been looking for him? I didn't know that. How?
Magnus didn't get to be High Warlock for nothing. His power extends through the city and beyond. He can sense what's out there, to an extent.
Clary snorted. He can feel disturbances in the Force? Jace slewed around in the chair and frowned at her.
I'm not joking. After that warlock was killed down in Tribeca, he started looking into it. When I went to stay with him, he asked me for something of my father's to make the tracking easier. I gave him the Morgenstern ring. He said he'd let me know if he senses Valentine anywhere in the city, but so far he hasn't.
Maybe he just wanted your ring, Clary said. He sure wears a lot of jewelry.
He can have it.
Jace's hand tightened around the bit of mirror in his grasp. Clary noted with alarm the blood welling up around the jagged edges where they cut into his skin.
It's worthless to me.
Hey, she said, and leaned down to take the glass out of his hand. Easy there. She slid the piece of portal into the pocket of his jacket where it hung on the wall. The edges of the glass were dark with blood, Jace's palms scored with red lines. Maybe we should get you back to Magnus's, she said as gently as she could. Alec's been there a long time and...
I doubt he minds somehow, Jace said.
But he stood up obediently enough and reached for his stele, which was propped against the wall. As he drew a healing rune on the back of his bleeding right hand, he said,
There's something I've been meaning to ask you.
And what's that?
When you got me out of the cell in the Silent City, how did you do it? How did you unlock the door?
Oh, I just used a regular opening rune and... She was interrupted by a harsh, tolling ring and clapped her hand to her pocket before she realized that the sound she'd heard was much louder and sharper than any sound her phone could make. She looked around in confusion.
That's the Institute's doorbell, Jace said, grabbing his jacket. Come on.
They were halfway to the foyer when Isabel burst out of her own bedroom door, wearing a cotton bathrobe, a pink silk sleep mask pushed up on her forehead, and a semi-dazed expression. It's 3 in the morning, she said to them, in a tone that suggested that this was all Jace's or possibly Clary's fault. Who's ringing our doorbell at 3 in the morning? Maybe it's the Inquisitor, Clary said, feeling suddenly cold.
She could get in on her own, said Jace. Any shadow hunter could. The Institute is only closed to mundanes and downworlders.
Clary felt her heart contract. Simon, she said. It must be him. Oh, for goodness sake, yawned Isabel. Is he really waking us up at this ungodly hour just to prove his love to you or something? Couldn't he have called? Mundane men are such twits. They had reached the foyer, which was empty. Max must have gone to bed on his own. Isabel stalked across the room and toggled a switch on the far wall. Somewhere inside the cathedral, a distant rumbling thump was audible. There, Isabel said. Elevator's on its way.
I can't believe he didn't have the dignity and presence of mind just to get drunk and pass out in some gutter, said Jace. I must say, I'm disappointed in the little fellow.
Clary barely heard him. A rising sense of fear made her blood slow and thick. She remembered her dream, the angels, the ice, Simon with his bleeding wings. She shivered. Isabel looked at her sympathetically. It is cold in here, she observed. She reached up and took down what looked like a blue velvet coat from one of the coat hooks. Here, she said, put this on. Clary slid the coat on and drew it close around her. It was too long, but it was warm. It had a hood, too, lined with satin. Clary pushed it back so she could see the elevator doors opening. They opened on a hollow box whose mirrored sides reflected her own pale and startled face. Without a pause for thought, she stepped inside. Isabel looked at her in confusion. What are you doing? It's Simon down there, Clary said. I know it is. But... Suddenly Jace was beside Clary, holding the doors open for Isabel.
Come on, Izzy, he said.
With a theatrical sigh, she followed. Clary tried to catch his eye as the three of them rode down in silence, Isabel pinning up the last long coil of her hair, but Jace wouldn't look at her. He was looking at himself sidelong in the elevator mirror, whistling softly under his breath as he always did when he was nervous. She remembered the slight tremor in his touch as he had taken hold of her in the Sealy court. She thought of the look on Simon's face, and then of him almost running to get away from her, vanishing into the shadows at the edge of the park. There was a knot of dread inside her chest, and she didn't know why. The elevator doors opened onto the nave of the cathedral, alive with the dancing light of candles. She pushed past Jace in her hurry to get out of the elevator and practically ran down the narrow aisle between the pews. She stumbled on the dragging edge of her coat and bunched it up impatiently in her hand before dashing to the wide double doors. On the inside, they were barred with bronze bolts the size of Clary's arms. As she reached for the highest bolt, the bell rang through the church again. She heard Isabel whisper something to Jace, and then Clary was hauling on the bolt, dragging it back, and she felt Jace's hand over hers, helping her pull the heavy doors open. Night air swept in, guttering the candles in their brackets. The air smelled of city, of salt and fumes, cooling concrete and garbage, and underneath those familiar smells, the scent of copper, like the tang of a new penny. At first, Clary thought the steps were empty. Then she blinked and saw Raphael standing there, his head of black curls tousled by the night breeze, his white shirt open at the neck to show the scar in the hollow of his throat. In his arms, he held a body. That was all Clary saw as she stared at him in bewilderment. A body. Someone very dead. Arms and legs dangling like limp ropes, head fallen back to expose the mangled throat. She felt Jace's hand tighten around her arm like a vice, and only then did she look more closely and see the familiar corduroy jacket with its torn sleeve, the blue t-shirt underneath now stained and spotted with blood, and she screamed. The scream made no sound. Clary felt her knees give and would have slid to the ground if Jace hadn't been holding her up. "Don't look," he said in her ear. "For God's sake, don't look." But she couldn't not look at the blood matting Simon's brown hair, his torn throat, the gashes along his dangling wrists. Black spots dotted her vision as she fought for breath. It was Isabel who snatched one of the empty candelabras from the side of the door and aimed it at Raphael as if it were an enormous three-pointed spear. "What have you done to Simon?" For that moment, her voice clear and commanding, she sounded exactly like her mother. "Él no es muerto," Raphael said, in a flat and emotionless voice, and laid Simon down on the ground almost at Clary's feet with a surprising gentleness. She had forgotten how strong he must be. He had a vampire's unnatural strength despite his slightness. In the light of the candles that spilled through the doorway, Clary could see that Simon's shirt was soaked through at the front with blood. "Did you say—" she began. "He isn't dead," Jay said, holding her tighter. "He's not dead." She pulled away from him with a hard jerk and went to her knees on the concrete. She felt no disgust at touching Simon's bloodied skin as she slid her hands under his head, pulling him up into her lap. She felt only the terrified childish horror she remembered from being 5 years old and having broken her mother's priceless Liberty lamp. "Nothing," said a voice in the back of her head, "will put these pieces back together again." "Simon," she whispered, touching his face. His glasses were gone. "Simon, it's me." "He can't hear you," said Raphael. "He's dying." Her head jerked up. "But you said—" "I said he was not dead yet," said Raphael. "But in a few minutes, 10 perhaps, his heart will slow and stop. Already he is beyond seeing or hearing anything." Her arms tightened around him involuntarily. "We have to get him to a hospital. Or call Magnus." "They can't do him any good," said Raphael. "You don't understand." "No," said Jace, his voice as soft as silk tipped with needle-sharp points. "We don't. And perhaps you should explain yourself. Because otherwise I'm going to assume you're a rogue bloodsucker and cut your heart out, like I should have done last time we met." Raphael smiled at him without amusement. "You swore not to harm me, Shadowhunter. Have you forgotten?" "I didn't," said Isabel, brandishing the candelabra. Raphael ignored her. He was still looking at Jace. "I remember that night you broke into the Dumore looking for your friend. It is why I brought him here," and he gestured at Simon. "When I found him in the hotel, instead of letting the others drink him to death. You see, he broke in, without permission, and therefore was fair game for us. But I kept him alive, knowing he was yours. I have no wish for a war with the Nephilim." "He broke in?" Clary said in disbelief. "Simon would never do anything that stupid and crazy." "But he did," said Raphael, with the faintest trace of a smile, "because he was afraid he was becoming one of us, and he wanted to know if the process could be reversed. You might remember that when he was in the form of a rat, and you came to fetch him from us, he bit me." "Very enterprising of him," said Jace. "I approved." "Perhaps," said Raphael. "In any case, he took some of my blood into his mouth when he did it. You know that is how we pass our powers to each other, through the blood." Through the blood. Clary remembered Simon jerking away from the vampire film on TV, wincing at the sunlight in McCarran Park. "He thought he was turning into one of you," she said. "He went to the hotel to see if it was true." "Yes," said Raphael. "The pity of it is that the effects of my blood would probably have faded over time had he done nothing. But now—" He gestured at Simon's limp body expressively. "Now what?" said Isabel, with a hard edge to her voice. "Now he'll die?" "And rise again. Now he will be a vampire." The candelabra tipped forward as Isabel's eyes widened in shock. "What?" Jace caught the makeshift weapon before it hit the floor. When he turned to Raphael, his eyes were bleak. "You're lying." "Wait and see," said Raphael. "He will die and rise as one of the Night Children. That is also why I came. Simon is one of mine now." There was nothing in his voice, no sorrow or pleasure, but Clary could not help but wonder what hidden glee he might feel at having so opportunely lucked into an effective bargaining chip. "There's nothing that can be done? No way to reverse it?" demanded Isabel, panic tinging her voice. Clary thought distantly that it was strange that these two, Jace and Isabel, who did not love Simon the way she did, were the ones doing all the talking. But perhaps they were speaking for her precisely because she couldn't bear to say a word. "You could cut off his head and burn his heart in a fire, but I doubt that you will do that." "No!" Clary's arms tightened around Simon. "Don't you dare hurt him!" "I have no need to," said Raphael. "I wasn't talking to you." Clary didn't look up. "Don't you even think about it, Jace. Don't even think about it." There was silence. She could hear Isabel's worried intake of breath, and Raphael, of course, did not breathe at all. Jace hesitated a moment before he said, "Clary, what would Simon want? Is this what he'd want for himself?" She jerked her head up. Jace was looking down at her, the three-pronged metal candelabra still in his hand, and suddenly an image flashed across her mental landscape of Jace holding Simon down and plunging the sharp end of it into his chest, making the blood splash up like a fountain. "Get away from us!" she screamed suddenly, so loudly that she saw the distant figures walking along the avenue in front of the cathedral turn and look behind them, as if startled at the noise. Jace went white to the roots of his hair, so white that his wide eyes looked like gold discs, inhuman and weirdly out of place. He said, "Clary, you don't think—" Simon gasped suddenly. Arching upward in Clary's grasp, she screamed again and caught at him, pulling him up toward her. His eyes were wide and blind and terrified. He reached up. She wasn't sure if he was trying to touch her face or claw at her, not knowing who she was. "It's me," she said, gently pushing his hand down to his chest, lacing their fingers together. "Simon, it's me. It's Clary." Her hand slipped on his. When she looked down, she saw they were wet with blood from his shirt and from the tears that had slid down her face without her noticing. "Simon, I love you," she said. His hands tightened on hers. He breathed out, a harsh, ratcheting sound, and then did not breathe in again. "I love you. I love you. I love you." Her last words to Simon seemed to echo in Clary's ears as he went limp in her grasp. Isabel was suddenly next to her, saying something in her ear, but Clary couldn't hear her. The sound of rushing water, like an oncoming tidal wave, filled her ears. She watched as Isabel tried gently to pry her hands away from Simon's and couldn't. Clary was surprised. She didn't feel like she was holding on to him that tightly. Giving up, Isabel got to her feet and turned angrily on Raphael. She was shouting. Halfway through her tirade, Clary's hearing switched back on, like a radio that had finally found a station within range. "And now what are we supposed to do?" Isabel screamed. "Bury him," said Raphael. The candelabra swung up again in Jace's hand. "That's not funny." "It isn't supposed to be," said the vampire, unfazed. "It is how we are made. We are drained, blooded, and buried. When he digs his own way out of a grave, that is when a vampire is born." Isabel made a faint sound of disgust. "I don't think I could do that." "Some can't," said Raphael. "If no one is there to help him dig out, they stay like that, trapped like rats under the earth." A sound tore its way out of Clary's throat, a sob that was as raw as a scream. She said, "I won't put him in the ground." "Then he'll stay like this," said Raphael mercilessly. "Dead, but not quite dead. Never waking." They were all staring down at her, Isabel and Jace, as if they were holding their breaths, waiting on her response. Raphael looked incurious, almost bored. "You didn't come into the Institute because you can't, isn't that right?" Clary said. "Because it's holy ground and you're unholy." "That's not exactly," Jace began, but Raphael cut him off with a gesture. "I should tell you," said the vampire boy, "that there is not much time. The longer we wait before putting him into the ground, the less likely he'll be able to dig his own way back out of it." Clary looked down at Simon. He really would look as if he were sleeping, if it weren't for the long gashes along his bare skin. "We can bury him," she said, "but I want it to be in a Jewish cemetery, and I want to be there when he wakes up." Raphael's eyes glittered. "It will not be pleasant." "Nothing ever is." She set her jaw. "Let's get going. We only have a few hours until dawn." Chapter 10. A Fine and Private Place. The cemetery was in the outskirts of Queens, where apartment buildings gave way to rows of orderly-looking Victorian houses painted gingerbread colors, pink, white, and blue. The streets were wide and mostly deserted, the avenue leading up to the cemetery unlit except by a single streetlight. It took them a short while with their steles to break in through the locked gates, and another while to find a spot hidden enough for Raphael to begin digging. It was at the top of a low hill, sheltered from the road below by a thick line of trees. Clary, Jace, and Isabel were protected with glamour, but there was no way to hide Raphael or to hide Simon's body, so the trees provided a welcome cover. The sides of the hill not facing the road were thickly layered with headstones, many of them bearing a pointed Star of David at the top. They gleamed white and smooth as milk in the moonlight. In the distance was a lake, its surface pleated with glittering ripples. A nice place, Clary thought. A good place to come and lay flowers on someone's grave, to sit a while and think about their life, what they meant to you. Not a good place to come at night, under cover of darkness, to bury your friend in a shallow dirt grave without the benefit of a coffin or a service. "Did he suffer?" she asked Raphael. He looked up from his digging, leaning on the handle of the shovel like the gravedigger in Hamlet. "What?" "Simon, did he suffer? Did the vampires hurt him?" "No. The blood death is not such a bad way to die," said Raphael, his musical voice soft. "The bite drugs you. It is pleasant, like going to sleep." A wave of dizziness passed over her, and for a moment she thought she might faint. "Clary," Jace's voice snapped her out of her reverie. "Come on. You don't have to watch this." He held out his hand to her. Looking past him, she could see Isabel standing with her whip in her hand. They had wrapped Simon's body in a blanket, and it lay on the ground at her feet, as if she were guarding it. Not it, Clary reminded herself fiercely. Him. Simon. "I want to be here when he wakes up." "I know. We'll come right back." When she didn't move, Jace took her unresisting arm and drew her away from the clearing and down the side of the hill. There were boulders here, just above the first line of graves. He sat down on one, zipping up his jacket. It was surprisingly chilly out. For the first time this season, Clary could see her breath when she exhaled. She sat down on the boulder beside Jace and stared down at the lake. She could hear the rhythmic thump-thump of Raphael's spade hitting the dirt, and the shoveled dirt hitting the ground. Raphael wasn't human. He worked fast. It wouldn't take that long for him to dig a grave. And Simon wasn't all that big a person. The grave wouldn't have to be that deep. A stab of pain twisted through her abdomen. She bent forward, hands splayed across her stomach. "I feel sick." "I know. That's why I brought you out here. You look like you were going to throw up on Raphael's feet." She made a soft groaning noise. "Might have wiped the smirk off his face," Jace observed reflectively. "There's that to consider." "Shut up." The pain had eased. She tipped her head back, looking up at the moon, a circle of chipped silver polish floating in a sea of stars. "This is my fault." "It's not your fault." "You're right. It's our fault." Jace turned toward her, exasperation clear in the lines of his shoulders. "How do you figure that?" She looked at him silently for a moment. He needed a haircut. His hair curled the way vines did when they got too long, in looping tendrils, the color of white gold in the moonlight. The scars on his face and throat looked like they'd been etched there with metallic ink. He was beautiful, she thought miserably. Beautiful. And there was nothing there in him, not an expression, not a slant of cheekbone or shape of jaw or curve of lips that bespoke any family resemblance to herself or her mother at all. He didn't even really look like Valentine. "What?" he said. "Why are you looking at me like that?" She wanted to throw herself into his arms and sob at the exact same time that she wanted to pound on him with her fists. Instead, she said, "If it weren't for what happened in the fairy court, Simon would still be alive." He reached down and savagely yanked a hunk of grass out of the ground. Dirt still clung to the roots. He tossed it aside. "We were forced to do what we did. It's not as if we did it for fun or to hurt him. Besides," he said with the ghost of a smile, "you're my sister." "Don't say it like that." "What, sister?" He shook his head. "When I was a little kid, I realized that if you say any word over and over fast enough, it loses all its meaning. I'd lie awake saying the words over and over to myself. Sugar, mirror, whisper, dark. Sister," he said softly. "You're my sister. It doesn't matter how many times you say it. It'll still be true. And it doesn't matter what you won't let me say. That'll still be true too." "Jace!" Another voice calling his name. It was Alec, slightly out of breath from running. He was holding a black plastic bag in one hand. Behind him stalked Magnus, impossibly tall and thin, and glowering in a long leather coat that flapped in the wind like a bat's wing. Alec came to a stop in front of Jace and held out the bag. "I brought blood," he said, "like you asked." Jace opened the top of the bag, peered in, and wrinkled his nose.
Do I want to ask you where you got this? From a butcher shop in Greenpoint, said Magnus, joining them. They bleed their meat to make it halal. It's animal blood. Blood is blood, said Jace, and stood up. He looked down at Clary and hesitated. When Raphael said this wouldn't be pleasant, he wasn't lying. You can stay here. I'll send Isabel down to wait with you.
She tipped her head back to look at him. The moonlight cast the shadow of branches across his face. Have you ever seen a vampire rise?
No, but
Then you don't really know, do you? She stood up, and Isabel's blue coat fell around her in rustling folds. I want to be there. I have to be there. She could see only part of his face in the shadows, but she thought he looked almost impressed.
I know better than to tell you there's anything you can't do, he said. Let's go.
Raphael was tamping down a large rectangle of dirt when they came back into the clearing. Jace and Clary, a little ahead of Magnus and Alec, who seemed to be arguing about something. Simon's body was gone. Isabel was sitting on the ground, her whip coiled at her ankles in a golden circle. She was shivering. Jesus, it's cold, Clary said, pulling Isabel's heavy coat close around her. The velvet was warm, at least. She tried to ignore the fact that the hem of it was stained with Simon's blood. It's as if it turned to winter overnight. Be glad it isn't winter, said Raphael, setting the spade against the trunk of a nearby tree. The ground freezes like iron in winter. Sometimes it is impossible to dig, and the fledgling must wait months, starving underground before he can be born. Is that what you call them? Fledglings? Said Clary. The word seemed wrong. Too friendly somehow. It reminded her of ducklings. Yes, said Raphael. It means the not yet or newly born. He caught sight of Magnus then, and for a split second looked surprised before he wiped the expression carefully from his features. Hi, Warlock, he said. I hadn't expected to see you here. I was curious, said Magnus, his cat eyes glittering. I've never seen one of the Night Children rise. Raphael glanced at Jace, who was lounging against a tree trunk. You keep surprisingly illustrious company, Shadowhunter. Are you talking about yourself again? Asked Jace. He smoothed the churned dirt with the tip of a boot. That seems boastful. Maybe he meant me, said Alec. Everyone looked at him in surprise. Alec so rarely made jokes. He smiled nervously. Sorry, he said. Nerves. There's no need for that, said Magnus, reaching to touch Alec's shoulder. Alec moved quickly out of range, and Magnus's outstretched hand fell to his side. So what do we do now? Clary demanded, hugging herself for warmth. Cold seemed to have seeped into every pore of her body. Surely it was too cold for late summer. Raphael, noticing her gesture, smiled minutely. It is always cold at a rising, he said. The fledgling draws strength from the living things that surround it, taking from them the energy to rise. Clary glared at him resentfully. You don't seem cold. I'm not living. He stepped back a little from the edge of the grave. Clary forced herself to think of it as a grave, since that's exactly what it was, and gestured to the others to do the same. Make room, he said. Simon can hardly rise if you are all standing on top of him. They moved hastily backward. Clary found Isabel clutching her elbow and turned to see that the other girl was white to the lips. What's wrong? Everything, Isabel said. Clary, maybe we should have just let him go. Let him die, you mean? Clary jerked her arm out of Isabel's grip. Of course that's what you think. You think everyone who isn't just like you is better off dead anyway. Isabel's face was a picture of misery. That isn't... A sound tore through the clearing. A sound unlike any Clary had ever heard before. A sort of pounding rhythm coming from deep underground, as if suddenly the heartbeat of the world had become audible. What's happening? Clary thought. And then the ground buckled and heaved under her. She fell to her knees. The grave was roiling like the surface of an unsteady ocean. Ripples appeared in its surface. Suddenly it burst apart, clods of dirt flying. A small mountain of dirt, like an anthill, heaved itself upward. At the center of the mountain was a hand, fingers splayed, clawing at the dirt. Simon!
Clary tried to rush forward, but Raphael yanked her back.
Let me go!
She tried to pull herself free, but Raphael's grip was like steel.
Can't you see he needs our help?
He should do this himself, Raphael said, without loosening his hold on her. It is better that way.
It's your way, it's not mine. She jerked herself out of his grip and ran toward the grave, just as it heaved upward, hurling her back to the ground. A hunched shape was forcing itself out of the hastily dug grave. Fingers like filthy claws sunk deep into the earth. Its bare arms were streaked black with dirt and blood. It tore itself free of the sucking earth, crawled a few feet, and collapsed onto the ground.
Simon, she whispered, because of course it was Simon. Simon, not an it. She scrambled to her feet and ran toward him, her sneakers sinking deep into the churned earth.
"Clary," Jace shouted, "what are you doing?"
She stumbled, her ankle twisting as her leg sank into the dirt. She fell onto her knees next to Simon, who lay as still as if he really were dead. His hair was filthy and matted with clots of dirt, his glasses gone, his t-shirt torn down the side, blood on the skin that showed under it.
"Simon," she said,
and reached to touch his shoulder.
"Simon, are you—"
His body tensed under her fingers, every muscle tightening, his skin hard as iron.
"All right?"
she finished. He turned his head, and she saw his eyes. They were blank, lifeless. With a sharp cry, he rolled over and sprang at her, swift as a striking snake. He struck her squarely, knocking her back into the dirt.
"Simon!"
she shouted, but he didn't seem to hear. His face was twisted, unrecognizable as he loomed up over her, his lips curling back, and she saw his sharp canines, the fang teeth, gleam in the moonlight like white bone needles. Suddenly terrified, she kicked out at him, but he grabbed her shoulders and forced her back down into the dirt. His hands were bloody, the nails broken, but he was incredibly strong, stronger even than her own Shadowhunter muscles. The bones in her shoulders ground together painfully as he bent down over her and was plucked away and sent flying, as if he weighed no more than a pebble. Clary shot to her feet, gasping, and met Raphael's grim gaze. "I told you to stay away from him," he said, and turned to kneel down by Simon, who had landed a short distance away and was curled, twitching on the ground. Clary sucked in a breath. It sounded like a sob.
"He doesn't know me."
"He knows you. He doesn't care." Raphael looked over his shoulder at Jace. "He is starving. He needs blood." Jace, who had been standing white-faced and frozen at the grave's edge, stepped forward and held out the plastic bag mutely, like an offering. Raphael snatched it and tore it open. A number of plastic packets of red fluid fell out. He seized one, muttering, and tore it open with sharp nails, spattering blood down the front of his dirt-stained white shirt. Simon, as if scenting the blood, curled up and let out a piteous wail. He was still twitching, his broken-nailed hands gouged at the dirt, and his eyes were rolled back to the whites. Raphael held out the blood packet, letting some of the red fluid drip onto Simon's face, streaking the white skin with scarlet. "There you go," he said almost in a croon. "Drink, little fledgling, drink." And Simon, who had been a vegetarian since he was 10 years old, who wouldn't drink milk that wasn't organic, who fainted at the sight of needles. Simon snatched the packet of blood out of Raphael's thin brown hand and tore into it with his teeth. He swallowed the blood in a few gulps and tossed the packet aside with another wail. Raphael was ready with the second one and pressed it into his hand. "Do not drink too fast," he cautioned. "You will make yourself sick." Simon, of course, ignored him. He had managed to get the second packet open without help and was gulping greedily at the contents. Blood ran from the corners of his mouth down his throat and spattered his hands with fat red drops. His eyes were closed. Raphael turned to look at Clary. She could feel Jace staring at her too, and the others, all with identical expressions of horror and disgust. "Next time he feeds," Raphael said calmly, "it will not be quite so messy." Messy? Clary turned away and stumbled out of the clearing, hearing Jace call out for her but ignoring him, starting to run when she reached the trees. She was halfway down the hill when the pain hit.
She went to her knees, gagging, as everything in her stomach came up in a wrenching flood. When it was over, she crawled a short distance away and collapsed against the ground. She knew she was probably lying on someone's grave, but she didn't care. She rested her hot face against the cool dirt and thought, for the first time, that maybe the dead weren't so unlucky after all. Chapter 11. Smoke and Steel. The critical care unit of Beth Israel Hospital always reminded Clary of photos she'd seen of Antarctica. It was cold and remote feeling, and everything was either gray, white, or pale blue. The walls of her mother's room were white. The tubes that snaked around her head and the endless beeping banks of instruments around the bed were gray, and the blanket pulled up around her chest was pale blue. Her face was white. The only color in the room was her red hair, flaring across the snowy expanse of pillow like a bright, incongruous flag planted at the South Pole. Clary wondered how Luke was managing to pay for this private room, where the money had come from and how he'd gotten it. She supposed she could ask him when he got back from buying vending machine coffee in the ugly little cafe on the 3rd floor. The coffee from the machine down there looked like tar and tasted like it too, but Luke seemed addicted to the stuff. The metal legs of the bedside chair squeaked across the floor as Clary pulled it out and sat down slowly, smoothing her skirt down over her legs. Whenever she came to see her mother in the hospital, she felt nervous and dry-mouthed, as if she were about to get in trouble for something. Maybe because the only time she'd ever seen her mother's face like this, flat and without animation, was when her mother was about to explode with rage. "Mom," she said. She reached out and took her mother's left hand. There was a puncture mark on the wrist still, where Valentine had shoved one end of a tube. The skin of her mother's hand, always rough and chapped, spattered with paint and turpentine, felt like the dry bark of a tree. Clary folded her fingers around Jocelyn's, feeling a hard lump come into her throat. "Mom, She cleared her throat. "Luke says you can hear me. I don't know if that's true or not. Anyway, I came because I needed to talk to you. It's okay if you can't say anything back. See, the thing is, it's..." She swallowed again and looked toward the window, the strip of blue sky visible at the edge of the brick wall that faced the hospital. "It's Simon. Something's happened to him. Something that was my fault." Now that she wasn't looking at her mother's face, the story poured out of her, all of it. How she'd met Jace and the other shadow hunters, the search for the Mortal Cup, Hodge's betrayal, and the battle at Renwick's. The realization that Valentine was her father, as well as Jace's. More recent events, too. The nighttime visit to the Bone City, the Soul Sword, the Inquisitor's hatred of Jace, and the woman with the silver hair. And then she told her mother about the Sealy Court, about the price the Queen had demanded, and what had happened to Simon afterward. She could feel tears burn in her throat while she talked, but it was a relief to tell it, to unburden herself to someone, even someone who, probably, couldn't hear her. "So basically," she said, "I've screwed everything up royally. I remember you saying that growing up happens when you start having things you look back on and wish you could change. I guess that means I've grown up now. It's just that I thought you'd be there when I did." She choked on tears just as someone behind her cleared his throat. Clary wheeled around and saw Luke standing in the doorway, a styrofoam cup in his hand. Under the hospital's fluorescent lights, she could see how tired he looked. There was gray in his hair, and his blue flannel shirt was rumpled. "How long have you been standing there?" "Not long," he said. "I brought you some coffee." He held out the cup, but she waved it away. "I hate that stuff. It tastes like feet." At that, he smiled. "How would you know what feet taste like?" "I just know." She leaned forward and kissed Jocelyn's cold cheek before standing up. "Bye, Mom." Luke's blue pickup was parked in the concrete lot under the hospital. They had pulled out onto the FDR highway before he spoke. "I heard what you said back at the hospital." "I thought you were eavesdropping." She spoke without anger. There was nothing in what she'd said to her mother that Luke couldn't know. "What happened to Simon wasn't your fault." She heard the words, but they seemed to bounce off her as if there were an invisible wall surrounding her, like the wall Hodge had built around her when he'd betrayed her to Valentine. But this time she couldn't hear anything through it, couldn't feel anything through it either. She was as numb as if she'd been encased in ice.
"Did you hear me, Clary?"
It's a nice thing to say, but of course it was my fault. Everything that happened to Simon was my fault.
Because he was angry at you when he went back to the hotel? He didn't go back to the hotel because he was angry at you, Clary. I've heard of situations like this before. They call them darklings, those who are half-turned. He would have felt drawn back to the hotel by a compulsion he couldn't control.
Because he had Raphael's blood in him. But that would never have happened either if it weren't for me, if I hadn't brought him to that party.
You thought it would be safe there. You weren't putting him in any danger you hadn't put yourself in. You can't torture yourself like this, said Luke, turning onto the Brooklyn Bridge.
The water slid by under them in sheets of silvery gray.
There's no point to it.
She slumped lower in her seat, curling her fingers into the sleeves of her knitted green hoodie. Its edges were frayed and the yarn tickled her cheek.
Look, Luke went on. In all the years I've known him, there's always been exactly one place Simon wanted to be. And he's always fought like hell to make sure he got there and stayed there.
Where's that?
Wherever you were, said Luke. Remember when you fell out of that tree on the farm when you were 10 and broke your arm? Remember how he made them let him ride with you in the ambulance on the way to the hospital? He kicked and yelled till they gave in.
You laughed, said Clary, remembering, and my mom hit you in the shoulder.
It was hard not to laugh. Determination like that in a 10-year-old is something to see. He was like a pit bull.
If pit bulls wore glasses and were allergic to ragweed.
You can't put a price on that kind of loyalty, said Luke, more seriously.
I know. Don't make me feel worse.
Clary, I'm telling you he made his own decisions. What you're blaming yourself for is being what you are. And that's no one's fault, and nothing you can change. You told him the truth, and he made up his own mind what he wanted to do about that. Everyone has choices to make. No one has the right to take those choices away from us, not even out of love.
But that's just it, Clary said. When you love someone, you don't have a choice. She thought of the way her heart had contracted when Isabel had called to tell her Jace was missing. She'd left the house without a moment's thought or hesitation. Love takes your choices away.
It's a lot better than the alternative.
Luke guided the truck onto Flatbush. Clary didn't reply, just gazed dully out the window. The area just off the bridge was not one of the prettier parts of Brooklyn. Either side of the avenue was lined with ugly office buildings and auto body shops. Normally, she hated it, but right now the surroundings suited her mood.
So, have you heard from...
Luke began, apparently deciding it was time to change the subject. Simon? Yes, you know I have.
Actually, I was going to say Jace.
Oh. Jace had called her cell phone several times and left messages. She hadn't picked up or called him back. Not talking to him was her penance for what had happened to Simon. It was the worst way she could think to punish herself. No, I haven't. Luke's voice was carefully neutral.
You might want to, just to see if he's all right. He's probably having a pretty bad time of it, considering.
Clary shifted in her seat. I thought you checked in with Magnus. I heard you talking to him about Valentine and the whole reversing the soul sword thing. I'm sure he'd tell you if Jace wasn't okay.
Magnus can reassure me about Jace's physical health. His mental health, on the other hand.
Forget it. I'm not calling Jace. Clary heard the coldness in her own voice and was almost shocked at herself. I have to be there for Simon right now. It's not like his mental health is so great either.
Luke sighed. If he's having trouble coming to terms with his condition, maybe he should...
Of course he's having trouble. She shot Luke an accusing look, though he was concentrating on traffic and didn't notice. You of all people ought to understand what it's like to...
Wake up a monster one day?
Luke didn't sound bitter, just weary.
You're right. I do understand. And if he ever wants to talk to me, I'd be happy to tell him all about it. He will get through this, even if he thinks he won't.
Clary frowned. The sun was setting just behind them, making the rearview mirror shine like gold. Her eyes stung from the brightness. It's not the same, she said. At least you grew up knowing werewolves were real. Before he can tell anyone he's a vampire, he'll have to convince them that vampires exist in the first place. Luke looked as if he were about to say something, then changed his mind.
I'm sure you're right.
They were in Williamsburg now, driving down half-empty Kent Avenue, warehouses rising above them on either side.
Still, I got him something. It's in the glove compartment, just in case.
Clary snapped the compartment open and frowned. She took out a shiny folded pamphlet, the kind they kept stacked in clear plastic stands in hospital waiting rooms. How to come out to your parents, she read aloud. Luke, don't be ridiculous. Simon's not gay, he's a vampire.
I recognize that, but the pamphlet's all about telling your parents difficult truths about yourself they may not want to face. Maybe he could adapt one of the speeches, or just listen to the advice in general.
Luke! She spoke so sharply that he pulled the truck to a stop with a loud screech of brakes. They were just in front of his house, the water of the East River glittering darkly on their left, the sky streaked with soot and shadows. Another darker shadow crouched on Luke's front porch. Luke narrowed his eyes. In wolf form, he told her, his eyesight was perfect. In human form, he remained nearsighted.
Is that?
Simon. Yes. She knew him even as an outline. I'd better go talk to him.
Sure. I'll, run some errands. I have things to pick up.
What kind of things?
He waved her away. Food things. I'll be back in a half hour. Don't stay outside, though. Go in the house and lock up.
You know I will. She watched as the pickup sped away, then turned toward the house. Her heart was pounding. She'd talked to Simon on the phone a few times, but she hadn't seen him since they brought him, groggy and blood-spattered, to Luke's house in the dark early hours of that horrible morning to clean up before driving him home. She'd thought he ought to go to the Institute, but of course that was impossible. Simon would never see the inside of a church or synagogue again. She'd watched him walking up the path to his front door, shoulders hunched forward as if he were walking against a heavy wind. When the porch light came on automatically, he flinched away from it, and she knew it was because he had thought it was the light of the sun. And she started to cry, silently, in the back seat of the pickup, the tears splashing down onto the strange black mark on her forearm.
Clary, Jace had whispered,
and he'd reached for her hand, but she'd recoiled from him just as Simon had recoiled from the light. She wouldn't touch him. She'd never touch him again. That was her penance, her payment for what she'd done to Simon. Now, as she mounted the steps to Luke's porch, her mouth went dry and her throat swelled with the pressure of tears. She told herself not to cry. Crying would only make him feel worse. He was sitting in the shadows at the corner of the porch, watching her. She could see the gleam of his eyes in the darkness. She wondered if they'd held that sort of light in them before. She couldn't remember. Simon? He stood up in one single smooth, graceful movement that sent a chill up her spine. There was one thing Simon had never been, and that was graceful. There was something else about him, something different.
Sorry if I startled you.
He spoke carefully, almost formally, as if they were strangers. It's all right, it's just... How long have you been here?
Not long. I can only travel after the sun starts going down, remember? I accidentally put my hand about an inch out the window yesterday and nearly charred off my fingers. Luckily, I heal fast.
She fumbled for her key, unlocked the door, swung it open. Pale light spilled out onto the porch. Luke said we should stay inside.
Because the nasty things, Simon said, pushing past her. They come out in the dark.
The living room was full of warm yellow light. Clary shut the door behind them and flipped the deadbolts closed. Isabel's blue coat was still hanging on a hook by the door. She'd meant to take it to a dry cleaner to see if they could get the bloodstains out, but she hadn't had a chance. She stared at it for a moment, steeling herself before turning to look at Simon. He was standing in the middle of the room, hands awkwardly in the pockets of his jacket. He was wearing jeans and a frayed I Heart New York t-shirt that had belonged to his dad. Everything about him was familiar to Clary, and yet he seemed like a stranger. Your glasses, she said, belatedly realizing what had seemed strange to her out on the porch. You're not wearing them.
Have you ever seen a vampire wearing glasses?
Well, no, but...
I don't need them anymore. Perfect vision seems to come with the territory.
He sat down on the couch and Clary joined him, sitting beside him but not too near. Up close she could see how pale his skin looked, blue traceries of veins apparent just beneath the surface. His eyes without the glasses looked huge and dark, the lashes like black ink strokes.
Of course, I still have to wear them around the house or my mother would freak out. I'm going to have to tell her I'm getting contacts.
You're going to have to tell her, period, Clary said, more firmly than she felt. You can't hide your condition forever.
I can try.
He raked a hand through his dark hair, his mouth twisting.
Clary, what am I going to do? My mom keeps bringing me food and I have to throw it out the window. I haven't been outside in 2 days, but I don't know how much longer I can go on pretending I have the flu. Eventually she's going to bring me to the doctor, and then what? I don't have a heartbeat. He'll tell her that I'm dead.
Or write you up as a medical miracle, said Clary.
It's not funny.
I know. I was just trying to...
I keep thinking about blood, Simon said. I dream about it, wake up thinking about it. Pretty soon I'll be writing morbid emo poetry about it.
Don't you have those bottles of blood Magnus gave you? You're not running out, are you?
I have them. They're in my mini fridge, but I've only got 3 left.
His voice sounded thin with tension.
What about when I run out?
You won't. We'll get you some more, Clary said, with more confidence than she felt. She supposed she could always hit up Magnus's friendly local supplier of lamb's blood, but the whole business made her queasy. Look, Simon, Luke thinks you should tell your mom. You can't hide it from her forever.
I can damn well try.
Think about Luke, she said desperately. You can still live a normal life.
And what about us? Do you want a vampire boyfriend? He laughed bitterly. Because I foresee many romantic picnics in our future. You drinking a virgin pina colada, me drinking the blood of a virgin.
Think of it as a handicap, Clary urged. You just have to learn how to work your life around it. Lots of people do it.
I'm not sure I'm people. Not anymore.
You are to me, she said. Anyway, being human is overrated.
At least Jace can't call me mundane anymore. What's that you're holding? He asked, noticing the pamphlet still rolled up in her left hand.
Oh, this? She held it up. How to come out to your parents. He widened his eyes.
Something you want to tell me?
It's not for me, it's for you. She handed it to him.
I don't have to come out to my mother, said Simon. She already thinks I'm gay because I'm not interested in sports and I haven't had a serious girlfriend yet. Not that she knows about anyway.
But you have to come out as a vampire, Clary pointed out. Luke thought maybe you could, use one of the suggested speeches in the pamphlet, except use the word undead instead of...
I get it. Simon spread the pamphlet open. Here, I'll practice on you. He cleared his throat. Mom, I have something to tell you. I'm undead. Now, I know you may have some preconceived notions about the undead. I know you may not be comfortable with the idea of me being undead. But I'm here to tell you that the undead are just like you and me. Simon paused. Well, okay, possibly more like me than you.
Simon!
All right. He went on. The first thing you need to understand is that I'm the same person I always was. Being undead isn't the most important thing about me. It's just part of who I am. The second thing you should know is that it isn't a choice. I was born this way. Simon squinted at her over the pamphlet. Sorry, reborn this way.
Clary sighed. You're not trying.
At least I can tell her you buried me in a Jewish cemetery, Simon said, abandoning the pamphlet. Maybe I should start small. Tell my sister first.
I'll go with you if you want. Maybe I can help make them understand. He looked up at her, surprised, and she saw the cracks in his armor of bitter humor and the fear that was underneath.
You'd do that?
Clary began, and was cut off by a sudden, deafening screech of tires and the sound of shattering glass. She leaped to her feet and raced to the window, Simon beside her. She yanked the curtain aside and stared out. Luke's pickup truck was pulled up onto the lawn, its motor grinding. Dark strips of burned rubber laid across the sidewalk. One of the truck's headlights was blazing. The other had been smashed.
and there was a dark stain across the front grille of the truck, and something humped, white and motionless lying underneath the front wheels. Bile rose in Clary's throat. Had Luke run someone over? But no. Impatiently she scraped the glamour from her vision as if she were scraping dirt from a window. The thing under Luke's wheels wasn't human. It was smooth, white, almost larval, and it twitched like a worm pinned to a board. The driver's side of the truck burst open and Luke leaped out. Ignoring the creature pinned under his wheels, he dashed across the lawn toward the porch. Following him with her gaze, Clary saw that there was a dark shape sprawled in the shadows there. The shape was human, small, with light braided hair. "That's that werewolf girl, Maya." Simon sounded astonished. "What happened?" "I don't know." Clary grabbed her stele off the top of a bookcase. They clattered down the steps and dashed for the shadows where Luke crouched, his hands on Maya's shoulders, lifting her and propping her gently against the side of the porch. Up close, Clary could see that the front of her shirt was torn and there was a gash in her shoulder, leaking a slow pulse of blood. Simon stopped dead. Clary, nearly crashing into him, gave a gasp of surprise and shot him an angry look before she realized. The blood. He was afraid of it, afraid of looking at it. "She's all right," said Luke, as Maya's head rolled and she groaned. He slapped her cheek lightly and her eyes fluttered open. "Maya? Maya, can you hear me?" She blinked and nodded, looking dazed. "Luke," she whispered. "What happened?" She winced. "My shoulder." "Come on, I'd better get you inside." Luke hoisted her in his arms, and Clary remembered that she'd always thought he was surprisingly strong for someone who worked in a bookstore. She'd put it down to all that hauling around of heavy boxes. Now she knew better. "Clary, Simon, come on." They headed back inside, where Luke laid Maya down on the tattered gray velour couch. He sent Simon running for a blanket and Clary to the kitchen for a wet towel. When Clary returned, she found Maya propped up against one of the cushions, looking flushed and feverish. She was chattering rapidly and nervously to Luke. "I was coming across the lawn when I smelled something rotten like garbage. I turned around and it hit me." "What hit you?" said Clary, handing Luke the towel. Maya frowned. "I didn't see it. It knocked me over and then I tried to kick it off, but it was too fast." "I saw it," said Luke, his voice flat. "I was driving up to the house and I saw you crossing the lawn, and then I saw it following you, in the shadows at your heels. I tried to yell out the window to you, but you didn't hear me. Then it knocked you down." "What was following her?" asked Clary. "It was a Drevak demon," said Luke, his voice grim. "They're blind. They track by smell. I drove the car up onto the lawn and crushed it." Clary glanced out the window at the truck. The thing that had been twitching under the wheels was gone. Unsurprisingly, demons always returned to their home dimensions when they died. Why would it attack Maya? She dropped her voice as a thought occurred to her. "Do you think it was Valentine? Looking for werewolf blood for his spell? He got interrupted the last time." "I don't think so," Luke said to her surprise. "Drevak demons aren't bloodsuckers, and they definitely couldn't cause the kind of mayhem you saw in the Silent City. Mostly they're spies and messengers. I think Maya just got in its way." He bent to look at Maya, who was moaning softly, her eyes closed. "Can you pull your sleeve up so I can see your shoulder?" The werewolf girl bit her lip and nodded, then reached over to roll up the sleeve of her sweater. There was a long gash just below her shoulder. Blood had dried to a crust on her arm. Clary sucked her breath in as she saw that the jagged red cut was lined with what looked like thin black needles poking grotesquely out of the skin. Maya stared down at her arm in obvious horror. "What are those?" "Drevak demons don't have teeth. They have poisonous spines in their mouths," Luke said. "Some of the spines have broken off in your skin." Maya's teeth had begun to chatter. "Poison? Am I gonna die?" "Not if we work fast," Luke reassured her. "I'm going to have to pull them out, though, and it's going to hurt. Do you think you can handle it?" Maya's face was contorted into a grimace of pain. She managed to nod. "Just get them out of me." "Get what out?" asked Simon, coming into the room with a rolled-up blanket. He dropped the blanket when he saw Maya's arm and took an involuntary step back. "What are those?" "Squeamish about blood, mundane?"
Maya said with a small, twisted smile. Then she gasped. "Oh, it hurts." "I know," Luke said, gently wrapping the towel around the lower part of her arm. From his belt, he drew a thin-bladed knife. Maya took a look at the knife and squeezed her eyes shut. "Do what you have to," she said in a small voice. "But I don't want the others watching." "I understand." Luke turned to Simon and Clary. "Go in the kitchen, both of you," he said. "Call the Institute. Tell them what's happened and have them send someone. They can't send one of the brothers, so preferably someone with medical training or a warlock." Simon and Clary stared at him, paralyzed by the sight of the knife and Maya's slowly purpling arm. "Go," he said, more sharply, and this time they went. Chapter 12. The Hostility of Dreams. Simon watched Clary as she leaned against the refrigerator, biting her lip like she always did when she was upset. Often he forgot how small she was, how light-boned and fragile. But at times like this, times when he wanted to put his arms around her, he was restrained by the thought that holding her too hard might hurt her, especially now when he no longer knew his own strength. Jace, he knew, didn't feel that way. Simon had watched with a sick feeling in his stomach, unable to look away, as Jace had taken Clary in his arms and kissed her with such force Simon had thought one or the both of them might shatter. He'd held her as if he wanted to crush her into himself, as if he could fold the two of them into one person. Of course Clary was strong, stronger than Simon gave her credit for. She was a shadow hunter, with all that entailed, but that didn't matter. What they had between them was still as fragile as a flickering candle flame, as delicate as eggshell, and he knew that if it shattered, if he somehow let it break and be destroyed, something inside him would shatter too, something that could never be fixed. "Simon." Her voice brought him back down to earth. "Simon, are you listening to me?" "What? Yes, I am, of course." He leaned against the sink, trying to look as if he'd been paying attention. The tap was dripping, which momentarily distracted him again. Each silvery drop of water seemed to shimmer, tear-shaped and perfect, just before it fell. Vampire sight was a strange thing, he thought. His attention kept getting caught by the most ordinary things, the glitter of water, the flowering cracks in a bit of pavement, the sheen of oil on a road, as if he'd never seen them before. "Simon," Clary said again, exasperated. He realized she was holding something pink and metallic out to him, her new cell phone. "I said I want you to call Jace." That snapped him back to attention. "Me call him? He hates me." "No, he doesn't," she said, though he could tell from the look in her eyes that she only half believed that. "Anyway, I don't want to talk to him, please." "Fine." He took the phone from her and scrolled through to Jace's number. "What do you want me to say?" "Just tell him what happened. He'll know what to do." Jace picked up the phone on the third ring, sounding out of breath. "Clary?" he said, startling Simon until he realized that, of course, Clary's name would have popped up on Jace's phone. "Clary, are you all right?" Simon hesitated. There was a tone in Jace's voice he'd never heard before, an anxious concern devoid of sarcasm or defense. Was that how he spoke to Clary when they were alone? Simon glanced at her. She was watching him with wide green eyes, biting unself-consciously on her right index fingernail. "Clary," Jace said, "I thought you were avoiding me." A flash of irritation shot through Simon. "You're her brother," he wanted to shout down the phone line. "That's all. You don't own her. You've got no right to sound so broken-hearted." That was the word, though he'd never thought of Jace as having a heart to break. "You were right," he said finally, his voice cold. "She still is. This is Simon." There was such a long silence that Simon wondered if Jace had dropped the phone. "Hello?" "I'm here." Jace's voice was crisp and cool as autumn leaves, all vulnerability gone. "If you're calling me up just to chat, mundane, you must be lonelier than I thought. Believe me, I wouldn't be calling you if I had a choice. I'm doing this because of Clary." "Is she all right?" Jace's voice was still crisp and cool, but with an edge to it now. Autumn leaves frosted with the sheen of hard ice. "If something's happened to her..." "Nothing's happened to her." Simon fought to keep the anger out of his voice. As briefly as he could, he gave Jace a rundown of the night's events and Maya's resultant condition. Jace waited until he was done, then rapped out a set of short instructions. Simon listened in a daze and found himself nodding before realizing that of course Jace couldn't see him. He began to speak and realized he was listening to silence. The other boy had hung up. Wordlessly, Simon flipped the phone shut and handed it to Clary. "He's coming here." She sagged against the sink. "Now?" "Now. Magnus and Alec will be with him." "Magnus?" she said dazedly. And then, "Oh, of course. Jace would have been at Magnus's. I was thinking he was at the Institute, but of course he wouldn't have been there. A harsh cry from the living room cut her off. Her eyes widened. Simon felt the hair on his neck stand up like wires. "It's all right," he said as soothingly as he could. "Luke wouldn't hurt Maya." "He is hurting her. He has no choice," Clary said. She was shaking her head. "That's how it always is these days. There's never any choice." Maya cried out again, and Clary gripped the edge of the counter as if she were in pain herself. "I hate this," she burst out. "I hate all of it. Always being scared, always being hunted, always wondering who's going to get hurt next. I wish I could go back to the way things used to be." "But you can't. None of us can," Simon said. "At least you can still go out in daylight." She turned to him, lips parted, her eyes wide and dark. "Simon, I didn't mean..." "I know you didn't." He backed away, feeling as if there was something caught in his throat. "I'm going to see how they're doing." For a moment he thought she might follow him, but she let the kitchen door fall shut between them without protest. All the lights were on in the living room. Maya lay gray-faced on the couch, the blanket he had brought pulled up to her chest. She was holding a wad of cloth against her right arm. The cloth was partly soaked through with blood. Her eyes were shut. "Where's Luke?" Simon said, then winced, wondering if his tone was too harsh, too demanding. She looked awful. Her eyes sunken into gray hollows, her mouth tight with pain. Her eyes fluttered open and fixed on him. "Simon," she breathed. "Luke went outside to move the car off the lawn. He was worried about the neighbors." Simon glanced toward the window. He could see the sweep of the headlights grazing the house as Luke swung the car into the driveway. "How about you?" he asked. "Did he get those things out of your arm?" She nodded dully. "I'm just so tired," she whispered through cracked lips. "And thirsty." "I'll get you some water." There was a pitcher of water and a stack of glasses on the sideboard next to the dining room table. Simon poured a glass full of the tepid liquid and brought it to Maya. His hands were shaking slightly, and some of the water spilled as she took the glass from him. She was lifting her head about to say something, thank you, probably, when their fingers touched, and she jerked back so hard that the glass went flying. It hit the edge of the coffee table and shattered, splashing water across the polished wood floor. "Maya, are you all right?" She shrank away from him, her shoulders pressed against the back of the sofa, her lips pulled away from bared teeth. Her eyes had gone a luminous yellow. A low growl came from her throat, the sound of a cornered dog at bay. "Maya," Simon said again, appalled. "Vampire," she snarled. He felt his head rock back as if she had slapped him. "Maya, I thought you were human, but you're a monster, a blood-sucking leech." "I am human. I mean, I was human. I got turned a few days ago." His mind was swimming. He felt dizzy and sick. "Just like you were." "Don't ever compare yourself to me." She had struggled up into a sitting position, those ghastly yellow eyes still on him, scouring him with their disgust. "I'm still human, still alive. You're a dead thing that feeds on blood." "Animal blood?" "Just because you can't get human, or the shadow hunters will burn you alive." "Maya," he said, and her name in his mouth was half fury and half a plea. He took a step toward her and her hand whipped out, nails shooting out like talons, suddenly impossibly long. They raked his cheek, sending him staggering back, his hand clapped to his face. Blood coursed down his cheek into his mouth. He tasted the salt of it and his stomach rumbled. Maya was crouched on the sofa's arm now, her knees drawn up, clawed fingers leaving deep gouges in the gray velveteen. A low growl poured from her throat, and her ears were long and flat against her head. When she bared her teeth, they were sharply jagged, not needle-thin like his own, but strong, whitely pointed canines. She had dropped the bloody cloth that had wrapped her arm, and he could see the punctures where the spines had gone in, the glimmer of blood welling, spilling. A sharp pain in his lower lip told him that his fangs had slid from their sheaths. Some part of him wanted to fight her, to wrestle her down and puncture her skin with his teeth, to gulp her hot blood. The rest of him felt as if it were screaming. He took a step back and then another, his hands out as if he could hold her back. She tensed to spring, just as the door to the kitchen flew open and Clary burst into the room. She leaped onto the coffee table, landing lightly as a cat. She held something in her hand, something that flashed a bright white silver when she raised her arm. Simon saw that it was a dagger, as elegantly curved as a bird's wing, a dagger that whipped past Maya's hair millimeters from her face and sank to the hilt in gray velveteen. Maya tried to pull away and gasped. The blade had gone through her sleeve and pinned her to the sofa. Clary yanked the blade back. It was one of Luke's. The moment she'd cracked the kitchen door and gotten a look at what was going on in the living room, she'd made a beeline for the personal weapons stash he kept in his office. Maya might be weakened and sick, but she looked mad enough to kill, and Clary didn't doubt her abilities. "What the hell is with you?" As if from a distance, Clary heard herself speaking, and the steel in her own voice astonished her. "Werewolves? Vampires? You're both downworlders. Werewolves don't hurt people or each other. Vampires are murderers. One killed a boy down at the Hunter's Moon just the other day." "That wasn't a vampire." Clary saw Maya blanch at the certainty in her voice. "And if you could stop blaming each other all the time for every bad thing that happens downworld, maybe the Nephilim would start taking you seriously and actually do something about it." She turned to Simon. The vicious cuts across his cheek were already healing to silvery red lines. "Are you all right?" "Yes." His voice was barely audible. She could see the hurt in his eyes, and for a moment she wrestled the urge to call Maya a number of unprintable names. "I'm fine." Clary turned back to the werewolf girl. "You're lucky he's not as much of a bigot as you are, or I'd complain to the Clave and make the whole pack pay for your behavior." With a sharp tug, she yanked the knife loose, freeing Maya's t-shirt. Maya bristled. "You don't get it. Vampires are what they are because they're infected with demon energies." "So are lycanthropes," Clary said. "I may not know much, but I do know that." "But that's the problem. The demon energies change us, make us different. You can call it a sickness or whatever you want, but the demons who created vampires and the demons who created werewolves came from species who were at war with each other. They hated each other, so it's in our blood to hate each other too. We can't help it. A werewolf and a vampire can never be friends because of it." She looked at Simon. Her eyes were bright with anger and something else. "You'll start hating me soon enough," she said. "You'll hate Luke too. You won't be able to help it." "Hate Luke?" Simon was ashen. But before Clary could reassure him, the front door banged open. She looked around, expecting Luke, but it wasn't Luke. It was Jace. He was all in black, 2 seraph blades stuck through the belt that circled his narrow hips. Alec and Magnus were just behind him. Magnus in a long, swirling cape that looked as if it were decorated with bits of crushed glass. Jace's golden eyes, with the precision of a laser, fixed immediately on Clary. If she'd thought he might look apologetic, concerned, or even ashamed after all that had happened, she was wrong. All he looked was angry. "What," he said with a sharp and deliberate annoyance, "do you think you're doing?" Clary glanced down at herself. She was still perched on the coffee table, knife in hand. She fought the urge to hide it behind her back. "We had an incident. I took care of it." "Really?" Jace's voice dripped sarcasm. "Do you even know how to use that knife, Clarissa? Without poking a hole in yourself or any innocent bystanders?" "I didn't hurt anyone," Clary said between her teeth. "She stabbed the couch," said Maya in a dull voice, her eyes falling shut. Her cheeks were still flushed red with fever and rage,
but the rest of her face was alarmingly pale. Simon looked at her worriedly. "I think she's getting worse." Magnus cleared his throat. When Simon didn't move, he said, "Get out of the way, mundane," in a tone of immense annoyance. He flung his cloak back as he stalked across the room to where Maya lay on the couch. "I take it you're my patient?" he inquired, gazing down at her through glitter-crusted lashes. Maya stared up at him with unfocused eyes. "I'm Magnus Bane," he went on in a soothing tone, stretching out his ringed hands. Blue sparks had begun to dance between them like bioluminescence dancing in water. "I'm the warlock who's here to cure you. Didn't they tell you I was coming?" "I know who you are, but..." Maya looked dazed. "You look so shiny." Alec made a noise that sounded very much like a laugh stifled by a cough as Magnus's thin hands wove a shimmering blue curtain of magic around the werewolf girl. Jace wasn't laughing. "Where," he asked, "is Luke?" "He's outside," Simon said. "He was moving the truck off the lawn." Jace and Alec exchanged a quick look. "Funny," Jace said. He didn't sound amused. "I didn't see him when we were coming up the stairs." A thin tendril of panic unfurled like a leaf inside Clary's chest. "Did you see his pickup?" "I saw it," Alec said. "It was in the driveway. The lights were off." At that, even Magnus, intent on Maya, looked up. Through the net of enchantment he had woven around himself and the werewolf girl, his features seemed blurred and indistinct, as if he were looking at them through water. "I don't like it," he said, his voice sounding hollow and far away. "Not after a Drevak attack. They roam in packs." Jace's hand was already reaching for one of his seraph blades. "I'll go check on him. Alec, you stay here. Keep the house secure." Clary jumped down from the table. "I'm coming with you." "No, you're not." He headed for the door, not glancing behind him to see if she was following. She put on a burst of speed and threw herself between him and the front door. "Stop!" For a moment, she thought he was going to keep right on going, even if he had to walk through her. But he paused, just inches from her, so close she could feel his breath stir her hair when he spoke. "I will knock you down if I have to, Clarissa." "Stop calling me that." "Clary," he said in a low voice, and the sound of her name in his mouth was so intimate that a shudder ran up her spine. The gold in his eyes had turned hard, metallic. She wondered for a moment if he might actually spring at her, what it would be like if he struck her, knocked her down, grabbed her wrists even. Fighting to him was like sex to other people. The thought of him touching her like that brought the blood to her cheeks in a hot flood. She spoke around the breathless catch in her voice. "He's my uncle, not yours." A savage humor flashed across his face. "Any uncle of yours is an uncle of mine, darling sister," he said. "And he's no blood relation to either of us." "Jace." "Besides, I haven't got time to mark you," he said, lazy gold eyes raking her. "And all you've got is that knife. It won't be much use if it's demons we're dealing with." She jammed the knife into the wall beside the door, point first, and was rewarded by the look of surprise on his face. "So what? You've got 2 seraph blades. Give me one." "Oh, for the love of..." It was Simon, hands jammed into his pockets, eyes burning like black coals in his white face. "I'll go." Clary said, "Simon, don't." "At least I'm not wasting my time standing here flirting while we don't know what's happened to Luke." He gestured for her to move aside from the door. Jace's lips thinned. "We'll all go." To Clary's surprise, he jerked a seraph blade out of his belt and handed it to her. "Take it." "What's its name?" she asked, moving away from the door. "Knock here." Clary had left her jacket in the kitchen, and the cold air sheeting off the East River cut through her thin shirt the moment she stepped out onto the dark porch. "Luke?" she called. "Luke!" The truck was pulled up in the driveway, one of the doors hanging open. The roof light was on, shedding a faint glow. Jace frowned. "The keys are in the ignition. The car's idling." Simon shut the front door behind them. "How do you know that?" "I can hear it." Jace looked at Simon, speculatively. "And so could you if you tried, bloodsucker." He loped down the stairs, a faint chuckle drifting behind him on the wind. "I think I liked mundane better than bloodsucker," Simon muttered.
"With Jace, you don't really get to choose your insulting nickname."
Clary felt in her jeans pocket until her fingers encountered cool, smooth stone. She raised the witchlight in her hand, its glow raying out between her fingers like the light of a tiny sun. "Come on." Jace had been right. The truck was idling. Clary smelled the exhaust as they approached, her heart sinking. Luke would never have left the car door open and the keys in the ignition like that unless something had happened. Jace was circling the truck, frowning. "Bring that witchlight closer." He knelt down in the grass, running his fingers lightly over it. From an inner pocket, he drew an object Clary recognized, a smooth piece of metal, engraved all over with delicate runes, a censer. Jace ran it over the grass, and it obliged with a series of loud clicking noises, like a Geiger counter gone berserk. Definite demonic action, and picking up heavy traces. "Could that be left over from the demon who attacked Maya?" Simon asked. "The levels are too high. There's been more than one demon here tonight." Jace rose to his feet, all business. "Maybe you two should go back inside. Send Alec out here. He's dealt with this sort of thing before." "Jace!" Clary was furious all over again. She broke off as something caught her eye. It was a flicker of movement across the street, down by the cement rock-strewn bank of the East River. There was something about the movement, an angle as a gesture caught the light, something too quick, too elongated to be human. Clary flung an arm out, pointing. "Look, by the water." Jace's gaze followed hers, and he sucked in his breath. Then he was running, and they were running after him, over the asphalt of Kent Street, and onto the scrubby grass that bordered the waterfront. The witchlight swung in Clary's hand as she ran, lighting bits of the riverbank with haphazard illumination. A patch of weeds there, a jut of broken concrete that nearly tripped her up, a heap of trash and broken glass, and then, as they came in clear sight of the lapping water, the crumpled figure of a man. It was Luke. Clary saw that instantly, though the two dark, humped shapes crouching over him blocked his face from her view. He was on his back, so close to the water that she wondered for a panicked moment if the hunched creatures were holding him under, trying to drown him. Then they drew back, hissing, through perfectly circular, lipless mouths, and she saw that his head was resting on the gravelly riverbank. His face was slack and gray. "Realm demons," Jace whispered. Simon's eyes were wide. "Are those the same things that attacked Maya?" "No, these are much worse." Jace gestured at Simon and Clary to get behind him. "You two, stay back." He raised his seraph blade. "Israphiel!" he cried, and there was a sudden hot burst of light as it blazed up. Jace leaped forward, sweeping his weapon at the nearest of the demons. In the light of the seraph blade, the demon's appearance was unpleasantly visible. Dead white scaled skin, a black hole for a mouth, bulging, toad-like eyes, and arms that ended in tentacles where hands should have been. It lashed out now with those tentacles, whipping them toward Jace with incredible speed. But Jace was faster. There was a nasty snick sort of noise as Israphiel sheared through the demon's wrist, and its tentacled appendage flew through the air. The tentacle tip came to rest at Clary's feet, still twitching. It was gray-white, tipped with blood-red suckers. Inside each sucker was a cluster of tiny, needle-sharp teeth. Simon made a gagging noise. Clary was inclined to agree. She kicked at the spasming clot of tentacles, sending it rolling across the dirty grass. When she looked up, she saw that Jace had knocked the injured demon down and they were tumbling together across the rocks at the river's edge. The glow of Jace's seraph blade sent elegant arcs of light shattering across the water as he writhed and twisted to avoid the creature's remaining tentacles, not to mention the black blood spraying from its severed wrist. Clary hesitated. Should she go to Luke or run to help Jace? And in that moment of hesitation, she heard Simon shout, "Clary, watch out!" and turned to see the second demon lunging straight at her. There was no time to reach for the seraph blade at her belt, no time to remember and shout out its name.
She threw her hands out and the demon struck her, knocking her backward. She went down with a cry, hitting her shoulder painfully against the uneven ground. Slick tentacles rasped against her skin. One braceleted her arm, squeezing painfully. The other whipped forward, wrapping her throat. She grabbed frantically at her neck, trying to pull the lashing, flexible limb away from her windpipe. Already her lungs were aching. She kicked and twisted. And suddenly the pressure was gone. The thing was off her. She sucked in a whistling breath and rolled to her knees. The demon was in a half-crouch, staring at her with black, pupilless eyes. Getting ready to lunge again? She grabbed for her blade, spat, "Knock here!" and a spear of light shot from her fingers. She'd never held an angel knife before. The hilt of it trembled and vibrated in her hand. It felt alive. "Knock here!" she cried, staggering to her feet, the blade outstretched and pointed at the Raum demon. To her surprise, the demon skittered backward, tentacles waving, almost as if it were, but this wasn't possible, afraid of her. She saw Simon running toward her, a length of what looked like steel pipe in his hand behind him. Jace was getting to his knees. She couldn't see the demon he'd been fighting, perhaps he'd killed it. As for the second Raum demon, its mouth was open, and it was making a distressed hooting noise like a monstrous owl. Abruptly, it turned and, with tentacles waving, dashed toward the bank and leaped into the river. A gush of blackish water splashed upward, and then the demon was gone, vanishing beneath the river's surface without even a telltale spray of bubbles to mark its place. Jace reached her side just as it vanished. He was bent over, panting, smeared with black demon blood. "What happened?" he demanded between gasps for breath. "I don't know," Clary admitted. "It came at me. I tried to fight it off, but it was too fast, and then it just left. Like it saw something that scared it." "Are you all right?" It was Simon, skidding to a stop in front of her, not panting. He didn't breathe anymore, she reminded herself, but anxious, clutching a thick length of pipe in his hand. "Where did you get that?" Jace demanded. "I wrenched it off the side of a telephone pole." Simon looked as if the recollection surprised him. "I guess you can do anything when your adrenaline is up." "Or when you have the unholy strength of the damned," Jace said. "Oh, shut up, both of you," snapped Clary, earning herself a martyred look from Simon and a leer from Jace. She pushed past the two of them, heading for the riverbank. "Or have you forgotten about Luke?" Luke was still unconscious, but breathing. He was as pale as Maya had been, and his sleeve was torn across the shoulder. When Clary drew the blood-stiffened fabric away from the skin, working as gingerly as she could, she saw that across his shoulder was a cluster of circular red wounds where a tentacle had gripped him. Each was oozing a mixture of blood and blackish fluid. She sucked in her breath. "We have to get him inside." Magnus was waiting for them on the front porch when Simon and Jace carried Luke slumped between them up the stairs. Having finished with Maya, Magnus had put her to bed in Luke's room, so they set Luke down on the sofa where she'd been lying and let Magnus go to work on him. "Will he be all right?" Clary demanded, hovering around the couch as Magnus summoned blue fire that shimmered between his hands. "He'll be fine. Raum poison is a little more complex than a Dravak sting, but nothing I can't handle." Magnus motioned her away. "At least not if you get back and let me work." Reluctantly, she sank down into an armchair. Jace and Alec were over by the window, heads close together. Jace was gesturing with his hands. She guessed he was explaining to Alec what had happened with the demons. Simon, looking uncomfortable, was leaning against the wall beside the kitchen door. He seemed lost in thought. Not wanting to look at Luke's slack gray face and sunken eyes, Clary let her gaze rest on Simon, gauging the ways in which he looked both familiar and very alien. Without the glasses, his eyes seemed twice their size and very dark, more black than brown. His skin was pale and smooth as white marble, traced with darker veins at the temples and the sharply angled cheekbones. Even his hair seemed darker in stark contrast to the white of his skin. She remembered looking at the crowd in Raphael's hotel, wondering why there didn't seem to be any ugly or unattractive vampires. Maybe there was some rule about not making vampires out of the physically unappealing, she'd thought then. But now she wondered if the vampirism itself wasn't transformative, smoothing out blotched skin, adding color and luster to eyes and hair. Perhaps it was an evolutionary advantage to the species. Good looks could only help vampires lure their prey. She realized then that Simon was staring back at her, his dark eyes wide. Snapping out of her reverie, she turned back to see Magnus getting to his feet. The blue light was gone. Luke's eyes were still closed, but the ugly grayish tint had gone from his skin, and his breathing was deep and regular. "He's all right," Clary exclaimed, and Alec, Jason, Simon came hurrying over to have a look. Simon slid his hand into Clary's, and she wrapped her fingers around his, glad for the reassurance. "So he'll live?" Simon said, as Magnus sank down onto the armrest of the nearest chair. He looked exhausted, drawn and bluish. "You're sure?" "Yes, I'm sure," Magnus said. "I am the High Warlock of Brooklyn. I know what I'm doing." His eyes moved to Jace, who had just said something to Alec in a voice too low for any of the rest of them to hear. "Which reminds me," Magnus went on, sounding stiff, and Clary had never heard him sound stiff before, "that I'm not exactly sure what it is you think you're doing, calling on me every time one of you has so much as an ingrown toenail that needs clipping. As High Warlock, my time is valuable. There are plenty of lesser warlocks who'd be happy to do a job for you at a greatly reduced rate." Clary blinked at him in surprise. "You're charging us? But Luke is a friend." Magnus took a thin blue cigarette out of his shirt pocket. "Not a friend of mine," he said. "I met him only on the few occasions when your mother brought him along when your memory spells were being refreshed." He passed his hand across the cigarette's tip, and it lit with a multicolored flame. "Did you think I was helping you out of the goodness of my heart? Or am I just the only warlock you happen to know?" Jace had listened to this short speech with a smolder of fury sparking his amber eyes to gold. "No," he said now, "but you are the only warlock we know who happens to be dating a friend of ours?" For a moment everyone stared at him, Alec in sheer horror, Magnus in astonished anger, and Clary and Simon in surprise. It was Alec who spoke first, his voice shaking. "Why would you say something like that?" Jace looked baffled. "Something like what?" "That I'm dating, that we're... It's not true," Alec said, his voice rising and dropping several octaves as he fought to control it. Jace looked at him steadily. "I didn't say he was dating you," he said. "But funny that you knew just what I meant, isn't it?" "We're not dating," Alec said again. "Oh?" Magnus said. "So you're just that friendly with everybody, is that it?" "Magnus!" Alec stared imploringly at the warlock. Magnus, however, it seemed, had had enough. He crossed his arms over his chest and leaned back in silence, regarding the scene before him with slitted eyes. Alec turned to Jace. "You don't," he began. "I mean, you couldn't possibly think..." Jace was shaking his head in puzzlement. "What I don't get is you going to all these lengths to hide your relationship with Magnus from me, when it's not as if I would mind if you did tell me about it." If he meant his words to be reassuring, it was clear that they weren't. Alec went a pale gray color and said nothing. Jace turned to Magnus. "Help me convince him," he said, "that I really don't care." "Oh," Magnus said quietly. "I think he believes you about that." "Then I don't..." Bewilderment was plain on Jace's face, and for a moment Clary saw Magnus's expression and knew he was strongly tempted to answer. Moved by a hasty pity for Alec, she pulled her hand out of Simon's and said, "Jace, that's enough. Let it alone." "Let what alone?" Luke inquired. Clary whirled around to find him sitting up on the couch, wincing a little with pain but looking otherwise healthy enough. "Luke!" She darted to the side of the sofa, considered hugging him, saw the way he was holding his shoulder and decided against it. "Do you remember what happened?" "Not really." Luke passed a hand across his face. "The last thing I remember was going out to the truck. Something hit my shoulder and jerked me sideways. I remember the most incredible pain. Anyway, I must have passed out after that. The next thing I knew, I was listening to 5 people shouting.
What was all that about, anyway?
Nothing, chorused Clary, Simon, Alec, Magnus, and Jace in a surprising and probably never to be repeated unison. Despite his obvious exhaustion, Luke's eyebrows shot up. But, I see, was all he said. Since Maya was still asleep in Luke's bedroom, he announced that he'd be just fine on the couch. Clary tried to give him the bed in her room, but he refused to take it. Giving up, she headed into the narrow hallway to retrieve sheets and blankets from the linen closet. She was dragging a comforter down from a high shelf when she sensed someone behind her. Clary whirled, dropping the blanket she'd been holding into a soft pile at her feet. It was Jace. Sorry to startle you. It's fine. She bent to retrieve the blanket. Actually, I'm not sorry, he said. That's the most emotion I've seen from you in days. I haven't seen you in days. And whose fault is that? I've called you. You don't pick up the phone. And it's not as if I could simply come see you. I've been in prison, in case you've forgotten. Not exactly prison. She tried to sound light as she straightened up. You've got Magnus to keep you company, and Gilligan's Island. Jace suggested that the cast of Gilligan's Island could do something anatomically unlikely with themselves. Clary sighed. Aren't you supposed to be leaving with Magnus? His mouth twisted and she saw something fracture behind his eyes, a starburst of pain. Can't wait to get rid of me? No. She hugged the blanket against herself and stared down at his hands, unable to meet his eyes. His slender fingers were scarred and beautiful, with the faint white band of paler skin still visible where he had worn the Morgenstern ring on his right index finger. The yearning to touch him was so bad she wanted to let go of the blankets and scream. I mean, no, it's not that. I don't hate you, Jace. I don't hate you either. She looked up at him relieved. I'm glad to hear that. I wish I could hate you, he said. His voice was light, his mouth curved in an unconcerned half-smile, his eyes sick with misery. I want to hate you. I try to hate you. It would be so much easier if I did hate you. Sometimes I think I do hate you, and then I see you, and I... Her hands had grown numb with their grip on the blanket. And you what? What do you think? Jace shook his head. Why should I tell you everything about how I feel when you never tell me anything? It's like banging my head on a wall. Except at least if I were banging my head on a wall, I'd be able to make myself stop. Clary's lips were trembling so violently that she found it hard to speak. Do you think it's easy for me? She demanded. Do you think... Clary? It was Simon, coming into the hallway with that new soundless grace of his, startling her so badly that she dropped the blanket again. She turned aside, but not fast enough to hide her expression from him, or the telltale shine in her eyes. I see, he said, after a long pause. Sorry to interrupt. He vanished back into the living room, leaving Clary staring after him through a wavering lens of tears. Damn it! She turned on Jace. What is it about you? She said with more savagery than she intended. Why do you have to ruin everything? She shoved the blanket at him hastily and darted out of the room after Simon. He was already out the front door. She caught up to him on the porch, letting the front door bang shut behind her. Simon, where are you going? He turned around almost reluctantly. Home. It's late. I don't want to get caught here with the sun coming up. Since the sun wasn't coming up for hours, this struck Clary as a feeble excuse. You know you're welcome to stay and sleep here during the day if you want to avoid your mom. You can sleep in my room. I don't think that's a good idea. Why not? I don't understand why you're going. He smiled at her. It was a sad smile with something else underneath. You know what the worst feeling I can imagine is? She blinked at him. No. Not trusting the person I love more than anything else in the world. She put her hand on his sleeve. He didn't move away, but he didn't respond to her touch either. Do you mean? Yes, he said, knowing what she was about to ask. I mean you. But you can trust me. I used to think I could, he said. But I get the feeling you'd rather pine over someone you can never possibly be with than try being with someone you can. There was no point pretending. Just give me time, she said. I just need some time to get over it all.
You're not going to tell me I'm wrong, are you? He said. His eyes looked very wide and dark in the dim porch light. Not this time.
Not this time. I'm sorry.
Don't be.
He turned away from her and her outstretched hand, heading for the porch steps.
At least it's the truth.
For whatever that's worth. She shoved her hands into her pockets, watching him as he walked away from her until he was swallowed up by the darkness. It turned out that Magnus and Jace weren't leaving after all. Magnus wanted to spend a few more hours at the house to make sure that Maya and Luke were recovering as expected. After a few minutes of awkward conversation with a bored Magnus while Jace, sitting on Luke's piano bench and industriously studying some sheet music, ignored her, Clary decided to go to bed early. But sleep didn't come. She could hear Jace's soft piano playing through the walls, but that wasn't what was keeping her awake. She was thinking of Simon, leaving for a house that no longer felt like home to him, of the despair in Jace's voice as he said, "I want to hate you," and of Magnus not telling Jace the truth. That Alec did not want Jace to know about his relationship because he was still in love with him. She thought of the satisfaction it would have brought Magnus to say the words out loud, to acknowledge what the truth was, and the fact that he hadn't said them, had let Alec go on lying and pretending, because that was what Alec wanted, and Magnus cared about Alec enough to give him that. Maybe it was true what the Seelie Queen had said after all. Love made you a liar. Chapter 13. A Host of Rebel Angels. There are 3 distinct sections to Ravel's Gaspard de la Nuit. Jace had played his way through the first when he got up from the piano, went into the kitchen, picked up Luke's phone, and made a single call. Then he went back to the piano and the Gaspard. He was halfway through the 3rd section when he saw a light sweep across Luke's front lawn. It cut off a moment later, plunging the view from the front window into darkness, but Jace was already on his feet and reaching for his jacket. He closed Luke's front door behind him soundlessly and loped down the front steps 2 at a time. On the lawn by the footpath was a motorcycle, the engine still rumbling. It had a weirdly organic look to it. Pipes like ropey veins wound up and over the chassis, and the single headlight, now dim, resembled a gleaming eye. In a way, it looked as alive as the boy who was leaning against the cycle, looking at Jace curiously. He was wearing a brown leather jacket, and his dark hair curled down to the collar of it and fell over his narrowed eyes. He was grinning, exposing pointed white teeth. Of course, Jace thought neither the boy nor the motorcycle was really alive. They both ran on demon energies, fed by the night. "Raphael," Jace said by way of greeting. "You see," Raphael said, "I have brought it as you asked me to." "I see that. Though I might add, I have been very curious as to why you should want such a thing as a demonic motorcycle. They are not exactly Covenant, for one thing, and for another, it is rumored you already have one." "I do have one," Jace admitted, circling the cycle so as to examine it from all angles. "But it's on the roof of the Institute, and I can't get to it right now." Raphael chuckled softly. "It seems we're both unwelcome at the Institute." "You bloodsuckers still on the most wanted list?" Raphael leaned to the side and spit delicately onto the ground. "They accuse us of murders," he said angrily. "The death of the were-creature, the fairy, even the warlock. Though I have told them we do not drink warlock blood, it is bitter and can work strange changes in those who consume it." "You told Maris this?" "Maris?" Raphael's eyes glittered. "I could not speak with her if I wanted to. All decisions are made through the Inquisitor now. All inquiries and requests routed through her. It is a bad situation, friend. A bad situation." "You're telling me," said Jace. "And we're not friends. I agreed not to tell the Clave what happened with Simon because I needed your help, not because I like you." Raphael grinned, his teeth flashing white in the dark. "You like me." He tilted his head to the side. "It is odd," he reflected. "I would have thought you would seem different now that you are in disgrace with the Clave, no longer their favored son. I thought some of that arrogance might have been beaten out of you, but you are just the same." "I believe in consistency," Jay said.
Are you going to let me have the bike or not? I've only got a few hours until sunrise.
I take it that means you're not going to give me a ride home? Raphael moved gracefully away from the motorcycle. As he moved, Jace caught the bright glint of the gold chain around his throat.
Nope. Jace climbed onto the bike. But you can sleep in the cellar under the house if you're worried about sunrise.
Raphael seemed thoughtful. He was a few inches shorter than Jace, and though he looked younger physically, his eyes were much older. So are we even for Simon now, Shadow Hunter? Jace gunned the bike, turning it toward the river.
We'll never be even, bloodsucker. But at least this is a start.
Jace hadn't ridden a cycle since the weather had changed, and he was caught short by the icy wind that arced off the river, piercing his thin jacket and the denim of his jeans with dozens of ice-tipped needles of cold. Jace shivered, glad that at least he had worn leather gloves to protect his hands. Though the sun had just gone down, the world already seemed bleached of color. The river was the color of steel, the sky gray as a dove, the horizon a thick black painted line in the distance. Lights winked and glittered along the spans of the Williamsburg and Manhattan bridges. The air tasted of snow, though winter was months away. The last time he'd flown over the river, Clary had been with him, her arms around him and her small hands bunched in the material of his jacket. He hadn't been cold then. He banked the cycle viciously and felt it lurch sideways. He thought he saw his own shadow flung against the water, tilted crazily to the side. As he righted himself, he saw it, a ship with black metal sides, unmarked and almost lightless. Its prow a narrow blade scything the water ahead. It reminded him of a shark, lean and quick and deadly. He braked and drifted carefully downward, soundless, a leaf caught in a tide. He didn't feel as if he were falling, more as if the ship were lifting itself to meet him, buoyed on a rising current. The wheels of the cycle touched down onto the deck and he glided slowly to a stop. There was no need to cut the engine. He swung his legs off the cycle and its rumble subsided to a growl, then a purr, then silence. When he glanced back at it, it looked a little as if it were glowering at him, like an unhappy dog after being told to stay. He grinned at it. "I'll be back for you," he said. "I've got to check out this boat first." There was a lot to check out. He was standing on a wide deck, the water to his left. Everything was painted black. The deck, the metal guardrail that encircled it, even the windows in the long, narrow cabin were blacked out. The boat was bigger than he'd expected it to be, probably the length of a football field, maybe more. It wasn't like any ship he'd ever seen before. Too big to be a yacht, too small to be a naval vessel, and he'd never seen a ship where everything was painted black. Jace wondered where his father had gotten it. Leaving the bike, he started a slow circuit around the deck. The clouds had cleared and the stars shone down, impossibly bright. He could see the city illuminated on both sides of him as if he stood in an empty, narrow-walled passage made of light. His boots echoed hollowly against the deck. He wondered suddenly if Valentine was even here. Jace had rarely been anywhere that seemed so thoroughly deserted. He paused for a moment at the bow of the boat, looking out over the river that sliced between Manhattan and Long Island like a scar. The water was churned to gray peaks, lashed with silver along their tops, and a strong and steady wind was blowing, the kind of wind that blew only across water. He stretched his arms out and let the wind take his jacket and blow it back like wings, whip his hair across his face, sting his eyes to tears. There had been a lake by the manor house in Idris. His father had taught him to sail on it, taught him the language of wind and water, of buoyancy and air. "All men should know how to sail," he had said. It was one of the few times he'd ever spoken like that, saying all men and not all shadow hunters. It was a brief reminder that whatever else Jace might be, he was still part of the human race. Turning away from the bow with his eyes stinging, Jace saw a door set into the wall of the cabin between two blacked-out windows. Crossing the deck quickly, he tried the handle. It was locked. With his stele, he carved a quick set of opening runes into the metal and the door swung open, the hinges shrieking in protest and shedding red flakes of rust. Jace ducked under the low doorway and found himself in a dimly lit metal stairwell. The air smelled of rust and disuse. He took another step forward and the door shut behind him with an echoing metallic slam, plunging him into darkness. He swore, feeling for the witchlight runestone in his pocket. His gloves felt suddenly clunky, his fingers stiff with cold. He was colder inside than he had been out on the deck. The air was like ice. He drew his hand out of his pocket, shivering, and not just from the temperature. The hair along the back of his neck was prickling, his every nerve screaming. Something was wrong. He raised the runestone and it flared into light, making his eyes water even more. Through the blur, he saw the slender figure of a girl standing in front of him, her hands clasped across her chest, her hair a splash of red color against the black metal all around them. His hand shook, scattering leaping darts of witchlight as if a host of fireflies had risen out of the darkness below. Clary? She stared at him, white-faced, her lips trembling. Questions died in his throat. What was she doing here? How had she gotten to the ship? A spasm of terror gripped him, worse than any fear he'd ever felt for himself. Something was wrong with her, with Clary. He took a step forward just as she moved her hands away from her chest and held them out to him. They were sticky with blood. Blood covered the front of her white dress like a scarlet bib. He caught her with one arm as she sagged forward. He nearly dropped the witchlight as her weight fell against him. He could feel the beat of her heart, the brush of her soft hair against his chin, so familiar. The scent of her was different, though. That scent he associated with Clary, a mix of floral soap and clean cotton, was gone. He smelled only blood and metal. Her head tilted back, her eyes rolling up to the whites. The wild beating of her heart was slowing, stopping. No! He shook her, hard enough that her head rolled against his arm. Clary, wake up! He shook her again, and this time her lashes fluttered. He felt his relief like a sudden cold sweat, and then her eyes were open, but they were no longer green. They were an opaque and glowing white. White and blinding as headlights on a dark road, white as the clamoring noise inside his own mind. I've seen those eyes before, he thought. And then darkness surged up over him like a wave, bringing silence with it. There were holes punched into the darkness, glimmering dots of light against shadow. Jace closed his eyes, trying to calm his own breathing. There was a coppery taste in his mouth like blood, and he could tell that he was lying on a cold metal surface and that the chill was seeping through his clothes and into his skin. He counted backward from 100 inside his head until his breathing slowed. Then he opened his eyes again. The darkness was still there, but it had resolved itself into familiar night sky punctuated by stars. He was on the deck of the ship, flat on his back in the shadow of the Brooklyn Bridge, which loomed at the ship's bow like a gray mountain of metal and stone. He groaned and lifted himself onto his elbows, then froze as he became aware of another shadow, this one recognizably human, leaning over him. "That was a nasty knock to the head you got," said the voice that haunted his nightmares. "How do you feel?" Jace sat up and immediately regretted it as his stomach lurched. If he'd eaten anything in the past 10 hours, he was fairly sure he would have thrown it up. As it was, the sour taste of bile flooded his mouth. "I feel like hell." Valentine smiled. He was sitting on a stack of empty flattened boxes, wearing a neat gray suit and tie, as if he were seated behind the elegant mahogany desk at the Wayland Manor House in Idris. "I have another obvious question for you. How did you find me?" "I tortured it out of your round demon," said Jace. "You're the one who taught me where they keep their hearts. I threatened it, and it told me. Well, they're not very bright, but it managed to tell me it had come from a ship on the river. I looked up and saw the shadow of your boat on the water. It told me you'd summoned it too, but I already knew that." "I see." Valentine seemed to be hiding a smile. "Next time you should at least tell me you're coming before you drop by. It would save you a nasty run-in with my guards." "Guards?" Jace propped himself against the cold metal railing and took in deep breaths of clean, cold air. "You mean demons, don't you? You used the sword to summon them." "I don't deny that," Valentine said. "Lucian's beasts shattered my army of Forsaken, and I had neither time nor inclination to create more. Now that I have the mortal sword, I no longer need them. I have others." Jace thought of Clary, bloody and dying in his arms. He put a hand to his forehead. It was cool where the metal railing had touched it.
"That thing in the stairwell," he said.
It wasn't Clary, was it?
"Clary?"
Valentine sounded mildly surprised.
"Is that what you saw?" "Why wouldn't it be what I saw?"
Jace struggled to keep his voice flat, nonchalant. He wasn't unfamiliar or uncomfortable with secrets, either his own or other people's, but his feelings for Clary were something he had told himself he could bear only if he did not look at them too closely. But this was Valentine. He looked at everything closely, studying it, analyzing in what way it could be turned to his advantage. In that way, he reminded Jace of the Queen of the Seelie Court, cool, menacing, calculating.
"What you encountered in the stairwell," Valentine said, "was Agramon, the demon of fear. Agramon takes the form of whatever most terrifies you. When it is done feeding on your terror, it kills you, presuming you are still alive at that point. Most men and women die of fear before that. You are to be congratulated for holding out as long as you did."
Agramon? Jace was astonished. That's a greater demon. Where did you get a hold of that?
"I paid a young and hubristic warlock to summon it for me. He thought that if the demon remained inside his pentagram, he could control it. Unfortunately for him, his greatest fear was that a demon he summoned would break the wards of the pentagram and attack him, and that's exactly what happened when Agramon came through."
"So that's how he died," Jace said.
"How who died?"
"The warlock," Jace said. "His name was Elias. He was 16. But you knew that, didn't you? The ritual of infernal conversion." Valentine laughed.
"You have been busy, haven't you? So you know why I sent those demons to Lucian's house, don't you?"
"You wanted Maya," said Jace. "Because she's a werewolf child. You need her blood."
"I sent the Dravak demons to spy out what there was to see at Lucian's and report back to me," Valentine said. "Lucian killed one of them, but when the other reported the presence of a young lycanthrope."
"You sent the Realm demons to take her." Jace felt suddenly very tired. "Because Luke is fond of her and you wanted to hurt him if you could." He paused and then said in a measured tone,
"Which is pretty low, even for you."
For a moment, a spark of anger lit Valentine's eyes. Then he threw his head back and roared with mirth.
"I admire your stubbornness. It's so much like mine."
He got to his feet then and held a hand out for Jace to take.
"Come, walk around the deck with me. There's something I want to show you."
Jace wanted to spurn the offered hand, but wasn't sure, considering the pain in his head, that he could make it to his feet unaided. Besides, it was probably better not to anger his father so soon. Whatever Valentine might say about prizing Jace's rebelliousness, he had never had much patience with disobedient behavior. Valentine's hand was cool and dry, his grip oddly reassuring. When Jace was on his feet, Valentine released his hold and drew a stele out of his pocket.
"Let me take those injuries away," he said, reaching out for his son.
Jace drew away, after a second's hesitation that Valentine would surely have noticed. "I don't want your help." Valentine put the stele away.
"As you like."
He began to walk, and Jace after a moment followed him, jogging to catch up. He knew his father well enough to know he would never turn around to see if Jace had pursued him, but would just expect that he had and begin talking accordingly. He was right. By the time Jace reached his father's side, Valentine had already started speaking. He had his hands loosely clasped behind his back and moved with an easy, careless grace, unusual in a big, broad-shouldered man. He leaned forward as he walked, almost as if he were striding into a heavy wind.
"If I recall correctly," Valentine was saying, "you are in fact familiar with Milton's Paradise Lost?"
"You only made me read it 10 or 15 times, said Jace. "It's better to reign in hell than serve in heaven, etc., and so on."
"Non serviam," said Valentine. "I will not serve. It's what Lucifer had inscribed upon his banner when he rode with his host of rebel angels against a corrupt authority."
"What's your point, that you're on the devil's side?"
"Some say Milton was on the devil's side himself. His Satan is certainly a more interesting figure than his God."
They had nearly reached the front of the ship.
He stopped and leaned against the guardrail. Jace joined him there. They had passed the bridges of the East River and were heading out into the open water between Staten Island and Manhattan. The lights of the downtown financial district shimmered like witchlight on the water. The sky was powdered with diamond dust, and the river hid its secrets under a slick black sheet, broken here and there with a silvery flash that could have been a fish's tail or a mermaid's. My city, Jace thought, experimentally. But the words still brought to mind Alicante and its crystal towers, not the skyscrapers of Manhattan. After a moment, Valentine said, "Why are you here, Jonathan? I wondered after I saw you in the Bone City if your hatred for me was implacable. I had nearly given up on you." His tone was level, as it almost always was, but there was something in it. Not vulnerability, but at least a sort of genuine curiosity, as if he had realized that Jace was capable of surprising him. Jace looked out at the water. "The Queen of the Sealy Court wanted me to ask you a question," he said. "She told me to ask you what blood runs in my veins." Surprise passed over Valentine's face like a hand smoothing away all expression. "You spoke with the Queen?" Jace said nothing. "It is the way of the folk. Everything, they say, has more than one meaning. Tell her, if she asks again, that the blood of the angel runs in your veins." "And in every shadow hunter's veins," said Jace, disappointed. He'd hoped for a better answer. "You wouldn't lie to the Queen of the Sealy Court, would you?" Valentine's tone was short. "No. And you wouldn't come here just to ask me that ridiculous question. Why are you really here, Jonathan?" "I had to talk to someone." He wasn't as good at controlling his voice as his father was. He could hear the pain in it, like a bleeding wound just under the surface. "The Lightwoods. I'm nothing but trouble for them. Luke must hate me by now. The Inquisitor wants me dead. I did something to hurt Alec, and I'm not even sure what." "And your sister?" Valentine said. "What about Clarissa?" "Why do you have to ruin everything?" Clary had said. "She's not too pleased with me either." He hesitated. "I remembered what you said at the Bone City, that you never got a chance to tell me the truth. I don't trust you," he added. "I want you to know that. But I thought I'd give you the chance to tell me why." "You have to ask me more than why, Jonathan." There was a note in his father's voice that startled Jace, a fierce humility that seemed to temper Valentine's pride, as steel might be tempered by fire. "There are so many whys. Why did you kill the Silent Brothers? Why did you take the Mortal Sword? What are you planning? Why wasn't the Mortal Cup enough for you?" Jace caught himself before he could ask any more questions. "Why did you leave me a second time? Why did you tell me I wasn't your son anymore, then come back for me anyway?" "You know what I want. The Clave is hopelessly corrupt and must be destroyed and built again. Idris must be freed from the influence of the degenerate races, and Earth made proof against the demonic threat." "Yeah, about that demonic threat." Jace glanced around as if he half expected to see the black shadow of Agramon hulking toward him. "I thought you hated demons. Now you use them like servants. The Ravener, the Drevak demons, Agramon, they're your employees. Guards, butler, personal chef for all I know." Valentine tapped his fingers on the railing. "I'm no friend to demons," he said. "I am Nephilim, no matter how much I might think the Covenant is useless and the law fraudulent. A man doesn't have to agree with his government to be a patriot, does he? It takes a true patriot to dissent, to say he loves his country more than he cares for his own place in the social order. I've been vilified for my choice, forced into hiding, banished from Idris, but I will always be, Nephilim. I can't change the blood in my veins if I wish to, and I don't." "I do," Jace thought of Clary. He glanced down at the dark water again, knowing it wasn't true. To give up the hunt, the kill, the knowledge of one's own soaring speed and sure abilities, it was impossible. He was a warrior. He could be nothing else. "Do you?" Valentine asked. Jace looked away quickly, wondering if his father could read his face. It had been just the two of them alone for so many years. He'd known his father's face better than his own once. Valentine was the one person from whom he felt he could never hide what he was feeling, or the first person at least. Sometimes he felt as if Clary could look right through him, as if he were glass. "No," he said. "I don't." "You're a shadow hunter forever?" "I am," Jace said. "In the end, what you made me." "Good," said Valentine. "That's what I wanted to hear." He leaned back against the railing, looking up at the night sky. There was gray in his silvery white hair. Jace had never noticed it before. "This is a war," Valentine said. "The only question is, what side will you fight on?" "I thought we were all on the same side. I thought it was us against the demon worlds." "If only it could be. Don't you understand that if I felt that the Clave had the best interests of this world at heart, if I thought they were doing the best job they possibly could, by the angel, why would I fight them? What reason would I have?" Power, Jace thought, but he said nothing. He was no longer sure what to say, much less what to believe. "If the Clave goes on as they are," Valentine said, "the demons will see their weakness and attack. And the Clave, distracted by their endless courting of the degenerate races, will be in no condition to fight them off. The demons will attack, and they will destroy, and there will be nothing left." The degenerate races. The words carried an uncomfortable familiarity. They recalled Jace's childhood to him, in a way that was not entirely unpleasant. When he thought of his father and of Idris, it was always the same blurred memory of hot sunshine burning down on the green lawns in front of their country house, and of a big, dark, broad-shouldered figure leaning down to lift him off the grass and carry him inside. He must have been very young then, and he had never forgotten it, not the way the grass had smelled, green and bright and newly cut, or the way the sun had turned his father's hair to a white halo, nor the feeling of being carried, of being safe. "Luke," Jace said with some difficulty. "Luke isn't a degenerate. Lucian is different. He was a shadow hunter once." Valentine's tone was flat and final. "This isn't about specific downworlders, Jonathan. This is about the survival of every living creature in this world. The angel chose the Nephilim for a reason. We are the best of this world, and we are meant to save it. We are the closest thing that exists in this world to gods, and we must use that power to save this world from destruction, whatever the cost to us." Jace leaned his elbows on the railing. It was cold here. The icy wind cut through his clothes, and the tips of his fingers were numb. But in his mind, he saw green hills and blue water and the honey-colored stones of the Wayland Manor House. "In the old tale," he said, "Satan said to Adam and Eve, 'You shall be as gods,' when he tempted them into sin, and they were cast out of the garden because of it." There was a pause before Valentine laughed. He said, "See, that's what I need you for, Jonathan. You keep me from the sin of pride." "There are all sorts of sins." Jace straightened up and turned to face his father. "You didn't answer my question about the demons, Father. How can you justify summoning them, associating with them? Do you plan to send them against the Clave?" "Of course I do," said Valentine without hesitation, without a moment's pause to consider whether it might be wise to reveal his plans to someone who might share them with his enemies. Nothing could have shaken Jace more than to realize how sure his father was of success. "The Clave won't yield to reason, only to force. I tried to build an army of Forsaken. With the cup, I could create an army of new shadow hunters, but that will take years. I don't have years. We, the human race, don't have years. With the sword, I can call to me an obedient army of demons. They will serve me as tools, do whatever I demand. They will have no choice. And when I am done with them, I will command them to destroy themselves, and they will do it." His voice was emotionless. Jace was gripping the railing so hard that his fingers had begun to ache. "You can't slaughter every shadow hunter who opposes you. That's murder." "I won't have to. When the Clave sees the power arrayed against them, they'll surrender. They're not suicidal. And there are those among them who support me." There was no arrogance in Valentine's voice, only a calm certainty. "They will step forward when the time comes." "I think you're underestimating the Clave." Jace tried to make his voice steady. I don't think you understand how much they hate you. Hate is nothing when weighed against survival.
Valentine's hand went to his belt, where the hilt of the sword gleamed dully.
But don't take my word for it. I told you there was something I wanted to show you. Here it is.
He drew the sword from its sheath and held it out to Jace. Jace had seen Malartech before in the Bone City, hanging on the wall in the Pavilion of the Speaking Stars, and he had seen the hilt of it protruding from Valentine's shoulder sheath, but he'd never really examined it up close. The Angel's Sword. It was a dark, heavy silver, glimmering with a dull sheen. Light seemed to move over and through it as if it were made of water. In its hilt bloomed a fiery rose of light. Jace spoke through his dry mouth.
Very nice. I want you to hold it.
Valentine presented the sword to his son, the way he'd always taught him, hilt first. The sword seemed to shimmer blackly in the starlight. Jace hesitated.
I don't... Take it.
Valentine pressed it into his hand. The moment Jace's fingers closed around the grip, a spear of light shot up the hilt of the sword and down the core of it into the blade. He looked quickly to his father, but Valentine was expressionless. A dark pain spread up Jace's arm and through his chest. It wasn't that the sword was heavy, it wasn't. It was that it seemed to want to pull him downward, to drag him through the ship, through the green ocean water, through the fragile crust of the earth itself. Jace felt as if the breath were being torn out of his lungs. He flung his head up and looked around, and saw that the night had changed. A glimmering net of thin gold wires had been flung across the sky, and the stars shone down through it, bright as nail heads hammered into the darkness. Jace saw the curve of the world as it slipped away from him, and for a moment was struck by the beauty of it all. Then the night sky seemed to crack open like a glass, and pouring through the shards came a horde of dark shapes, humped and twisted, gnarled and faceless, howling out a soundless scream that seared the inside of his mind. Icy wind burned him as six-legged horses hurtled past, their hooves striking bloody sparks from the deck of the ship. The things that rode them were indescribable. Overhead, eyeless, leathery-winged creatures circled, screeching and dripping a venomous green slime. Jace bent over the railing, retching uncontrollably, the sword still gripped in his hand. Below him, the water churned with demons like a poisonous stew. He saw spiny creatures with bloody saucer-like eyes struggling as they were dragged under by boiling masses of slippery black tentacles. A mermaid caught in the grip of a 10-legged water spider screamed hopelessly as it sank its fangs into her thrashing tail, its red eyes glittering like beads of blood. The sword fell from Jace's hand and clattered to the deck. Abruptly, the sound and spectacle were gone, and the night was silent. He hung tightly to the railing, staring down at the sea below in disbelief. It was empty, its surface ruffled only by wind. "What was that?" Jace whispered. His throat felt rough, as if it had been scraped with sandpaper. He looked wildly at his father, who had bent to retrieve the soul sword from the deck where Jace had dropped it. "Are those the demons you've already called?"
"No."
Valentine slid Malartech into its sheath.
"Those are the demons that have been drawn to the edges of this world by the sword. I brought my ship to this place because the wards are thin here. What you saw is my army, waiting on the other side of the wards, waiting for me to call them to my side."
His eyes were grave.
"Do you still think the Clave won't capitulate?"
Jace closed his eyes and said, "Not all of them. Not the Lightwoods."
"You could convince them. If you stand with me, I swear no harm will come to them."
The darkness behind Jace's eyes began to turn red. He had been imagining the ashes of Valentine's old house, the blackened bones of the grandparents he'd never met. Now he saw other faces. Alex, Isabel's, Max's, Clary's. "I've done so much to hurt them already," he whispered. "Nothing else must happen to any of them. Nothing."
"Of course. I understand."
And Jace realized to his astonishment that Valentine did understand, that somehow he saw what no one else seemed to be able to understand.
"You think it is your fault, all the harm that has befallen your friends, your family."
"It is my fault."
"You're right. It is."
At that,
Jace looked up in absolute astonishment. Surprise at being agreed with battled with horror and relief in equal measures. Is it? The harm is not deliberate, of course, but you are like me. We poison and destroy everything we love. There is a reason for that. What reason? Valentine glanced up at the sky. We are meant for a higher purpose, you and I. The distractions of the world are just that, distractions. If we allow ourselves to be turned aside from our course by them, we are duly punished. And our punishment is visited on everyone we care about? That seems a little hard on them. Fate is never fair. You are caught in a current much stronger than you are, Jonathan. Struggle against it, and you'll drown not just yourself, but those who try to save you. Swim with it, and you'll survive. Clary? No harm will come to your sister if you join with me. I will go to the ends of the earth to protect her. I will bring her to Idris, where nothing can happen to her. I promise you that. Alec? Isabel? Max? The Lightwood children also will have my protection. Jace said softly, Luke? Valentine hesitated, then said, All your friends will be protected. Why can't you believe me, Jonathan? This is the only way that you can save them, I swear it. Jace couldn't speak. Inside him, the cold of fall battled with the memory of summer. Have you made your decision? Valentine said. Jace couldn't see him, but he could hear the finality in the question. He even sounded eager. Jace opened his eyes. The starlight was a white burst against his irises. For a moment he could see nothing else. He said, Yes, Father. I've made my decision. Part 3. Day of Wrath. Chapter 14. Fearless. When Clary awoke, light was streaming in through the windows, and there was a sharp pain in her left cheek. Rolling over, she saw that she'd fallen asleep on her sketch pad, and the corner of it had been digging into her face. She'd also dropped her pen onto the duvet, and there was a black stain spreading across the cloth. With a groan, she sat up, rubbed her cheek ruefully, and went in search of a shower. The bathroom showed telltale signs of the activities of the night before. There were bloody cloths shoved into the trash, and a smear of dried blood across the sink. With a shudder, Clary ducked into the shower with a bottle of grapefruit body wash, determined to scrub away her lingering feelings of unease. Afterward, wrapped in one of Luke's robes and with a towel around her damp hair, she pushed the bathroom door open to discover Magnus lurking on the other side, clutching a towel in one hand and his glittery hair in the other. He must have slept on it, she thought, because one side of the glittered spikes looked dented in. Why does it take girls so long to shower? He demanded. Mortal girls, shadow hunters, female warlocks, you're all the same. I'm not getting any younger waiting out here. Clary stepped aside to let him pass. How old are you, anyway? She asked curiously. Magnus winked at her. I was alive when the Dead Sea was just a lake that was feeling a little poorly. Clary rolled her eyes. Magnus made a shooing motion. Now move your petite behind. I need to get in there. My hair is a wreck. Don't use up all my body wash. It's expensive, Clary told him, and headed into the kitchen, where she rooted around for some filters and plugged in the Mr. Coffee machine. The familiar burble of the percolator and the smell of coffee damped down her feeling of unease. As long as there was coffee in the world, how bad could things be? She headed back to the bedroom to get dressed. 10 minutes later, in jeans and a blue and green striped sweater, she was in the living room shaking Luke awake. He sat up with a groan, his hair rumpled and his face creased with sleep. How are you feeling? Clary asked, handing him a chipped mug full of steaming coffee. Better now. Luke glanced down at the torn fabric of his shirt. The edges of the tear were stained with blood. Where's Maya? She's asleep in your room, remember? You said she could have it. Clary perched on the arm of the sofa. Luke rubbed at his shadowed eyes. I don't remember last night all that well, he admitted. I remember going out to the truck and not much after that. There were more demons hiding outside. They attacked you. Jace and I took care of them. More Dravak demons? No. Clary spoke with reluctance. Jace called them Raum demons. Raum demons? Luke sat up straight. That's serious stuff. Drevak demons are dangerous pests, but the realm...
It's all right, Clary told him. We got rid of them.
You got rid of them, or Jace did?
Clary, I don't want you. It wasn't like that. She shook her head. It was like...
Wasn't Magnus around? Why didn't he go with you? Luke interrupted, clearly upset.
I was healing you, that's why, Magnus said, coming into the living room smelling strongly of grapefruit. His hair was wrapped in a towel, and he was dressed in a blue satin tracksuit with silver stripes down the side.
Where is the gratitude? I am grateful.
Luke looked as if he were both angry and trying not to laugh at the same time.
It's just that if anything had happened to Clary...
You would have died if I'd gone out there with them, Magnus said, flopping down into a chair. And then Clary would have been a lot worse off. She and Jace handled the demons just fine on their own, didn't you? He turned to Clary. She squirmed. You see, that's just it. What's just it? It was Maya, still in the clothes she'd worn the night before, with one of Luke's big flannel shirts thrown over her t-shirt. She moved stiffly across the room and sat down gingerly in a chair. Is that coffee I smell? She asked hopefully, wrinkling her nose. Honestly, Clary thought, it was hardly fair for a werewolf to be curvy and pretty. She ought to be big in her suit, possibly with hair coming out of her ears. And this, Clary added silently, is exactly why I don't have any female friends and spend all my time with Simon. I've got to get a grip. She rose to her feet. You want me to get you some? Sure, Maya nodded. Milk and sugar, she called as Clary left the room. But by the time she was back from the kitchen, steaming mug in hand, the werewolf girl was frowning. I don't really remember what happened last night, she said, but there's something about Simon, something that's bothering me. Well, you did try to kill him, Clary said, settling back onto the arm of the sofa. Maybe that's it? Maya paled, staring down into her coffee. I'd forgotten. He's a vampire now. She looked up at Clary. I didn't mean to hurt him. I was just... Yes? Clary raised her eyebrows. Just what? Maya's face went a slow, dark red. She set her coffee down on the table beside her. You might want to lie down, Magnus advised. I find that helps when the crushing sense of horrible realization sets in. Maya's eyes filled suddenly with tears. Clary looked toward Magnus in horror. He looked equally shocked, she noticed. And then to Luke. Do something, she hissed at him under her breath. Magnus might be a warlock who could heal fatal injuries with a flash of blue fire, but Luke was hands down the top choice between the two for dealing with crying teenage girls. Luke began to kick back his blanket in preparation for rising. But before he could get to his feet, the front door banged open and Jace came in, followed by Alec, who was carrying a white box. Magnus hastily pulled the towel off his head and dropped it behind the armchair. Without the gel and glitter, his hair was dark and straight, halfway to his shoulders. Clary's eyes went immediately to Jace, as they always did. She couldn't help it, but at least no one else seemed to notice. Jace looked strung up, wired and tense, but also exhausted, his eyes ringed with gray. His eyes slid over her without expression and landed on Maya, who was still weeping soundlessly and didn't seem to have heard them come in. Everyone in a good mood, I see, he observed. Keeping up morale? Maya rubbed at her eyes. Crap, she muttered. I hate crying in front of shadow hunters. So go cry in another room, Jace said, his voice devoid of warmth. We certainly don't need you sniveling in here while we're talking, do we? Jace, Luke began warningly. But Maya had already gotten to her feet and stalked out of the room through the kitchen door. Clary turned on Jace. Talking? We weren't talking. But we will be, Jace said, flopping down onto the piano bench and stretching out his long legs. Magnus wants to shout at me, don't you, Magnus? Yes, Magnus said, tearing his eyes away from Alec long enough to scowl. Where the hell were you? I thought I was clear with you that you were to stay in the house. I thought he didn't have a choice, Clary said. I thought he had to stay where you are, because of magic. Normally, yes, Magnus said crossly, but last night, after everything I did, my magic was depleted. Depleted? Yes. Magnus looked angrier than ever. Even the High Warlock of Brooklyn doesn't have inexhaustible resources.
I'm only human. Well, he amended, half human anyway. But you must have known your resources were depleted, Luke said, not unkindly. Didn't you? Yes, and I made the little bastard swear to stay in the house. Magnus glared at Jace. Now I know what your much vaunted Shadowhunter vows are worth. You need to know how to make me swear properly, Jace said, unfazed. Only an oath on the angel has any meaning. It's true, Alex said. It was the first thing he'd said since they'd come into the house. Of course it's true. Jace picked up Maya's untouched mug of coffee and took a sip. He made a face. Sugar. Where were you all night anyway? Magnus asked, his voice sour. With Alec? I couldn't sleep, so I went for a walk, Jace said. When I got back, I bumped into this sad bastard mooning around the porch. He pointed at Alec. Magnus brightened. Were you there all night? He asked Alec. No, Alec said. I went home and then came back. I'm wearing different clothes, aren't I? Look. Everyone looked. Alec was wearing a dark sweater and jeans, which was exactly what he'd been wearing the day before. Clary decided to give him the benefit of the doubt. What's in the box? She asked. Oh, Alec looked at the box as if he'd forgotten it. Donuts, actually. He opened the box and set it down on the coffee table. Does anyone want one? Everyone, as it turned out, wanted a donut. Jace wanted two. After downing the Boston cream that Clary brought him, Luke seemed moderately revitalized. He kicked the blanket the rest of the way off and sat up against the back of the couch. There's one thing I don't get, he said. Just one thing? You're way ahead of the rest of us, said Jace. The two of you went out after me when I didn't come back to the house, Luke said, looking from Clary to Jace. 3 of us, Clary said. Simon came with. Luke looked pained. Fine, the 3 of you. There were 2 demons, but Clary says you killed neither of them. So what happened? I would have killed mine, but it ran off, Jace said. Otherwise... But why would it do that? Alec inquired. 2 of them, 3 of you? Maybe it felt outnumbered? No offense to anyone involved, but the only one among you who seems formidable is Jace, Magnus said. An untrained shadow hunter and a scared vampire? I think it might have been me, Clary said. I think maybe I scared it off. Magnus blinked. Didn't I just say... I don't mean I scared it off because I'm so terrifying, Clary said. I think it was this. She raised her hand, turning it so that they could see the mark on her inner arm. There was a sudden quiet. Jace looked at her steadily, then away. Alec blinked, and Luke looked astounded. I've never seen that mark before, he said finally. Has anyone else? No, Magnus said, but I don't like it. I'm not sure what it is or what it means, Clary said, lowering her arm, but it doesn't come from the Grey Book. All runes come from the Grey Book. Jace's voice was firm. Not this one, Clary said. I saw it in a dream. In a dream? Jace looked as furious as if she were personally insulting him. What are you playing at, Clary? I'm not playing at anything. Don't you remember when we were in the Seelie Court? Jace looked as if she had hit him. Clary went on quickly before he could say anything. And the Seelie Queen told us we were experiments? That Valentine had done things to us to make us different, special? She told me that mine was the gift of words that cannot be spoken, and yours was the angel's own gift? That was fairy nonsense. Fairies don't lie, Jace. Words that cannot be spoken. She meant runes. Each has a different meaning, but they're meant to be drawn, not said aloud. She went on, ignoring his doubtful look. Remember when you asked me how I'd gotten into your cell in the Silent City? I told you I just used a regular opening rune. Was that all you did? Alec looked surprised. I got there just after you did, and it looked like someone had ripped that door off its hinges. And my rune didn't just unlock the door, Clary said. It unlocked everything inside the cell, too. It broke Jace's manacles open. She took a breath. I think the Queen meant I can draw runes that are more powerful than ordinary runes, and maybe even create new ones. Jace shook his head. No one can create new runes. Maybe she can, Jace. Alec sounded thoughtful. It's true, none of us have ever seen that mark on her arm before. Alec's right, Luke said. Clary, why don't you go and get your sketchbook?
She looked at him in some surprise. His gray blue eyes were tired, a little sunken, but held the same steadiness they'd held when she was 6 years old, and he'd promised her that if she climbed the jungle gym in the Prospect Park playground, he'd always be standing underneath it to catch her if she fell. And he always had been. Okay, she said. I'll be right back. To get to the spare bedroom, Clary had to cross through the kitchen, where she found Maya seated on a stool pulled up to the counter looking miserable. Clary, she said, jumping down from the stool, can I talk to you for a second? I'm just going to my room to get something. Look, I'm sorry about what happened with Simon. I was delirious. Oh yeah? What happened to all that werewolves are destined to hate vampires business? Maya blew out an exasperated breath. We are, but I guess I don't have to hurry the process along. Don't explain it to me. Explain it to Simon. Maya flushed again, her cheeks turning dark red. I doubt he'll want to talk to me. He might. He's pretty forgiving. Maya looked at her more closely. Not that I want to pry, but are you two going out? Clary felt herself start to flush and thanked her freckles for providing at least some cover-up. Why do you want to know? Maya shrugged. The first time I met him, he referred to you as his best friend, but the second time he called you his girlfriend. I wondered if it was an on-off thing. Sort of. We were friends first. It's a long story. I see. Maya's blush had vanished and her tough girl smirk was back on her face. Well, you're lucky, that's all. Even if he is a vampire now. You must be pretty used to all sorts of weird stuff being a shadow hunter, so I bet it doesn't faze you. It fazes me, Clary said, more sharply than she'd intended. I'm not Jace. The smirk widened. No one is, and I get the feeling he knows it. What's that supposed to mean? Oh, you know. Jace reminds me of an old boyfriend. Some guys look at you like they want sex. Jace looks at you like you've already had sex, it was great, and now you're just friends, even though you want more. Drives girls crazy, you know what I mean? Yes, Clary thought. No, she said. I guess you wouldn't, being a sister. You'll have to take my word on it. I have to go. Clary was almost out the kitchen door when something occurred to her and she turned around. What happened to him? Maya blinked. What happened to who? The old boyfriend, the one Jace reminds you of. Oh, Maya said. He's the one who turned me into a werewolf. All right, I got it, Clary said, coming back into the living room with her sketch pad in one hand and a box of Prismacolor pencils in the other. She pulled a chair out from the little-used dining room table. Luke always ate in the kitchen or in his office, and the table was covered in paper and old bills, and sat down, sketch pad in front of her. She felt as if she were taking a test at art school. Draw this apple. What do you want me to do? What do you think? Jace was still sitting on the piano bench, his shoulders slumped forward. He looked as if he hadn't slept all night. Alec was leaning against the piano behind him, probably because it was as far away from Magnus as he could get. Jace, that's enough. Luke was sitting up straight, but looked as if it were something of an effort. You said you could draw new runes, Clary. I said I thought so. Well, I'd like you to try. Now? Luke smiled faintly. Unless you've got something else in mind. Clary flipped the sketch pad to a blank page and stared down at it. Never had a sheet of paper looked quite so empty to her before. She could sense the stillness in the room, everyone watching her. Magnus with his ancient, tempered curiosity. Alec too preoccupied with his own problems to care much for hers. Luke hopefully, and Jace with a cold, frightening blankness. She remembered him saying that he wished he could hate her and wondered if someday he might succeed. She threw her pencil down. I can't just do it on command like that, not without an idea. What kind of idea? Said Luke. I mean, I don't even know what runes already exist. I need to know a meaning, a word, before I can draw a rune for it. It's hard enough for us to remember every rune, Alec began, but Jace, to Clary's surprise, cut him off. How about, he said quietly, fearless. Fearless? She echoed. There are runes for bravery, said Jace, but never anything to take away fear. But if you, as you say, can create new runes.
He glanced around and saw Alex and Luke's surprised expressions. "Look, I just remembered that there isn't one, that's all, and it seems harmless enough." Clary looked over at Luke, who shrugged. "Fine," he said. Clary took a dark gray pencil from the box and set the tip of it to the paper. She thought of shapes, lines, curlicues. She thought of the signs in the gray book, ancient and perfect, embodiments of a language too faultless for speech. A soft voice spoke inside her head. "Who are you to think you can speak the language of heaven?" The pencil moved. She was almost sure she hadn't moved it, but it slid across the paper, describing a single line. She felt her heart skip. She thought of her mother, sitting dreamily before her canvas, creating her own vision of the world in ink and oil paint. She thought, "Who am I? I am Jocelyn Frey's daughter." The pencil moved again, and this time her breath caught. She found she was whispering the word under her breath. Fearless. Fearless. The pencil looped back up, and now she was guiding it rather than being guided by it. When she was done, she set the pencil down and gazed for a moment, wonderingly at the result. The completed Fearless rune was a matrix of strongly swirling lines, a rune as bold and aerodynamic as an eagle. She tore the page free and held it up so the others could see it. "There," she said, and was rewarded by the startled look on Luke's face. So he hadn't believed her, and the fractional widening of Jace's eyes. "Cool," Alex said. Jace got to his feet and crossed the room, taking the sheet of paper out of her hand. "But does it work?" Clary wondered if he meant the question or if he was just being nasty. "What do you mean?" "I mean, how do we know it works? Right now it's just a drawing. You can't take fear away from a piece of paper. It doesn't have any to begin with. We have to try it out on one of us before we can be sure it's a real rune." "I'm not sure that's such a great idea," Luke said. "It's a fabulous idea." Jace dropped the paper back onto the table and began to slide off his jacket. "I've got a stele we can use. Who wants to do me?" "A regrettable choice of words," muttered Magnus. Luke stood up. "No," he said. "Jace, you already behave as if you've never heard the word fear. I fail to see how we're going to be able to tell the difference if it does work on you." Alex stifled what sounded like a laugh. Jace simply smiled a tight, unfriendly smile. "I've heard the word fear," he said. "I simply choose to believe it doesn't apply to me." "Exactly the problem," said Luke. "Well, why don't I try it on you then?" Clary said, but Luke shook his head. "You can't mark downworlders, Clary, not with any real effect. The demon disease that causes lycanthropy prevents the marks from taking effect." "Then, try it on me," Alex said unexpectedly. "I could do with some fearlessness." He slid his jacket off, tossed it over the piano stool, and crossed the room to stand in front of Jace. "Here, mark my arm." Jace glanced over at Clary. "Unless you think you should do it." She shook her head. "No. You're probably better at actually applying marks than I am." Jace shrugged. "Roll up your sleeve, Alec." Obediently, Alec rolled his sleeve up. There was already a permanent mark on his upper arm, an elegant scroll of lines meant to give him perfect balance. They all leaned forward, even Magnus, as Jace carefully traced the outlines of the Fearless rune on Alec's arm, just below the existing mark. Alec winced as the stele traced its burning path across his skin. When Jace was done, he slid his stele back into his pocket and stood a moment admiring his handiwork. "Well, it looks nice, at least," he announced. "Whether it works or not..." Alec touched the new mark with his fingertips, then glanced up to find everyone else in the room staring at him. "So?" Clary said. "So what?" Alec rolled his sleeve down, covering the mark. "So how do you feel? Any different?" Alec looked, considering. "Not really." Jace threw his hands up. "So it doesn't work." "Not necessarily," Luke said. "There might simply be nothing going on that might activate it. Perhaps there isn't anything here that Alec is afraid of." Magnus glanced at Alec and raised his eyebrows. "Boo," he said. Jace was grinning. "Come on, surely you've got a phobia or two. What scares you?" Alec thought for a moment. "Spiders," he said. Clary turned to Luke. "Have you got a spider anywhere?" Luke looked exasperated. "Why would I have a spider? Do I look like someone who would collect them? No offense, Jace said, but you kind of do. You know, Alec's tone was sour. Maybe this was a stupid experiment.
What about the dark? Clary suggested. We could lock you in the basement.
I'm a demon hunter, Alec said with exaggerated patience. Clearly, I am not afraid of the dark.
Well, you might be.
But I'm not. Clary was spared replying by the buzz of the doorbell. She looked over at Luke, raising her eyebrows. Simon? Couldn't be. It's daylight.
Oh, right. She'd forgotten again. Do you want me to get it?
No. He stood up with only a short grunt of pain. I'm fine. It's probably someone wondering why the bookstore's shut. He crossed the room and threw the door open. His shoulders went stiff with surprise. Clary heard the bark of a familiar, stridently angry female voice, and a moment later, Isabel and Maris Lightwood pushed past Luke and strode into the room, followed by the gray, menacing figure of the Inquisitor. Behind them was a tall and burly man, dark-haired and olive-skinned, with a thick black beard. Though it had been taken many years ago, Clary recognized him from the old photo Hodge had showed her. This was Robert Lightwood, Alec and Isabel's father. Magnus's head went up with a snap. Jace paled markedly, but showed no other emotion. And Alec stared from his sister, to his mother, to his father, and then looked at Magnus. His clear, light blue eyes darkened with a hard resolution. He took a step forward, placing himself between his parents and everyone else in the room. Maris, on seeing her eldest son in the middle of Luke's living room, did a double-take. Alec, what on earth are you doing here? I thought I made it clear that... Mother? Alec's voice as he interrupted his mother was firm, implacable, and not unkind. Father, there's something I have to tell you. He smiled at them. I'm seeing someone. Robert Lightwood looked at his son with some exasperation. Alec, he said, this is hardly the time. Yes, it is. This is important. You see, I'm not just seeing anyone. Words seemed to be pouring out of Alec in a torrent, while his parents looked on in confusion. Isabel and Magnus were staring at him with expressions of nearly identical astonishment. I'm seeing a downworlder. In fact, I'm seeing a war... Magnus's fingers moved, quick as a flash of light, in Alec's direction. There was a faint shimmer in the air around Alec, his eyes rolled up, and he dropped to the floor, felled like a tree. Alec! Maris clapped her hand to her mouth. Isabel, who had been standing closest to her brother, dropped down beside him. But Alec had already begun to stir, his eyelids fluttering open. What? Why am I on the floor? That's a good question. Isabel glowered down at her brother. What was that? What was what? Alec sat up, holding his head. A look of alarm crossed his face. Wait, did I say anything? Before I passed out, I mean? Jace snorted. You know how we were wondering if that thing Clary did would work or not? He asked. It works all right. Alec looked supremely horrified. What did I say? You said you were seeing someone, his father told him, though you weren't clear as to why that was important. It's not, Alec said. I mean, I'm not seeing anyone, and it's not important, or it wouldn't be if I was seeing someone, which I'm not. Magnus looked at him as if he were an idiot. Alec's been delirious, he said. Side effect of some demon toxins. Most unfortunate, but he'll be fine soon. Demon toxins? Maris's voice had become shrill. No one reported a demon attack to the Institute. What is going on here, Lucian? This is your house, isn't it? You know perfectly well if there's been a demon attack, you're supposed to report it. Luke was attacked too, Clary said. He's been unconscious. How convenient. Everyone's either unconscious or apparently delirious, said the Inquisitor. Her knife-like voice cut through the room, silencing everyone. Downworlder, you know perfectly well that Jonathan Morgenstern should not be in your house. He should have been locked up in the Warlock's care. I have a name, you know, Magnus said. Not, he added, seeming to think twice about interrupting the Inquisitor, that matters really. In fact, forget all about it. I know your name, Magnus Bane, said the Inquisitor. You failed in your duty once. You won't get another chance. Failed in my duty? Magnus frowned. Just by bringing the boy here? There was nothing in the contract I signed that said I couldn't bring him with me at my own discretion. That wasn't your failure, the Inquisitor said. Letting him see his father last night, that was your failure.
There was a stunned silence. Alex scrambled up off the floor, his eyes seeking out Jace's, but Jace wouldn't look at him. His face was a mask.
That's ridiculous, Luke said.
Clary had rarely seen him look so angry.
Jace doesn't even know where Valentine is. Stop hounding him.
Hounding is what I do, downworlder, said the Inquisitor. It's my job. She turned to Jace. Tell the truth now, boy, she said, and it will all be much easier. Jace raised his chin. I don't have to tell you anything. If you're innocent, why not exonerate yourself? Tell us where you really were last night. Tell us about Valentine's little pleasure boat. Clary stared at him. I went for a walk, he'd said. But that didn't mean anything. Maybe he really had gone for a walk. But her heart, her stomach felt sick. You know what the worst feeling you can have is? Simon had said. Not trusting the person you love more than anything else in the world. When Jace didn't speak, Robert Lightwood said in his deep bass voice,
Imogen, you're saying Valentine was
on a boat in the middle of the East River, said the Inquisitor. That's correct. That's why I couldn't find him, Magnus said, half to himself. All that water, it disrupted my spell.
What's Valentine doing in the middle of the river? Luke said, bewildered.
Ask Jonathan, said the Inquisitor. He borrowed a motorcycle from the head of the city's vampire clan and he flew it to the boat. Isn't that right, Jonathan? Jace said nothing. His face was unreadable. The Inquisitor, though, looked hungry, as if she were feeding off the suspense in the room. Reach into the pocket of your jacket, she said. Take out the object you've been carrying with you since you last left the Institute. Slowly, Jace did as she asked. As he drew his hand out of his pocket, Clary recognized the shimmering blue-gray object he held, the piece of the portal mirror. Give it to me. The Inquisitor snatched it out of his hand. He winced. The edge of the glass had cut him, and blood welled up along his palm. Mayrus made a soft noise but didn't move. I knew you'd return to the Institute for this, said the Inquisitor, positively gloating now. I knew your sentimentality wouldn't allow you to leave it behind.
What is it?
Robert Lightwood sounded bewildered. A bit of a portal in mirror form, said the Inquisitor. When the portal was destroyed, the image of its last destination was preserved. She turned the bit of glass over in her long, spidery fingers. In this case, the Wayland country house. Jace's eyes followed the movement of the mirror. In the bit of it Clary could see, there seemed to be a trapped piece of blue sky. She wondered if it ever rained in Idris. With a sudden violent motion at odds with her calm tone, the Inquisitor dashed the piece of mirror to the ground. It shattered instantly into powdery shards. Clary heard Jace suck his breath in, but he didn't move. The Inquisitor drew on a pair of gray gloves and knelt among the bits of mirror, sifting them through her fingers until she found what she was looking for, a single sheet of thin paper. She stood, holding it up for everyone in the room to see the thick rune written on it in black ink. I marked this paper with a tracking rune and slipped it between the bit of mirror and its backing. Then I replaced it in the boy's room. Don't feel bad for not noticing it, she said to Jace. Older heads and wiser than yours have been fooled by the clave. You've been spying on me? Jace said, and now his voice was colored with anger. Is that what the clave does? Invade the privacy of its fellow shadow hunters to... Be careful what you say to me. You are not the only one who's broken the law. The Inquisitor's chilly gaze slid around the room. In releasing you from the Silent City, in freeing you from the Warlock's control, your friends have done the same. Jace isn't our friend, said Isabel. He's our brother. I'd be careful what you say, Isabel Lightwood, said the Inquisitor. You could be considered complicit. Complicit? To everyone's surprise, it was Robert Lightwood who had spoken. The girl was just trying to keep you from shattering our family. For God's sake, Imogen, these are all just children. Children? The Inquisitor turned her icicle gaze on Robert. Just as you were children when the Circle plotted the destruction of the Clave? Just as my son was a child when he... She caught herself with a sort of gasp, as if gaining control of herself by main force.
So this is about Stephen after all, said Luke. with a sort of pity in his voice. "Imogen." The Inquisitor's face contorted. "This is not about Stephen. This is about the law." Mayrus's thin fingers twisted as her hands worked at each other. "And Jace," she said, "what's going to happen to him?" "He will return to Idris with me tomorrow," said the Inquisitor. "You've forfeited your right to know any more than that." "How can you take him back to that place?" Clary demanded. "When will he come back?" "Clary, don't," Jace said. The words were a plea, but she battled on. "Jace isn't the problem here. Valentine is the problem." "Leave it alone, Clary," Jace yelled. "For your own good, leave it alone." Clary couldn't help herself. She flinched away from him. He'd never shouted at her like that, not even when she dragged him to their mother's hospital room. She saw the look on his face as he registered her flinch and wished she could take it back somehow. Before she could say anything else, Luke's hand descended onto her shoulder. He spoke, sounding as grave as he had the night he told her the story of his life. "If the boy went to his father," he said, "knowing the kind of father Valentine was, it is because we failed him, not because he has failed us." "Save your sophistry, Lucian," said the Inquisitor. "You've gone as soft as a mundane." "She's right." Alec was sitting on the edge of the sofa, his arms crossed and his jaw set. "Jace lied to us. There's no excuse for that." Jace's jaw dropped. He'd been sure of Alec's loyalty at least, and Clary didn't blame him. Even Isabel was staring at her brother in horror. "Alec, how can you say that?" "The law is the law, Izzy," said Alec, not looking at his sister. "There's no way around that." At that, Isabel gave a little gasping cry of rage and astonishment and bolted out the front door, letting it swing open behind her. Mayrus made a move as if to follow her, but Robert drew his wife back, saying something in a low voice. Magnus got to his feet. "I do believe that's my cue to leave as well," he said. Clary noticed he was avoiding looking at Alec. "I'd say it's been nice meeting you all, but in fact, it hasn't. It's been quite awkward, and frankly, the next time I see a single one of you will be far too soon." Alec stared at the ground as Magnus stalked out of the living room and through the front door. This time it shut behind him with a bang. "Two down," said Jace with ghastly amusement. "Who's next?" "That's enough from you," said the Inquisitor. "Give me your hands." Jace held his hands out as the Inquisitor produced a stele from some hidden pocket and proceeded to trace a mark around the circumference of his wrists. When she took her hands away, Jace's wrists were crossed one over the other, bound together with what looked like a circlet of burning flames. Clary cried out, "What are you doing? You'll hurt him!" "I'm fine, little sister." Jace spoke calmly enough, but she noticed that he couldn't seem to look at her. "The flames won't burn me unless I try to get my hands free." "And as for you," the Inquisitor added and turned on Clary, much to Clary's surprise. Up until now, the Inquisitor had barely seemed to notice she was alive. "You were lucky enough to be raised by Jocelyn and escape your father's taint. Nevertheless, I'll be keeping an eye on you." Luke's grip tightened on Clary's shoulder. "Is that a threat?" "The Clave does not make threats, Lucian Greymark. The Clave makes promises and keeps them." The Inquisitor sounded almost cheerful. She was the only one in the room who could be described that way. Everyone else looked shell-shocked, except for Jace. His teeth were bared in a snarl Clary doubted he was even aware of. He looked like a lion in a trap. "Come, Jonathan," the Inquisitor said. "Walk in front of me. If you make a single move to flee, I'll put a blade between your shoulders." Jace had to struggle to turn the front doorknob with his bound hands. Clary set her teeth to keep from screaming, and then the door was open and Jace was gone, and so was the Inquisitor. The Lightwoods followed in a line, Alex still staring at the ground. The door shut behind them, and Clary and Luke were alone in the living room, silent in shared disbelief. Chapter 15. The Serpent's Tooth. "Luke," Clary began the moment the door had shut behind the Lightwoods. "What are we going to do?" Luke had his hands pressed to either side of his head as if he were keeping it from splitting in half. "Coffee," he declared. "I need coffee." "I brought you coffee." He dropped his hands and sighed. "I need more." Clary followed him into the kitchen, where he helped himself to yet more coffee before sitting down at the kitchen table and running his hands distractedly through his hair. "This is bad," he said. "Very bad." "You think?" Clary couldn't imagine drinking coffee right now. Her nerves already felt like they were stretched out as thin as wires. "What happens if they take him to Idris?" "Trial before the Clave. They'll probably find him guilty. Then punishment. He's young, so they might just strip his marks, not curse him." "What does that mean?" Luke didn't meet her eyes. "It means they'll take his marks away, unmake him as a shadow hunter, and throw him out of the Clave. He'll be a mundane." "But that would kill him. It really would. He'd rather die." "Don't you think I know that?" Luke had finished his coffee and stared morosely at the mug before setting it back down. "But that won't make any difference to the Clave. They can't get their hands on Valentine, so they'll punish his son instead." "What about me? I'm his daughter." "But you're not of their world. Jace is. Not that I don't suggest you lie low for a while yourself. I wish we could head up to the farmhouse." "We can't just leave Jace with them." Clary was appalled. "I'm not going anywhere." "Of course you aren't." Luke waved away her protest. "I said I wish we could, not that I thought we should. There's the question of what Imogen will do now that she knows where Valentine is, of course. We could find ourselves in the middle of a war." "I don't care if she wants to kill Valentine. She's welcome to Valentine. I just want to get Jace back." "That may not be so easy," said Luke, "considering that, in this case, he actually did what he's accused of doing." Clary was outraged. "What? You think he killed the Silent Brothers? You think—" "No, I don't think he killed the Silent Brothers. I think he did exactly what Imogen saw him do. He went to see his father." Remembering something, Clary asked, "What did you mean when you said we'd failed him, not the other way around? You mean you don't blame him?" "I do and I don't." Luke looked weary. "It was a stupid thing to do. Valentine isn't to be trusted. But when the Lightwoods turned their backs on him, what did they expect him to do? He's still just a child. He still needs parents. If they won't have him, he'll go looking for someone who will." "I thought maybe," said Clary, "maybe he was looking to you for that." Luke looked unutterably sad. "I thought so too, Clary. I thought so too." Very faintly, Maya could hear the sound of voices coming from the kitchen. They were done with all their shouting in the living room. Time to get out. She folded up the note she'd scribbled hastily, left it on Luke's bed, and crossed the room to the window she'd spent the past 20 minutes forcing open. Cool air spilled through it. It was one of those early fall days when the sky seemed impossibly blue and distant, and the air was faintly tinged with the smell of smoke. She scooted onto the windowsill and looked down. It would have been a worrying jump for her before she'd been changed. Now she spared only a moment's thought for her injured shoulder before leaping. She landed in a crouch on the cracked concrete of Luke's backyard. Straightening up, she glanced back at the house, but no one threw a door open or called out to her to come back. She fought down an errant stab of disappointment. It wasn't as if they'd paid that much attention to her when she was in the house, she thought, scrambling up the high chain-link fence that separated Luke's backyard from the alley. So why would they notice that she'd left it? She was clearly an afterthought, just as she'd always been. The only one of them who'd treated her as if she were of any importance was Simon. The thought of Simon made her wince as she dropped down onto the other side of the fence and jogged up the alley to Kent Avenue. She'd said to Clary that she didn't remember the previous night, but it wasn't true. She remembered the look on his face when she'd recoiled from him, as if it were imprinted on the backs of her eyelids. The strangest thing was that in that moment he had still looked human to her, more human than almost anyone she'd ever known. She crossed the street to avoid passing right in front of Luke's house. The street was nearly deserted, Brooklyners sleeping their late Sunday morning sleep. She headed toward the Bedford Avenue subway, her mind still on Simon. There was a hollow place in the pit of her stomach that ached when she thought of him. He was the first person she'd wanted to trust in years, and he'd made trusting him impossible. "Of course, if trusting him is impossible, then why are you on your way to see him right now?" came the whisper in the back of her mind that always spoke to her in Daniel's voice. "Shut up," she told it firmly. "Even if we can't be friends, I owe him an apology at least."
Someone laughed. The sound echoed off the high factory walls on her left. Her heart contracting with sudden fear, Maya whirled around, but the street behind her was empty. There was an old woman walking her dogs along the riverside, but Maya doubted she was within shouting distance. She sped up her pace anyway. She could outwalk most humans, she reminded herself, not to mention outrun them. Even in her present state, with her arm aching like someone had slammed a sledgehammer into her shoulder, it wasn't as if she'd had anything to fear from a mugger or rapist. 2 teenage boys armed with knives had tried to grab her while she was walking through Central Park one night after she'd first come to the city, and only Bat had kept her from killing them both. So why was she so panicked? She glanced behind her. The old woman was gone. Kent was empty. The old abandoned Domino sugar factory rose up in front of her. Seized by a sudden urge to get off the street, she ducked down the alley beside it. She found herself in a narrow space between 2 buildings full of garbage, discarded bottles, the skittering of rats. The roofs above her touched, blocking out the sun and making her feel as if she had ducked into a tunnel. The walls were brick, set with small, dirty windows, many of which had been smashed in by vandals. Through them she could see the abandoned factory floor and row after row of metal boilers, furnaces, and vats. The air smelled of burned sugar. She leaned against one of the walls, trying to still the pounding of her heart. She had almost succeeded in calming herself down when an impossibly familiar voice spoke to her out of the shadows. Maya? She whirled around. He was standing at the entrance to the alley, his hair lit from behind, shining like a halo around his beautiful face. Dark eyes fringed with long lashes regarded her curiously. He was wearing jeans and, despite the chill in the air, a short-sleeved t-shirt. He still looked 15. "Daniel?" she whispered. He moved toward her, his steps making no sound. "It's been a long time, little sister." She wanted to run, but her legs felt like bags of water. She pressed herself back against the wall as if she could disappear into it. "But you're dead." "And you didn't cry at my funeral, did you, Maya? No tears for your big brother?" "You were a monster," she whispered. "You tried to kill me." "Not hard enough." There was something long and sharp in his hand now, something that gleamed like silver fire in the dimness. Maya wasn't sure what it was. Her vision was blurred by terror. She slid to the ground as he moved toward her, her legs no longer able to hold her up. Daniel knelt down beside her. She could see what it was in his hand now, a snapped-off jagged edge of glass from one of the broken windows. Terror rose and broke over her like a wave, but it wasn't fear of the weapon in her brother's hand that was crushing her. It was the emptiness in his eyes. She could look into them and through them and see only darkness. "Do you remember," he said, "when I told you I'd cut out your tongue before I'd let you tattle on me to Mom and Dad?" Paralyzed with fear, she could only stare at him. Already she could feel the glass cutting into her skin, the choking taste of blood filling her mouth, and she wished she were dead, already dead. Anything was better than this horror and this dread. "Enough, Agramon." A man's voice cut through the fog in her head. Not Daniel's voice. It was soft, cultured, undeniably human. It reminded her of someone, but who? "As you wish, Lord Valentine." Daniel breathed outward, a soft sigh of disappointment, and then his face began to fade and crumble. In a moment he was gone, and with him the sense of paralyzing, bone-crushing terror that had threatened to choke the life out of her. She sucked in a desperate breath. "Good. She's breathing." The man's voice again, irritable now. "Really, Agramon, a few more seconds and she'd have been dead." Maya looked up. The man, Valentine, was standing over her, very tall, dressed all in black, even the gloves on his hands and the thick-soled boots on his feet. He used the tip of a boot now to force her chin up. His voice when he spoke was cool, perfunctory. "How old are you?" The face gazing down at hers was narrow, sharp-boned, leached of all color. His eyes black and his hair so white he looked like a photograph in negative. On the left side of his throat, just above the collar of his coat, was a spiraling mark. "You're Valentine?" she whispered. "But I thought that you—" The boot came down on her hand, sending a stab of pain shooting up her arm. She screamed. "I asked you a question," he said. "How old are you?" "How old am I?"
The pain in her hand, mixed with the acrid stench of garbage all around, made her stomach turn. "Screw you!" A bar of light seemed to leap between his fingers. He slashed it down and across her face so quickly that she didn't have time to jerk back. A hot line of pain burned its way across her cheek. She slapped a hand to her face and felt blood slick her fingers. "Now," Valentine said in the same precise and cultured voice. "How old are you?" 15. I'm 15. She sensed rather than saw him smile. Perfect. Once back at the Institute, the Inquisitor herded Jace away from the Lightwoods and up the stairs to the training room. Catching sight of himself in the long mirrors that ran along the walls, he stiffened in shock. He hadn't really looked at himself in days, and last night had been a bad one. His eyes were surrounded by black shadows, his shirt smeared with dried blood and filthy mud from the East River. His face looked hollow and drawn. "Admiring yourself?" The Inquisitor's voice cut through his reverie. "You won't look so pretty when the clave gets through with you." "You do seem obsessed with my looks." Jace turned away from the mirror with some relief. "Could it be that all this is because you're attracted to me?" "Don't be revolting." The Inquisitor had taken 4 long strips of metal from the gray pouch that hung at her waist. Angel blades. "You could be my son." "Stephen?" Jace remembered what Luke had said back at the house. "That's what he's called, right?" The Inquisitor whirled on him. The blades she gripped were vibrating with her rage. "Don't you ever say his name." For a moment, Jace wondered if she might really try to kill him. He said nothing as she got herself under control. Without looking at him, she pointed with one of the blades. "Stand there in the center of the room, please." Jace obeyed. Though he tried not to look at the mirrors, he could see his reflection, and the Inquisitor's, out of the corner of his eye. The mirrors reflecting back at each other until an infinite number of Inquisitors stood there, threatening an infinite number of Jaces. He glanced down at his bound hands. His wrists and shoulders had gone from aching to a hard, stabbing pain, but he didn't wince as the Inquisitor regarded one of the blades, named it Jophiel, and plunged it into the polished wooden floorboards at her feet. He waited, but nothing happened. "Boom," he said eventually. "Was something supposed to happen there?" "Shut up." The Inquisitor's tone was final. "And stay where you are." Jace stayed, watching with growing curiosity as she moved to his other side, named a second blade Harahel, and proceeded to drive that one into the floorboards as well. With the third blade, Sandalphon, he realized what she was doing. The first blade had been driven into the floor just south of him, the next to the east, and the next to the north. She was marking out the points of a compass. He struggled to remember what this might mean, came up with nothing. This was clearly clave ritual, beyond anything he'd been taught. By the time she reached the last blade, Tahariel, his palms were sweating, chafing where they rubbed against each other. The Inquisitor straightened, looking pleased with herself. "There." "There what?" Jace demanded, but she held a hand up. "Not quite yet, Jonathan. There's one more thing." She moved to the southernmost blade and knelt in front of it. With a quick movement, she produced a stele and marked a single dark rune into the floor just below the knife. As she rose to her feet, a high, sharp, sweet chime sounded through the room, the sound of a delicate bell being struck. Light poured from the 4 angel blades, so blinding that Jace turned his face away, half closing his eyes. When he turned back, a moment later, he saw that he was standing inside a cage whose walls looked as if they had been woven out of filaments of light. They were not static, but moving like sheets of illuminated rain. The Inquisitor was now a blurred figure behind a glowing wall. When Jace called out to her, even his voice sounded wavering and hollow, as if he were calling to her through water. "What is this? What have you done?" She laughed. Jace took an angry step forward, and then another. His shoulder brushed a glowing wall. As if he'd touched an electrified fence, the shock that pulsed through him was like a blow, knocking him off his feet. He tumbled awkwardly to the floor, unable to use his hands to break his fall. The Inquisitor laughed again. "If you try to walk through the wall, you'll get more than a shock. The clave calls this particular punishment the Malachi configuration. These walls can't be broken as long as the seraph blades remain where they are." "I wouldn't," she added. as Jace, kneeling, made a move toward the blade closest to him. "Touch the blades, and you'll die." "But you can touch them?" he said, unable to keep the loathing out of his voice. "I can, but I won't." "But what about food? Water?" "All in good time, Jonathan." He got to his feet. Through the blurred wall, he saw her turn as if to go. "But my hands!" He looked down at his bound wrists. The burning metal was eating into his skin like acid. Blood welled around the fiery manacles. "You should have thought of that before you went to see Valentine." "You're not exactly making me fear the revenge of the Council. They can't be worse than you." "Oh, you're not going to the Council," the Inquisitor said. There was a quiet calm in her tone that Jace did not like. "What do you mean I'm not going to the Council? I thought you said you were taking me to Idris tomorrow." "No, I'm planning to return you to your father." The shock of her words almost knocked him back off his feet. "My father?" "Your father. I'm planning to trade you to him for the mortal instruments." Jace stared at her. "You must be joking." "Not at all. It's simpler than a trial. Of course, you'll be banned from the Clave," she added as a sort of afterthought, "but I assume you expected that." Jace was shaking his head. "You have the wrong guy. I hope you realize that." A look of annoyance flashed across her face. "I thought we'd dispensed with your pretense of innocence, Jonathan." "I didn't mean me. I meant my father." For the first time since he'd met her, she looked confused. "I don't understand what you mean." "My father won't trade the mortal instruments for me." The words were bitter, but Jace's tone wasn't. It was matter of fact. "He'd let you kill me in front of him before he'd hand you either the sword or the cup." The Inquisitor shook her head. "You don't understand," she said, and there was a puzzling trace of resentment in her voice. "Children never do. The love a parent has for a child, there is nothing else like it. No other love so consuming. No father, not even Valentine, would sacrifice his son for a hunk of metal, no matter how powerful. You don't know my father. He'll laugh in your face and offer you some money to mail my body back to Idris." "Don't be absurd." "You're right," Jay said. "Come to think of it, he'll probably make you pay the shipping charges yourself." "I see that you're still your father's son. You don't want him to lose the mortal instruments. It would be a loss of power to you as well. You don't want to live out your life as the disgraced son of a criminal, so you'll say anything to sway my decision. But you don't fool me." "Listen." Jace's heart was pounding, but he tried to speak calmly. She had to believe him. "I know you hate me. I know you think I'm a liar like my father, but I'm telling you the truth now. My father absolutely believes in what he's doing. You think he's evil, but he thinks he's right. He thinks he's doing God's work. He won't give that up for me. You were tracking me when I went out there. You must have heard what he said." "I saw you speak to him," said the Inquisitor. "I heard nothing." Jace cursed under his breath. "Look, I'll swear any oath you want to prove I'm not lying. He's using the sword and the cup to summon demons and control them. The more you waste your time with me, the more he can build up his army. By the time you realize he won't make the trade, you'll have no chance against him." The Inquisitor turned away with a noise of disgust. "I'm tired of your lies." Jace caught his breath in disbelief as she turned her back on him and stalked toward the door. "Please," he cried. She stopped at the door and turned to look at him. Jace could only see the angular shadows of her face, the pointed chin and dark hollows at her temples. Her gray clothes vanished into the shadows so that she looked like a bodiless floating skull. "Don't think," she said, "that returning you to your father is what I want to do. It's better than Valentine Morgenstern deserves." "What does he deserve?" "To hold the dead body of his child in his arms. To see his dead son and know that there is nothing he can do. No spell, no incantation, no bargain with hell that will bring him back." She broke off. "He should know," she said in a whisper, and pushed at the door, her hands scrabbling against the wood. It shut behind her with a click, leaving Jace, his wrists burning, staring after her in confusion.
Clary hung up the phone with a frown. No answer.
Who is it you were trying to call?
Luke was on his 5th cup of coffee, and Clary was starting to worry about him. Surely there was such a thing as caffeine poisoning. He didn't seem on the verge of a fit or anything, but she surreptitiously unplugged the percolator on her way back to the table, just in case.
Simon?
No. I feel weird waking him up during the daytime, though he said it doesn't bother him as long as he doesn't have to see daylight.
So?
I was calling Isabel. I want to know what's going on with Jace.
She didn't answer?
No. Clary's stomach rumbled. She went to the refrigerator, removed a peach yogurt, and ate it mechanically, tasting nothing. She was halfway through the container when she remembered something. Maya, she said. We should check and see if she's okay. She set the yogurt down. I'll go.
No, I'm her pack leader. She trusts me. I can calm her down if she's upset, Luke said. I'll be right back.
Don't say that, Clary begged. I hate it when people say that. He smiled at her crookedly and ducked out into the hallway. Within a few minutes he was back, looking stunned.
She's gone.
Gone? Gone how?
I mean, she snuck out of the house. She left this.
He tossed a folded piece of paper onto the table. Clary picked it up and read the scrawled sentences with a frown. Sorry about everything. Gone to make amends. Thanks for all you've done, Maya. Gone to make amends? What does that mean?
Luke sighed. I was hoping you would know.
Are you worried?
Realm demons are retrievers, Luke said. They find people and bring them back to whoever summoned them. That demon could still be looking for her.
Oh, Clary said in a small voice. Well, my guess would be that she means she went to see Simon. Luke looked surprised.
Does she know where he lives?
I don't know, Clary admitted. They seem kind of close in a way. She might. She fished into her pocket for her phone. I'll call him.
I thought calling him made you feel weird.
Not as weird as everything else that's going on. She scrolled through her address book for Simon's number. It rang 3 times before he picked up, sounding groggy.
Hello?
It's me. She turned away from Luke as she spoke, more out of habit than from any desire to hide the conversation from him.
You do know I'm nocturnal now, he said with a groan.
She could hear him rolling over in bed.
That means I sleep all day?
Are you at home?
Yeah, where else would I be?
His voice sharpened, sleep falling away.
What is it, Clary? What's wrong?
Maya ran off. She left a note saying she might be going to your house. Simon sounded puzzled.
Well, she didn't, or if she did, she hasn't shown up yet.
Is anyone else home but you?
No, my mom's at work and Rebecca has classes. Why, you really think Maya's going to show up here?
Just give us a call if she does. Simon cut her off.
Clary?
His tone was urgent.
Hang on a second. I think someone's trying to break into my house.
Time passed inside the prison, and Jace watched the shocking silver rain falling all around him with a detached sort of interest. His fingers had started to go numb, which he suspected was a bad sign, but he couldn't bring himself to care. He wondered if the Lightwoods knew he was up here, or if someone entering the training room would get a nasty surprise when they found him locked up in it. But no, the Inquisitor wasn't that sloppy. She would have told them the room was off limits until she disposed of the prisoner in whatever manner she saw fit. He supposed he ought to be angry, even afraid, but he couldn't bring himself to care about that either. Nothing seemed real anymore. Not the Clave, not the Covenant, not the law, not even his father. A soft footfall alerted him to the presence of someone else in the room. He'd been lying on his back, staring at the ceiling. Now he sat up, his gaze flicking around the room. He could see a dark shape just beyond the shimmering rain curtain. It must be the Inquisitor, back to sneer at him some more. He braced himself, then saw with a jolt the dark hair and familiar face. Maybe there were still some things he cared about after all. Alec? It's me. Alec knelt down on the other side of the glimmering wall. It was like looking at someone through clear water rippled with current. Jace could see Alec clearly now, but occasionally his features would seem to waver and dissolve as the fiery rain shimmered and undulated. It was enough to make you seasick, Jace thought. What in the angel's name is this stuff?
Alec reached out to touch the wall. Don't. Jace reached out, then drew back quickly before he made contact with the wall. It'll shock you, maybe kill you if you try to pass through it. Alec drew his hand back with a low whistle. The Inquisitor meant business. Of course she did. I'm a dangerous criminal. Or hadn't you heard? Jace heard the acid in his own tone, saw Alec flinch, and was meanly, momentarily glad. She didn't call you a criminal exactly. No, I'm just a very naughty boy. I do all sorts of bad things. I kick kittens, I make rude gestures at nuns. Don't joke, this is serious stuff. Alec's eyes were somber. What the hell were you thinking going to see Valentine? I mean, seriously, what was going through your head? A number of smart remarks occurred to Jace, but he found he didn't want to make any of them. He was too tired. I was thinking that he's my father. Alec looked as if he were mentally counting to 10 to maintain his patience. Jace? What if it was your father? What would you do? My father? My father would never do the things at Valentine. Jace's head jerked up. Your father did do those things. He was in the circle along with my father, your mother too. Our parents were all the same. The only difference is that yours got caught and punished and mine didn't. Alec's face tightened, but the only difference was all he said. Jace looked down at his hands. The burning cuffs weren't meant to be left on so long. The skin underneath them was dotted with beads of blood. I just meant, Alec said, that I don't see how you could want to see him, not after what he's done in general, but after what he did to you. Jace said nothing. All those years, Alec said. He let you think he was dead. Maybe you don't remember what it was like when you were 10 years old, but I do. Nobody who loved you could do anything like that. Thin lines of blood were making their way down Jace's hand like red string unraveling. Valentine told me, he said quietly, that if I supported him against the Clave, if I did that, he'd make sure no one I cared about was hurt. Not you or Isabel or Max. Not Clary. Not your parents. He said, no one would be hurt? Alec echoed derisively. You mean he wouldn't hurt them himself? Nice. I saw what he can do, Alec. The kind of demonic force he can summon. If he brings his demon army against the Clave, there will be a war. And people get hurt in wars. They die in wars. He hesitated. If you had the chance to save everyone you loved. But what kind of chance is it? What's Valentine's word even worth? If he swears on the angel that he'll do something, he'll do it. I know him. If you support him against the Clave. Jace nodded. He must have been pretty pissed when you said no, Alec observed. Jace looked up from his bleeding wrists and stared. What? I said. I know what you said. What makes you think I said no? Well, you did, didn't you? Very slowly, Jace nodded. I know you, Alec said with supreme confidence and stood up. You told the Inquisitor about Valentine and his plans, didn't you? And she didn't care? I wouldn't say she didn't care. More like she didn't really believe me. She's got a plan she thinks will take care of Valentine. The only problem is, her plan sucks. Alec nodded. You can fill me in on that later. First things first. We have to figure out how to get you out of here. What? Disbelief made Jace feel slightly dizzy. I thought you came down right on the side of go directly to jail, do not pass go, do not collect $200. The law is the law, Isabel? What was all that you were spouting? Alec looked astonished. You can't have thought I meant that. I just wanted the Inquisitor to trust me so she wouldn't be watching me all the time like she's watching Izzy and Max. She knows they're on your side. And you, are you on my side? Jace could hear the roughness in his own question and was almost overwhelmed by how much the answer meant to him. I'm with you, Alec said. Always. Why do you even have to ask? I may respect the law, but what the Inquisitor has been doing to you has nothing to do with the law. I don't know exactly what's going on, but the hatred she has for you is personal. It has nothing to do with the Clave. I bait her, said Jace. I can't help it. Vicious bureaucrats get under my skin. Alec shook his head. It's not that either. It's an old hate. I can feel it. Jace was about to answer when the cathedral bells began to ring. This close to the roof, the sound was echoingly loud. He glanced up. He still half expected to see Hugo flying among the wooden rafters in his slow, thoughtful circles. The raven had always liked it up there between the rafters and the arched stone ceiling. At the time, Jace had thought the bird liked to dig his claws into the soft wood. Now he realized the rafters had lent him an excellent vantage point for spying. An idea began to take shape in the back of Jace's mind, dark and formless. Out loud, he said only, "Luke said something about the Inquisitor having a son named Stephen. He said she was trying to get even for him. I asked her about him and she freaked out. I think it might have something to do with why she hates me so much." The bells had stopped ringing. Alex said, "Maybe I could ask my parents, but I doubt they'd tell me." "No, don't ask them. Ask Luke." "Go all the way back to Brooklyn, you mean? Look, sneaking out of here is going to be all but impossible." "Use Isabel's phone. Text Clary. Tell her to ask Luke." "Okay." Alec paused. "Do you want me to say anything else to her for you? To Clary, I mean, not Isabel." "No," Jace said. "I don't have anything to say to her."
"Simon!"
Clutching the phone, Clary whirled toward Luke.
"He says someone's trying to break into his house."
"Tell him to get out of there." "I can't get out of here," Simon said tightly. "Not unless I want to catch on fire." "Daylight," she said to Luke. But she saw he'd already realized the problem and was searching for something in his pockets. Car keys. He held them up. "Tell Simon we're coming. Tell him to lock himself in a room until we get there."
"Did you hear that? Lock yourself in a room."
"I heard." Simon's voice sounded tense. Clary could hear a soft scraping sound, then a heavy thump.
"Simon!"
"I'm fine. I'm just piling things against the door."
"What kind of things?"
She was out on the porch now, shivering in her thin sweater. Luke, behind her, was locking up the house. "A desk," Simon said with some satisfaction, "and my bed."
"Your bed?"
Clary climbed up into the truck beside Luke, struggling one-handed with her seatbelt as Luke peeled out of the driveway and rocketed down Kent. He reached over and buckled it for her.
"How did you lift your bed?"
"You forget. Super vampire strength." "Ask him what he's hearing," Luke said. They were speeding down the street, which would have been fine if the Brooklyn waterfront had been better maintained. Clary gasped every time they hit a pothole.
"What are you hearing?"
she asked, catching her breath. "I heard the front door crash in. I think someone must have kicked it open. Then Yossarian came streaking into my room and hid under the bed. That's how I knew there was definitely someone in the house."
"And now?"
"Now I don't hear anything."
"That's good, right?"
Clary turned to Luke.
"He says he doesn't hear anything now. Maybe they went away."
"Maybe." Luke sounded doubtful. They were on the expressway now, speeding towards Simon's neighborhood. "Keep him on the phone anyway."
"What are you doing now, Simon?"
"Nothing. I've shoved everything in the room against the door. Now I'm trying to get Yossarian out from behind the heating vent."
"Leave him where he is."
"This is all going to be very hard to explain to my mom," Simon said, and the phone went dead. There was a click and then nothing. Call disconnected flashed on the digital display.
"No, no!"
Clary hit the redial button, her fingers trembling. Simon picked up immediately. "Sorry, Yossarian scratched me and I dropped the phone." Her throat burned with relief.
"That's fine, just as long as you're still okay and—"
A noise like a tidal wave crashed through the phone, obliterating Simon's voice. She yanked the phone away from her ear. The display still read, "Call connected."
"Simon!"
she screamed into the phone.
"Simon, can you hear me?"
The crashing noise stopped. There was the sound of something shattering and a high, unearthly yowl. Yossarian? Then the sound of something heavy striking the ground.
"Simon?"
she whispered. There was a click and then a drawling, amused voice spoke in her ear. "Clarissa," it said. "I should have known you'd be on the other end of this phone line." She squeezed her eyes shut, her stomach falling out from under her as if she were on a roller coaster that had just made its first drop. "Valentine." "You mean father," he said, sounding genuinely annoyed. "I deplore this modern habit of calling one's parents by their first names." "What I actually want to call you is a hell of a lot more unprintable than your name," she snapped. "Where's Simon?" "You mean the vampire boy? Questionable company for a shadow hunter girl of good family, don't you think? From now on, I'll be expecting to have a say in your choice of friends."
"What did you do to Simon?"
"Nothing," said Valentine, amused. "Yet." And he hung up. By the time Alec came back into the training room, Jace was lying on the floor, envisioning lines of dancing girls in an effort to ignore the pain in his wrists. It wasn't working. "What are you doing?" Alec asked, kneeling down as close to the shimmering wall of the prison as he could get. Jace tried to remind himself that when Alec asked this sort of question, he really meant it, and that it was something he had once found endearing rather than annoying. He failed. "I thought I'd lie on the floor and writhe in pain for a while," he grunted. "It relaxes me." "It does? Oh, you're being sarcastic. That's a good sign, probably," Alec said. "If you can sit up, you might want to. I'm going to try to slide something through the wall." Jay sat up so quickly that his head spun. "Alec, don't." But Alec had already moved to push something toward him with both hands, as if he were rolling a ball to a child. A red sphere broke through the shimmering curtain and rolled to Jace, bumping gently against his knee. "An apple." He picked it up with some difficulty. "How appropriate." "I thought you might be hungry." "I am." Jace took a bite of the apple. Juice ran down his hands and sizzled in the blue flames that cuffed his wrists. "Did you text Clary?" "No. Isabel won't let me into her room. She just throws things against the door and screams. She said if I came in, she'd jump out the window. She'd do it, too." "Probably." "I get the feeling," Alex said and smiled. "She hasn't forgiven me for betraying you as she sees it." "Good girl," said Jace with appreciation. "I didn't betray you, idiot." "It's the thought that counts." "Good. Because I brought you something else, too. I don't know if it'll work, but it's worth a try." He slid something small and metallic through the wall. It was a silvery disc about the size of a quarter. Jace set the apple aside and picked the disc up curiously. "What's this?" "I got it off the desk in the library. I've seen my parents use it before to take off restraints. I think it's an unlocking rune. It's worth trying." He broke off as Jace touched the disc to his wrists, holding it awkwardly between two fingers. The moment it touched the line of blue flame, the cuff flickered and vanished. "Thanks." Jace rubbed his wrists, each one braceleted with a line of chafed, bleeding skin. He was starting to be able to feel his fingertips again. "It's not a file hidden in a birthday cake, but it'll keep my hands from falling off." Alec looked at him. The wavering lines of the rain curtain made his face look elongated, worried. Or maybe he was worried. "You know, something occurred to me when I was talking to Isabel earlier. I told her she couldn't jump out the window, and not to try or she'd get herself killed." Jace nodded. "Sound big brotherly advice." "But then I started wondering if that was true in your case. I mean, I've seen you do things that were practically flying. I've seen you fall 3 stories and land like a cat, jump from the ground to a roof." "Hearing my achievements recited is certainly gratifying, but I'm not sure what your point is, Alec." "My point is that there are 4 walls to this prison, not 5. Jace stared at him. So Hodge wasn't lying when he said we'd actually use geometry in our daily lives. You're right, Alec. There are 4 walls to this cage. Now, if the Inquisitor had gone with 2, I might— "Jace," Alec said, losing patience. "I mean, there's no top to the cage, nothing between you and the ceiling." Jace craned his head back. The rafters seemed to sway dizzily high above him, lost in shadow. "You're crazy." "Maybe," Alec said. "Maybe I just know what you can do." He shrugged. "You could try, at least." Jace looked at Alec, at his open, honest face and steady blue eyes. He is crazy, Jace thought. It was true. In the heat of fighting, he'd done some amazing things, but so had they all. Shadowhunter blood, years of training, but he couldn't jump 30 feet straight up into the air. "How do you know you can't?" said a soft voice in his head. "If you've never tried it." Clary's voice. He thought of her and her runes, of the silent city and the handcuff popping off his wrist as if it had cracked under some enormous pressure. He and Clary shared the same blood. If Clary could do things that shouldn't be possible— He got to his feet,
almost reluctantly, and looked around, taking slow stock of the room. He could still see the floor-length mirrors and the multitude of weapons hanging on the walls, their blades glinting dully through the curtain of silver fire that surrounded him. He bent and retrieved the half-eaten apple off the floor, looked at it for a thoughtful moment, then cocked his arm back and threw it as hard as he could. The apple sailed through the air, hit a shimmering silver wall, and burst into a corona of molten blue flame. Jace heard Alec gasp, so the Inquisitor hadn't been exaggerating. If he hit one of the prison walls too hard, he'd die. Alec was on his feet, suddenly wavering. "Jace, I don't know." "Shut up, Alec, and don't watch me. It's not helping." Whatever Alec said in response, Jace didn't hear it. He was doing a slow pivot in place, his eyes focused on the rafters. The runes that gave him excellent long sight kicked in, the rafters coming into better focus. He could see their chipped edges, their whorls and knots, the black stains of age. But they were solid. They'd held up the Institute roof for hundreds of years. They could hold a teenage boy. He flexed his fingers, taking deep, slow, controlled breaths, just as his father had taught him. In his mind's eye, he saw himself leaping, soaring, catching hold of a rafter with ease and swinging himself up onto it. He was light, he told himself, light as an arrow, winging its way easily through the air, swift and unstoppable. It would be easy, he told himself. Easy. "I am Valentine's arrow," Jace whispered, whether he knows it or not. And he jumped. Chapter 16. A Stone of the Heart. Clary hit the button to call Simon back, but the phone went straight to voicemail. Hot tears splashed down her cheeks, and she threw her own phone at the dashboard. "Damn it! Damn it!" "We're almost there," Luke said. They'd gotten off the expressway and she hadn't even noticed. They pulled up in front of Simon's house, a wooden one family whose front was painted a cheerful red. Clary was out of the car and running up the front walk before Luke had even yanked on the security brake. She could hear him yelling her name as she dashed up the steps and pounded frantically on the front door. "Simon?" she shouted. "Simon!" "Clary, enough." Luke caught up to her on the front porch. "The neighbors." "Screw the neighbors." She fumbled for the key ring on her belt, found the right key, and slid it into the lock. She swung the door open and stepped warily into the hallway, Luke just behind her. They peered through the first door on the left into the kitchen. Everything looked exactly as it always had, from the meticulously clean counter to the fridge magnets. There was the sink where she'd kissed Simon just a few days ago. Sunshine streamed in through the windows, filling the room with pale yellow light. Light that was capable of charring Simon away to ashes. Simon's room was the last one at the end of the hall. The door stood slightly open, though Clary could see nothing but darkness through the crack. She slid her stele out of her pocket and gripped it tightly. She knew it wasn't really a weapon, but the feel of it in her hand was calming. Inside, the room was dark, black curtains drawn across the windows, the only light coming from the digital clock on the bedside table. Luke was reaching across her to flip on the light when something that hissed and spit and snarled like a demon, launched itself at him out of the darkness. Clary screamed as Luke seized her shoulders and pushed her roughly aside. She stumbled and nearly fell. When she righted herself, she turned to see an astonished-looking Luke holding a yowling, struggling white cat, its fur sticking out all over. It looked like a ball of cotton with claws. "Yossarian!" Clary exclaimed. Luke dropped the cat. Yossarian immediately shot between his legs and disappeared down the hall. "Stupid cat," Clary said. "It's not his fault. Cats don't like me." Luke reached for the light switch and flipped it on. Clary gasped. The room was completely in order. Nothing at all out of place, not even the rug askew. Even the coverlet was folded neatly on the bed. "Is it a glamour?" "Probably not. Probably just magic." Luke moved into the center of the room, looking around him thoughtfully. As he moved to pull one of the curtains aside, Clary saw something gleam in the carpet at his feet. "Luke, wait." She went to where he was standing and knelt to retrieve the object. It was Simon's silver cell phone, badly bent out of shape, the antenna snapped off. Heart pounding, she flipped the phone open. Despite the crack that ran the length of the display screen, a single text message was still visible. Now I have them all. Clary sank down on the bed in a daze. Distantly, she felt Luke pluck the phone out of her hand. She heard him suck in his breath as he read the message. What does that mean? Now I have them all, asked Clary. Luke set Simon's phone down on the desk and passed a hand over his face. I'm afraid it means that now he has Simon, and we might as well face it, Maya too. It means he has everything he needs for the ritual of conversion. Clary stared at him. You mean this isn't just about getting at me and you? I'm sure Valentine regards that as a pleasant side effect, but it's not his main goal. His main goal is to reverse the characteristics of the soul sword, and for that he needs the blood of Downworlder children. But Maya and Simon aren't children, they're teenagers. When that spell was created, the spell to turn the soul sword to darkness, the word teenager hadn't even been invented. In Shadowhunter society, you're an adult when you're 18. Before that, you're a child. For Valentine's purposes, Maya and Simon are children. He has the blood of a fairy child already, and the blood of a warlock child. All he needed was a werewolf and a vampire. Clary felt as if the air had been punched out of her. Then why didn't we do something? Why didn't we think of protecting them somehow? So far, Valentine has done what's convenient. None of his victims were chosen for any other reason than that they were there and available. The warlock was easy to find. All Valentine had to do was hire him under the pretense of wanting a demon raised. It's simple enough to spot fairies in the park if you know where to look. And the Hunter's Moon is exactly where you'd go if you wanted to find a werewolf. Putting himself to this extra danger and trouble just to strike out at us when nothing's changed. Jace, said Clary. What do you mean, Jace? What about him? I think it's Jace he's trying to get back at. Jace must have done something last night on the boat. Something that really pissed Valentine off. Pissed him off enough to abandon whatever plan he had before and make a new one. Luke looked baffled. What makes you think that Valentine's change of plans had anything to do with your brother? Because, Clary said with grim certainty, only Jace can piss someone off that much. Isabel! Alec pounded on his sister's door. Isabel, open the door. I know you're in there. The door opened a crack. Alec tried to peer through it, but no one appeared to be on the other side. She doesn't want to talk to you, said a well-known voice. Alec glanced down and saw gray eyes glaring at him from behind a bent pair of spectacles. Max, he said. Come on, little brother, let me in. I don't want to talk to you either. Max started to push the door shut, but Alec, quick as a flick of Isabel's whip, wedged his foot into the gap. Don't make me knock you over, Max. You wouldn't. Max pushed back with all his might. No, but I might go get our parents, and I have a feeling Isabel doesn't want that. Do you, Izzy? He demanded, pitching his voice loud enough for his sister inside the room to hear. Ugh, for God's sake! Isabel sounded furious. All right, Max, let him in. Max stepped away, and Alec pushed his way in, letting the door swing half shut behind him. Isabel was kneeling in the embrasure of the window beside her bed, her gold whip coiled around her left arm. She was wearing her hunting gear, the tough black trousers and skin-tight shirt with their silvery, near-invisible design of runes. Her boots were buckled up to her knees, and her black hair whipped in the breeze from the open window. She glared at him, reminding him for a moment of nothing more than Hugo, Hodge's black raven. What the hell are you doing? Trying to get yourself killed? He demanded, striding furiously across the room toward his sister. Her whip snaked out, coiling around his ankles. Alex stopped dead, knowing that with a single flick of her wrist, Isabel could jerk him off his feet and land him in a trussed bundle on the hardwood floor. Don't come any closer to me, Alexander Lightwood, she said in her angriest voice. I'm not feeling very charitable toward you at the moment. Isabel, how could you just turn on Jace like that, after all that he's been through, and you swore that oath to watch out for each other too? Not, he reminded her, if it meant breaking the law. The law? Isabel snapped in disgust. There's a higher law than the clave, Alec. The law of family. Jace is your family.
The law of family? I've never heard of that before, Alex said, nettled. He knew he ought to be defending himself, but it was hard not to be distracted by the lifelong habit of correcting one's younger siblings when they were wrong. Could that be because you just made it up? Isabel flicked her wrist. Alec felt his feet go out from under him and twisted to absorb the impact of falling with his hands and wrists. He landed, rolled onto his back, and looked up to see Isabel looming over him. Max was beside her. "What should we do with him, Maxwell?" Isabel asked. "Leave him tied up here for the parents to find?" Alec had had enough. He whipped a blade from the sheath at his wrist, twisted, and slashed it through the whip around his ankles. The electrum wire parted with a snap, and he sprang to his feet as Isabel drew her arm back, the wire hissing around her. A low chuckle broke the tension. All right, you've tortured him enough. I'm here." Isabel's eyes flew wide. "Jace?" "The same." Jace ducked into Isabel's room, shutting the door behind him. "No need for the two of you to fight." He winced as Max careened into him, yelping his name. "Careful there," he said, gently disentangling the boy. "I'm not in the best shape right now." "I can see that," Isabel said, her eyes raking him anxiously. His wrists were bloody. His fair hair was plastered sweatily to his neck and forehead, and his face and hands were stained with dirt and ichor. "Did the Inquisitor hurt you?" "Not too badly." Jace's eyes met Alec's across the room. "She just locked me up in the weapons gallery. Alec helped get me out." The whip drooped in Isabel's hand like a flower. "Alec, is that true?" "Yes." Alec brushed dust from the floor off his clothes with deliberate ostentation. He couldn't resist adding, "So there." "Well, you should have said." "And you should have had some faith in me." "Enough. There's no time for bickering," Jay said. "Isabel, what kind of weapons do you have in here? And bandages. Any bandages?" "Bandages?" Isabel set her whip down and took her stele out of a drawer. "I can fix you up with an Irae." Jace raised his wrists. "An Irae would be good for my bruises, but it won't help these. These are rune burns." They looked even worse in the bright light of Isabel's room. The circular scars were black and cracked in places, oozing blood and clear fluid. He lowered his hands as Isabel paled. "And I'll need some weapons, too, before I—" "Bandages first, weapons later." She set her whip down on top of the dresser and herded Jace into the bathroom with a basket full of ointments, gauze pads, and bandage strips. Alec watched them through the half-open door, Jace leaning against the sink as his adoptive sister sponged his wrists and wrapped them in white gauze. "Okay, now take your shirt off." "I knew there was something in this for you." Jace slid off his jacket and drew his t-shirt over his head, wincing. His skin was pale gold, layered over hard muscle. Black ink marks twined his slim arms. A mundane might have thought the white scars that snowflaked Jace's skin, remnants of old runes, made him less than perfect, but Alec didn't. They all had those scars. They were badges of honor, not flaws. Jace, seeing Alec watching him through the half-open door, said, "Alec, can you get the phone?" "It's on the dresser." Isabel didn't look up. She and Jace were conversing in low tones. Alec couldn't hear them, but suspected this was because they were trying not to scare Max. Alec looked. "It's not on the dresser." Isabel, tracing an Irae on Jace's back, swore in annoyance. "Oh, hell, I left my phone in the kitchen. Crap. I don't want to go looking for it in case the Inquisitor's around." "I'll get it," Max offered. "She doesn't care about me. I'm too young." "I suppose." Isabel sounded reluctant. "What do you need the phone for, Alec?" "We just need it," Alec said impatiently. "Izzy, if you're texting Magnus to say, 'I think you're cool,' I'm gonna kill you." "Who's Magnus?" Max inquired. "He's a warlock," said Alec. "A sexy, sexy warlock," Isabel told Max, ignoring Alec's look of total fury. "But warlocks are bad," protested Max, looking baffled. "Exactly," said Isabel. "I don't understand," said Max, "but I'm going to get the phone. I'll be right back." He slipped out the door as Jace pulled his shirt and jacket back on and came into the bedroom, where he commenced looking for weapons in the piles of Isabel's belongings that were strewn around the floor.
Isabel followed him, shaking her head. What's the plan now? Are we all leaving? The Inquisitor's going to freak when she finds out you're not there anymore. Not as much as she'll freak when Valentine turns her down. Tersely, Jace outlined the Inquisitor's plan. The only problem is he'll never go for it. The only problem? Isabel was so furious she was almost stuttering, something she hadn't done since she was 6. She can't do that. She can't just trade you away to a psychopath. You're a member of the Clave. You're our brother. The Inquisitor doesn't think so. I don't care what she thinks. She's a hideous bitch, and she has got to be stopped. Once she finds out her plan is seriously flawed, she might be able to be talked down, Jace observed. But I'm not sticking around to find out. I'm getting out of here. It's not going to be easy, Alex said. The Inquisitor's got this place locked up tighter than a pentagram. You know there are guards downstairs? She's called in half the Conclave. She must think highly of me, said Jace, tossing aside a pile of magazines. Maybe she's not wrong. Isabel looked at him thoughtfully. Did you seriously jump 30 feet out of a Malachi configuration? Did he, Alec? He did, Alec confirmed. I've never seen anything like it. I've never seen anything like this. Jace lifted a 10-inch dagger from the floor. One of Isabel's pink brassieres was speared on the wickedly sharp tip. Isabel snatched it off, scowling. That's not the point. How did you do it? Do you know? I jumped. Jace pulled 2 razor-edged spinning discs out from under the bed. They were covered in gray cat hair. He blew on them, scattering fur. Chakrams. Cool. Especially if I meet any demons with serious dander allergies. Isabel thwacked him with the bra. You're not answering me. Because I don't know, Izzy. Jace scrambled to his feet. Maybe the Seelie Queen was right. Maybe I have powers I don't even know about because I've never tested them. Clary certainly does. Isabel wrinkled her forehead. She does? Alec's eyes widened suddenly. Jace, is that vampire cycle of yours still up on the roof? Possibly, but it's daylight, so it's not much use. Besides, Isabel pointed out, we can't all fit on it. Jace slid the chakrams onto his belt, along with the 10-inch dagger. Several angel blades went into his jacket pockets. That doesn't matter, he said. You're not coming with me. Isabel spluttered. What do you mean we're not? She broke off as Max returned, out of breath and clutching her battered pink phone. Max, you're a hero. She snatched the phone from him, shooting a glare at Jace. I'll get back to you in a minute. Meanwhile, who are we calling? Clary? I'll call her, Alec began. No. Isabel batted his hand away. She likes me better. She was already dialing. She stuck her tongue out as she held the phone up to her ear. Clary? It's Isabel. What? The color in her face vanished as if it had been wiped away, leaving her gray and staring. How is that possible? But why? How is what possible? Jace was at her side in 2 strides. Isabel, what's happened? Is Clary... Isabel drew the phone away from her ear, her knuckles white. It's Valentine. He's taken Simon and Maya. He's going to use them to perform the ritual. In one smooth motion, Jace reached over and plucked the phone out of Isabel's hand. He put it to his ear. Drive to the Institute, he said. Don't come in. Wait for me. I'll meet you outside. He snapped the phone shut and handed it to Alec. Call Magnus, he said. Tell him to meet us down by the waterfront in Brooklyn. He can pick the place, but it should be somewhere deserted. We're going to need his help getting to Valentine's ship. We? Isabel perked up visibly. Magnus, Luke, and myself, Jace clarified. You 2 are staying here and dealing with the Inquisitor for me. When Valentine doesn't come through with his part of her deal, you're the ones who are going to have to convince her to send all the backup the Conclave has got after Valentine. I don't get it, Alec said. How do you plan to get out of here in the first place? Jace grinned. Watch, he said, and jumped up onto Isabel's windowsill. Isabel cried out, but Jace was already ducking through the window opening. He balanced for a moment on the sill outside, and then he was gone. Alec raced to the window and stared out in horror, but there was nothing to see. Just the garden of the Institute far below, brown and empty, and the narrow path that led up to the front door.
There were no screaming pedestrians on 96th Street. No cars pulled over at the sight of a falling body. It was as if Jace had vanished into thin air. The sound of water woke him. It was a heavy, repetitive sound. Water sloshing against something solid, over and over, as if he were lying in the bottom of a pool that was rapidly draining and refilling itself. There was the taste of metal in his mouth and the smell of metal all around. He was conscious of a nagging, persistent pain in his left hand. With a groan, Simon opened his eyes. He was lying on a hard, bumpy metal floor painted an ugly gray-green. The walls were the same green metal. There was a single high round window in one wall, letting in only a little sunlight, but it was enough. He'd been lying with his hand in a patch of it, and his fingers were red and blistered. With another groan, he rolled away from the light and sat up, and realized he wasn't alone in the room. Though the shadows were thick, he could see in the dark just fine. Across from him, her hands bound together and chained to a large steam pipe, was Maya. Her clothes were torn, and there was a massive bruise across her left cheek. He could see where her braids had been torn away from her scalp on one side, her hair matted with blood. The moment he sat up, she stared at him and burst immediately into tears. "I thought," she hiccuped between sobs, "that you were dead." "I am dead," Simon said. He was staring at his hand. As he watched, the blisters faded, the pain lessening, the skin resuming its normal pallor. "I know, but I meant really dead." She swiped at her face with her bound hands. Simon tried to move toward her, but something brought him up short. A metal cuff around his ankle was attached to a thick metal chain sunk into the floor. Valentine was taking no chances. "Don't cry," he said, and immediately regretted it. It wasn't as if the situation didn't warrant tears. "I'm fine." "For now," said Maya, rubbing her wet face against her sleeve. "That man? The one with the white hair? His name is Valentine?" "You saw him?" Simon said. "I didn't see anything. Just my front door blowing in and then a massive shape that came at me like a freight train." "He's the Valentine, right? The one everyone talks about? The one who started the uprising?" "He's Jason Clary's father," Simon said. "That's what I know about him." "I thought his voice sounded familiar. He sounds just like Jace." She looked momentarily rueful. No wonder Jace is such an ass. Simon could only agree. "So you didn't..." Maya's voice trailed off. She tried again. "Look, I know this sounds weird, but when Valentine came for you, did you see someone you recognized with him? Someone who's dead, like a ghost?" Simon shook his head, bewildered. "No, why?" Maya hesitated. "I saw my brother, the ghost of my brother. I think Valentine was making me hallucinate." "Well, he didn't try anything like that on me. I was on the phone with Clary. I remember dropping it when the shape came at me." He shrugged. "That's it." "With Clary?" Maya looked almost hopeful. "Then maybe they'll figure out where we are. Maybe they'll come after us." "Maybe," Simon said. "Where are we, anyway?" "On a boat. I was still conscious when he brought me onto it. It's a big black hulking metal thing. There are no lights and there are things everywhere. One of them jumped out at me and I started screaming. That was when he grabbed my head and banged it into the wall. I passed out for a while after that." "Things? What do you mean, things?" "Demons," she said, and shuddered. "He has all sorts of demons here. Big ones and little ones and flying ones. They do whatever he tells them." "But Valentine's a shadow hunter, and from all I've heard, he hates demons." "Well, they don't appear to know that," said Maya. "What I don't get is what he wants with us. I know he hates downworlders, but this seems like a lot of effort just to kill 2 of them." She had started to shiver, her jaws clicking together like the chattery-teethed toys you could buy in novelty stores. He must want something from the shadow hunters. Or Luke. I know what he wants, Simon thought. But there was no point in telling Maya. She was upset enough already. He shrugged his jacket off. "Here," he said, and tossed it across the room to her. Twisting around her manacles, She managed to drape it awkwardly around her shoulders. She offered him a wan but grateful smile. "Thanks, but aren't you cold?" Simon shook his head. The burn on his hand was entirely gone now. "I don't feel the cold. Not anymore." She opened her mouth, then closed it again. A struggle was taking place behind her eyes. "I'm sorry about the way I reacted to you yesterday." She paused, almost holding her breath. "Vampires scare me to death," she whispered at last. "When I first came to the city, I had a pack I used to hang out with, Bat and 2 other boys, Steve and Greg. We were in the park once and we ran into some vamps sucking on blood bags under a bridge. There was a fight and I mostly remember one of the vamps just picking Greg up, just picking him up and ripping him in half." Her voice rose and she clamped a hand over her mouth. She was shaking. "In half," she whispered. "All his insides fell out, and then they started eating." Simon felt a dull pang of nausea roll over him. He was almost glad that the story made him sick to his stomach rather than something else, like hungry. "I wouldn't do that," he said. "I like werewolves. I like Luke." "I know you do." Her mouth worked. "It's just that when I met you, you seemed so human. You reminded me what I used to be like before." "Maya," Simon said, "you're still human." "No, I'm not." "In the ways that count, you are. Just like me." She tried to smile. He could tell she didn't believe him, and he hardly blamed her. He wasn't sure he believed himself. The sky had turned to gunmetal, weighted with heavy clouds. In the gray light, the Institute loomed up, huge as the slabbed side of a mountain. The angled slate roof shone like unpolished silver. Clary thought she had caught the movement of hooded figures in the shadows by the front door, but she wasn't sure. It was hard to tell anything clearly when they were parked over a block away, peering through the smeared windows of Luke's truck. "How long has it been?" she asked. For either the 4th or 5th time, she wasn't sure. 5 minutes longer than the last time you asked me," Luke said. He was leaning back in his seat, his head back, looking utterly exhausted. The stubble coating his jaw and cheek was silvery gray, and there were black lines of shadow under his eyes. All those nights at the hospital, the demon attack, and now this, Clary thought, suddenly worried. She could see why he and her mother had hidden from this life for so long. She wished she could hide from it herself. "Do you want to go in?" "No. Jay said to wait outside." She peered out the window again. Now she was sure there were figures in the doorway. As one of them turned, she thought she caught a flash of silvery hair. "Look!" Luke was sitting bolt upright, rolling his window down hastily. Clary looked. Nothing appeared to have changed. "You mean the people in the doorway?" "No. The guards were there before. Look on the roof." He pointed. Clary pressed her face to the truck window. The slate roof of the cathedral was a riot of Gothic turrets and spires, carved angels, and arched embrasures. She was about to say irritably that she didn't notice anything other than some crumbling gargoyles, when a flash of movement caught her eyes. Someone was up on the roof, a slim, dark figure, moving swiftly among the turrets, darting from one overhang to another, now dropping flat to edge down the impossibly steep roof. Someone with pale hair that glinted in the gunmetal light like brass. Jace! Clary was out of the truck before she knew what she was doing, pounding down the street toward the church, Luke shouting after her. The huge edifice seemed to sway overhead, hundreds of feet high, a sheer cliff of stone. Jace was at the edge of the roof now, looking down, and Clary thought, "It can't be. He wouldn't do this, not Jace." And then he stepped off the roof into empty air, as calmly as if he were stepping off a porch. Clary screamed out loud as he fell like a stone and landed lightly on his feet just in front of her. Clary stared with her mouth open as he rose up out of a shallow crouch and grinned at her. "If I made a joke about just dropping in," he said, "would you write me off as a cliché?" How did you do that?" she whispered, feeling as if she were about to throw up. She could see Luke out of the truck, standing with his hands clasped behind his head and staring past her. She whirled around to see the 2 guards from the front door running toward them. One was Malik, the other was the woman with the silver hair. Crap. Jace grabbed her hand and yanked her after him. They raced toward the truck and piled in beside Luke, who gunned the engine and took off while the passenger side door was still hanging open. Jace reached across Clary and jerked it shut. The truck veered around the 2 shadow hunters. Malik, Clary saw, had what looked like a flinging knife in his hand. He was aiming at one of the tires. She heard Jace swear as he fumbled in his jacket for a weapon. Malik drew his arm back, the blade shining, and the silvery-haired woman threw herself onto his back, seizing at his arm. He tried to shake her off. Clary twisted around in her seat, gasping, and then the truck hurtled around the corner and lost itself in the traffic on York Avenue, the Institute receding into the distance behind them. Maya had fallen into a fitful doze against the steam pipe, Simon's jacket draped around her shoulders. Simon watched the light from the porthole move across the room and tried in vain to calculate the hours. Usually he used his cell phone to tell him what time it was, but that was gone. He'd searched his pockets in vain. He must have dropped it when Valentine charged into his room. He had bigger concerns, though. His mouth was dry and papery, his throat aching. He was thirsty in a way that was like every thirst and hunger he'd ever known blended together to form a sort of exquisite torture, and it was only going to get worse. Blood was what he needed. He thought of the blood in the refrigerator beside his bed at home, and his veins burned like hot silver wires running just under his skin. Simon? It was Maya, lifting her head groggily. Her cheek was printed with white dents where it had lain against the bumpy pipe. As he watched, the white faded into pink as the blood returned to her face. Blood. He ran his dry tongue around his lips. Yeah? How long was I asleep? 3 hours, maybe 4. It's probably afternoon by now. Oh, thanks for keeping watch. He hadn't been. He felt vaguely ashamed as he said, Of course, no problem. Simon? Yes? I hope you know what I mean when I say, I'm sorry you're here, but I'm glad you're with me. He felt his face crack into a smile. His dry lower lip split and he tasted blood in his mouth. His stomach groaned. Thanks. She leaned toward him, the jacket slipping from her shoulders. Her eyes were a light amber gray that changed as she moved. Can you reach me? She asked, holding out her hand. Simon reached for her. The chain that secured his ankle rattled as he stretched his hand as far as it would go. Maya smiled as their fingertips brushed. How touching. Simon jerked his hand back, staring. The voice that had spoken out of the shadows was cool, cultured, vaguely foreign in a way he couldn't quite place. Maya dropped her hand and twisted around, the color draining from her face as she stared up at the man in the doorway. The man had come in so quietly neither one of them had heard him. The children of moon and night getting along at last. Valentine, Maya whispered. Simon said nothing. He couldn't stop staring. So this was Clary and Jace's father. With his cap of white silver hair and burning black eyes, he didn't look much like either one of them, though there was something of Clary in his sharp bone structure and the shape of his eyes, and something of Jace in the lounging insolence with which he moved. He was a big man, broad-shouldered with a thick frame that didn't resemble either of his children's. He padded into the green metal room like a cat, despite being weighted down with what looked like enough weaponry to outfit a platoon. Thick black leather straps with silver buckles crisscrossed his chest, holding a wide-hilted silver sword across his back. Another thick strap circled his waist, and through it was thrust a butcher's array of knives, daggers, and narrowing, shimmering blades like enormous needles. Get up, he said to Simon. Keep your back against the wall. Simon tilted his chin up. He could see Maya watching him, white-faced and scared, and felt a rush of fierce protectiveness. He would keep Valentine from hurting her if it was the last thing he did. So, you're Clary's father, he said. No offense, but I can kind of see why she hates you. Valentine's face was impassive, almost motionless. His lips barely moved as he said, And why is that? Because, Simon said, you're obviously psychotic.
Now Valentine smiled. It was a smile that moved no part of his face other than his lips, and those twisted only slightly. Then he brought his fist up. It was clenched. Simon thought for a moment that Valentine was going to swing at him, and he flinched reflexively. But Valentine didn't throw the punch. Instead, he opened his fingers, revealing a shimmering pile of what looked like glitter in the center of his broad palm. Turning toward Maya, he bent his head and blew the powder at her in a grotesque parody of a blown kiss. The powder settled on her like a swarm of shimmering bees. Maya screamed. Gasping and jerking wildly, she thrashed from side to side as if she could twist away from the powder, her voice rising in a sobbing scream.
What did you do to her?
Simon shouted, leaping to his feet. He ran at Valentine, but the leg chain jerked him back.
What did you do?
Valentine's thin smile widened.
Silver powder, he said. It burns lycanthropes.
Maya had stopped twitching and was curled into a fetal position on the floor, weeping quietly. Blood ran from vicious red scores along her hands and arms. Simon's stomach lurched again and he fell back against the wall, sickened by himself, by all of it.
You bastard,
he said, as Valentine idly brushed the last of the powder from his fingers.
She's just a girl. She wasn't going to hurt you. She's chained up for...
He choked, his throat burning. Valentine laughed.
For God's sake, he said. Is that what you were going to say?
Simon said nothing. Valentine reached over his shoulder and drew the heavy silver sword from its sheath. Light played along its blade like water slipping down a sheer silver wall, like sunlight itself refracted. Simon's eyes stung and he turned his face away.
The angel blade burns you, just as God's name chokes you, said Valentine, his cool voice sharp as crystal. They say that those who die upon its point will achieve the gates of heaven. In which case, Revenant, I am doing you a favor.
He lowered the blade so that the tip touched Simon's throat. Valentine's eyes were the color of black water and there was nothing in them. No anger, no compassion, not even any hate. They were empty as a hollowed-out grave.
Any last words?
Simon knew what he was supposed to say. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. He tried to speak the words, but a searing pain burned his throat.
Clary,
he whispered instead. A look of annoyance passed across Valentine's face, as if the sound of his daughter's name in a vampire's mouth displeased him. With a sharp flick of his wrist, he brought the sword level and slashed it with a single smooth gesture across Simon's throat. Chapter 17. East of Eden. How did you do that? Clary demanded as the truck sped uptown. Luke hunched over the wheel.
You mean how did I get onto the roof?
Jace was leaning back against the seat, his eyes half closed. There were white bandages tied around his wrists and flecks of dried blood at his hairline.
First, I climbed out Isabel's window and up the wall. There are a number of ornamental gargoyles that make good handholds. Also, I'd like to note for the record that my motorcycle is no longer where I left it. I bet the Inquisitor took it on a joyride around Hoboken.
I meant, Clary said, how did you jump off the cathedral roof and not die?
I don't know.
His arm brushed hers as he raised his hands to rub at his eyes.
How did you create that rune?
I don't know either, she whispered. The Seelie Queen was right, wasn't she? Valentine, he did things to us. She glanced over at Luke, who was pretending to be absorbed in turning left. Didn't he?
This isn't the time to talk about that, Luke said. Jace, did you have a particular destination in mind, or did you just want to get away from the Institute? Valentine's taken Maya and Simon to the boat to perform the ritual. He'll want to do it as soon as possible.
Jace tugged at one of the bandages on his wrist.
I've got to get there and stop him.
No, Luke said sharply.
Okay, we have to get there and stop him. Jace, I'm not having you go back to that ship. It's too dangerous.
You saw what I just did, Jace said,
incredulity rising in his voice. "And you're worried about me?" "I'm worried about you." "There's no time for that. After my father kills your friends, he'll call on an army of demons you can't even imagine. After that, he'll be unstoppable." "Then the Clave—" "The Inquisitor won't do anything," Jace said. "She's blocked the Lightwood's access to the Clave. She wouldn't call for reinforcements, even when I told her what Valentine has planned. She's obsessed with this insane plan she has." "What plan?" Clary said. Jace's voice was bitter. "She wanted to trade me to my father for the mortal instruments. I told her Valentine would never go for it, but she didn't believe me." He laughed, a sharp staccato laugh. "Isabel and Alec are going to tell her what happened with Simon and Maya. I'm not too optimistic, though. She doesn't believe me about Valentine, and she's not going to upset her precious plan just to save a couple of downworlders." "We can't just wait to hear from them anyway," Clary said. "We have to get to the boat now. If you can take us to it." "I hate to break it to you, but we need a boat to get to another boat," said Luke. "I'm not sure even Jace can walk on water." At that moment, Clary's phone buzzed. It was a text message from Isabel. Clary frowned. "It's an address, down by the waterfront." Jace looked over her shoulder. "That's where we have to go to meet Magnus." He read the address off to Luke, who executed an irritable U-turn and headed south. "Magnus will get us across the water," Jace explained. "The ship is surrounded by protection wards. I got onto it before because my father wanted me to get onto it. This time he won't. We'll need Magnus to deal with the wardings." "I don't like this." Luke tapped his fingers on the steering wheel. "I think I should go and you two should stay with Magnus." Jace's eyes flashed. "No, it has to be me who goes." "Why?" Clary asked. "Because Valentine's using a fear demon," Jace explained. "That's how he was able to kill the Silent Brothers. It's what slaughtered that warlock, the werewolf in the alley outside the Hunter's Moon, and probably what killed that Fae child in the park. And it's why the brothers had those looks on their faces, those terrified looks. They were literally scared to death." "But the blood?" "He drained the blood later, and in the alley he was interrupted by one of the lycanthropes. That's why he didn't have enough time to get the blood he needed, and that's why he still needs Maya." Jace raked a hand through his hair. "No one can stand up against a fear demon. It gets in your head and destroys your mind." "Agramon," said Luke. He'd been silent, staring through the windshield. His face looked gray and pinched. "Yeah, that's what Valentine called it." "He's not a fear demon. He's the fear demon. The demon of fear. How did Valentine get Agramon to do his bidding? Even a warlock would have trouble binding a greater demon. And outside the pentagram?" Luke sucked his breath in. "That's how the warlock child died, isn't it? Summoning Agramon." Jace nodded assent and explained quickly the trick that Valentine had played on Elias. "The mortal cup," he finished, "lets him control Agramon. Apparently it gives you some power over demons. Not like the sword does, though." "Now I'm even less inclined to let you go," Luke said. "It's a greater demon, Jace. It would take this city's worth of shadow hunters to deal with it." "I know it's a greater demon, but its weapon is fear. If Clary can put the fearless rune on me, I can take it down, or at least try." "No," Clary protested. "I don't want your safety dependent on my stupid rune. What if it doesn't work?" "It worked before," Jace said as they turned off the bridge and headed back into Brooklyn. They were rolling down narrow Van Brunt Street, between high brick factories whose boarded-up windows and padlocked doors betrayed no hint of what lay inside. In the distance, the waterfront glimmered between buildings. "What if I mess it up this time?" Jace turned his head toward her, and for a moment their eyes met. His were the gold of distant sunlight. "You won't," he said. "Are you sure this is the address?" asked Luke, bringing the truck to a slow stop. "Magnus isn't here." Clary glanced around. They had drawn up in front of a large factory, which looked as if it had been destroyed by a terrible fire. The hollow brick and plaster walls still stood, but metal struts poked through them, bent and pitted with burns. In the distance,
Clary could see the financial district of Lower Manhattan and the black hump of Governor's Island farther out to sea. "He'll come," she said. "If he told Alec he was coming, he'll do it." They got out of the truck. Though the factory stood on a street lined with similar buildings, it was quiet, even for a Sunday. There was no one else around and none of the sounds of commerce, trucks backing up, men shouting, that Clary associated with warehouse districts. Instead, there was silence, a cool breeze off the river, and the cries of seabirds. Clary drew her hood up, zipped her jacket, and shivered. Luke slammed the truck door shut and zipped his flannel jacket closed. Silently, he offered Clary a pair of his thick woolly gloves. She slid them on and wiggled her fingers. They were so big for her that it was like wearing paws. She glanced around. "Wait, where's Jace?" Luke pointed. Jace was kneeling down by the waterline, a dark figure whose bright hair was the only spot of color against the blue-gray sky and brown river. "You think he wants privacy?" she asked. "In this situation, privacy is a luxury none of us can afford. Come on." Luke strode off down the driveway, and Clary followed him. The factory itself backed up right onto the waterline, but there was a wide, gravelly beach next to it. Shallow waves lapped at the weed-choked rocks. Logs had been placed in a rough square around a black pit where a fire had once burned. There were rusty cans and bottles strewn everywhere. Jace was standing by the edge of the water, his jacket off. As Clary watched, he threw something small and white toward the water. It hit with a splash and vanished. "What are you doing?" she said. Jace turned to face them, the wind whipping his fair hair across his face. "Sending a message." Over his shoulder, Clary thought she saw a shimmering tendril, like a living piece of seaweed, emerge from the gray river water, a bit of white caught in its grip. A moment later, it vanished, and she was left blinking. A message to who? Jace scowled. "No one." He turned away from the water and stalked across the pebbled beach to where he'd spread his jacket out. There were 3 long blades laid out on it. As he turned, Clary saw the sharpened metal discs threaded through his belt. Jace stroked his fingers along the blades. They were flat and gray-white, waiting to be named. "I didn't have a chance to get to the armory, so these are the weapons we have. I thought we might as well get as ready as we can before Magnus gets here." He lifted the first blade. Abrariel. The seraph knife shimmered and changed color as he named it. He held it out to Luke. "I'm all right," Luke said, and drew his jacket aside to show the kinjal thrust through his belt. Jace handed Abrariel to Clary, who took the weapon silently. It was warm in her hand, as if a secret life vibrated inside it. "Camale," Jace said to the next blade, making it shudder and glow. "Telantes," he said to the third. "Do you ever use Raziel's name?" Clary asked as Jace slid the blades into his belt and shrugged his jacket back on, getting to his feet. "Never," Luke said. "That's not done." His gaze scanned the road behind Clary, looking for Magnus. She could sense his anxiety, but before she could say anything else, her phone buzzed. She flipped it open and handed it wordlessly to Jace. He read the text message, his eyebrows lifting. "It looks like the Inquisitor gave Valentine until sunset to decide whether he wants me or the Mortal Instruments more," he said. "She and Maris have been fighting for hours, so she hasn't noticed I'm gone yet." He handed Clary back her phone. Their fingers brushed and Clary jerked her hand back despite the thick woolly glove that covered her skin. She saw a shadow pass over his features, but he said nothing to her. Instead, he turned to Luke and demanded with surprising abruptness, "Did the Inquisitor's son die? Is that why she's like this?" Luke sighed and thrust his hands into the pockets of his coat. "How did you figure that out?" "The way she reacts when someone says his name. It's the only time I've ever seen her show any human feelings." Luke expelled a breath. He had pushed his glasses up and his eyes were squinted against the harsh wind off the river. "The Inquisitor is the way she is for many reasons. Stephen is only one of them." "It's weird," Jace said. "She doesn't seem like someone who even likes kids." "Not other people's," said Luke. "It was different with her own. Stephen was her golden boy. In fact, he was everyone's. Everyone who knew him. He was one of those people who was good at everything. Unfailingly nice without being boring. Handsome without everyone hating him. Well, maybe we hated him a little." He went to school with you? Clary said. And my mother, and Valentine? Is that how you knew him?
The Herondales were in charge of running the London Institute, and Stephen went to school there. I saw him more after we all graduated, when he moved back to Alicante. And there was a time when I saw him very often indeed.
Luke's eyes had gone distant, the same blue-gray as the river.
After he was married.
So he was in the circle? Clary asked.
Not then, Luke said. He joined the circle after after what happened to me. Valentine needed a new second-in-command, and he wanted Stephen. Imogen, who was utterly loyal to the Clave, was hysterical. She begged Stephen to reconsider, but he cut her off. Wouldn't speak to her or his father. He was absolutely enthralled to Valentine. Went everywhere, trailing after him like a shadow. Luke paused. The thing is, Valentine didn't think Stephen's wife was suitable for him. Not for someone who was going to be second in command of the circle. She had undesirable family connections.
The pain in Luke's voice surprised Clary. Had he cared that much about these people?
Valentine forced Stephen to divorce Amatis and remarry. His second wife was a very young girl, only 18 years old, named Celine. She too was utterly under Valentine's influence, did everything he told her to, no matter how bizarre. Then Stephen was killed in a circle raid on a vampire nest. Celine killed herself when she found out. She was 8 months pregnant at the time. And Stephen's father died too, of heartbreak. So that was Imogen's whole family, all gone. They couldn't even bury her daughter-in-law and grandchild's ashes in the Bone City because Celine was a suicide. She was buried at a crossroads outside Alicante. Imogen survived, but she turned to ice. When the Inquisitor was killed in the uprising, Imogen was offered his job. She returned from London to Idris, but never, as far as I heard, spoke about Stephen again. But it does explain why she hates Valentine as much as she does.
Because my father poisons everything he touches, Jace said bitterly.
Because your father, for all his sins, still has a son and she doesn't. And because she blames him for Stephen's death.
And she's right, Jace said. It was his fault.
Not entirely, said Luke. He offered Stephen a choice, and Stephen chose. Whatever else his faults were, Valentine never blackmailed or threatened anyone into joining the circle. He wanted only willing followers. The responsibility for Stephen's choices rests with him.
Free will, said Clary. There's nothing free about it, said Jace. Valentine
offered you a choice, didn't he? Luke said. When you went to see him. He wanted you to stay, didn't he? Stay and join up with him.
Yes. Jace looked out across the water toward Governor's Island.
He did.
Clary could see the river reflected in his eyes. They looked steely, as if the gray water had drowned all their gold.
And you said no, said Luke.
Jace glared. I wish people would stop guessing that. It's making me feel predictable. Luke turned away as if to hide a smile and paused.
Someone's coming.
Someone was indeed coming. Someone very tall with black hair that blew in the wind. Magnus, Clary said. But he looks different. As he drew closer, she saw that his hair, normally spiked up and glittered like a disco ball, hung cleanly past his ears like a sheet of black silk. The rainbow leather pants had been replaced by a neat, old-fashioned dark suit and a black frock coat with glimmering silver buttons. His cat's eyes glowed amber and green.
You look surprised to see me, he said.
Jace glanced at his watch.
We did wonder if you were coming.
I said I would come, so I came. I just needed time to prepare. This isn't some hat trick, Shadowhunter. This is going to take some serious magic. He turned to Luke. How's the arm?
Fine, thank you.
Luke was always polite. That's your truck parked up by the factory, isn't it? Magnus pointed. It's awfully butch for a bookseller.
Oh, I don't know, said Luke. All that lugging around heavy book boxes, climbing stacks, hardcore alphabetizing.
Magnus laughed. Can you unlock the truck for me? I mean, I could do it myself. He wiggled his fingers. But that seems rude.
Sure.
Luke shrugged and they headed back toward the factory.
When Clary made as if to follow them, though, Jace caught her arm. "Wait, I want to talk to you for a second." Clary watched as Magnus and Luke headed for the truck. They made an odd pair, the tall warlock in a long black coat and the shorter, stockier man in jeans and flannel. But they were both downworlders, both trapped in the same space between the mundane and the supernatural worlds. "Clary," Jace said. "Earth to Clary, where are you?" She looked back at him. The sun was setting off the water now, behind him, leaving his face in shadow and turning his hair to a halo of gold. "Sorry." "It's all right." He touched her face gently with the back of his hand. "You disappear so completely into your head sometimes," he said. "I wish I could follow you." "You do," she wanted to say. "You live in my head all the time." Instead, she said, "What did you want to tell me?" He dropped his hand. "I want you to put the fearless rune on me, before Luke gets back." "Why before he gets back?" "Because he's going to say it's a bad idea, but it's the only chance of defeating Agramon. Luke hasn't encountered it. He doesn't know what it's like, but I do." She searched his face. What was it like? His eyes were unreadable. "You see what you fear the most in the world." "I don't even know what that is." "Trust me, you don't want to." He glanced down. "Do you have your stele?" "Yeah, I have it." She pulled the woolly glove off her right hand and fished for the stele. Her hand was shaking a little as she drew it out. "Where do you want the mark?" "The closer it is to the heart, the more effective." He turned his back on her hand and drew off his jacket, dropping it on the ground. He shrugged his t-shirt up, baring his back. "On the shoulder blade would be good." Clary placed a hand on his shoulder to steady herself. His skin there was a paler gold than the skin of his hands and face, and smooth where it was not scarred. She traced the tip of the stele along the blade of his shoulder and felt him wince, his muscles tightening. "Don't press so hard." "Sorry." She eased up, letting the rune flow from her mind, down through her arm into the stele. The black line it left behind looked like charring, a line of ash. "There, you're finished." He turned around, shrugging his shirt back on. "Thanks." The sun was burning down beyond the horizon now, flooding the sky with blood and roses, turning the edge of the river to liquid gold, softening the ugliness of the urban waste all around them. "What about you?" "What about me what?" He took a step closer. "Push your sleeves up. I'll mark you." "Oh, right." She did as he asked, pushing up her sleeves, holding her bare arms out to him. The sting of the stele on her skin was like the light touch of a needle's tip, scraping without puncturing. She watched the black lines appear with a sort of fascination. The mark she'd gotten in her dream was still visible, faded only a little around the edges. "And the Lord said unto him, Therefore whosoever slayeth Cain, vengeance shall be taken on him sevenfold. And the Lord set a mark upon Cain, lest any finding him should kill him." Clary turned around, pulling her sleeves down. Magnus stood watching them, his black coat seeming to float around him in the wind off the river. A small smile played around his mouth. "You can quote the Bible?" asked Jace, bending to retrieve his jacket. "I was born in a deeply religious century, my boy," said Magnus. "I always thought Cain's might have been the first recorded mark. It certainly protected him." "But he was hardly one of the angels," said Clary. "Didn't he kill his brother?" "Aren't we planning to kill our father?" said Jace. "That's different," said Clary, but didn't get a chance to elaborate on how it was different, because at that moment, Luke's truck pulled up onto the beach, spraying gravel from its tires. Luke leaned out the window. "Okay," he said to Magnus. "Here we go, get in." "Are we going to drive to the boat?" Clary said, bewildered. "I thought—" "What boat?" Magnus cackled, as he swung himself up into the cab next to Luke. He jerked a thumb behind him. "You two, get into the back." Jace climbed up into the back of the truck and leaned down to help Clary up after him. As she settled herself against the spare tire, she saw that a black pentagram inside a circle had been painted onto the metal floor of the truck bed. The arms of the pentagram were decorated with wildly curlicuing symbols. They weren't quite the runes she was familiar with.
There was something about looking at them that was like trying to understand a person speaking a language that was close to, but not quite, English. Luke leaned out the window and looked back at them. "You know I don't like this," he said, the wind muffling his voice. "Clary, you're going to stay in the truck with Magnus. Jace and I will go up onto the ship, you understand?" Clary nodded and huddled into a corner of the truck bed. Jace sat beside her, bracing his feet. "This is going to be interesting." "What?" Clary began, but the truck started up again, tires roaring against gravel, drowning her words. It lurched forward into the shallow water at the edge of the river. Clary was flung against the cab's back window as the truck moved forward into the river. Was Luke planning to drown them all? She twisted around and saw that the cab was full of dizzying blue columns of light, snaking and twisting. The truck seemed to bump over something bulky, as if it had driven over a log. Then they were moving smoothly forward, almost gliding. Clary hauled herself to her knees and looked over the side of the truck, already fairly sure what she would see. They were moving, no, driving atop the dark water, the bottom of the truck's tires just brushing the river's surface, spreading tiny ripples outward along with the occasional shower of Magnus-created blue sparks. Everything was suddenly very quiet, except for the faint roar of the motor and the call of the seabirds overhead. Clary stared across the truck bed at Jace, who was grinning. "Now this is really going to impress Valentine." "I don't know," Clary said. "Other crack teams get bat boomerangs and wall-crawling powers. We get the aqua truck." "If you don't like it, Nephilim," came Magnus's voice, faintly, from the truck cab, "you're welcome to see if you can walk on the water." "I think we should go in," said Isabel, her ear pressed to the library door. She beckoned for Alec to come closer. "Can you hear anything?" Alec leaned in beside his sister, careful not to drop the phone he was holding. Magnus said he'd call if he had news or if anything happened. So far, he hadn't. "No." "Exactly. They've stopped yelling at each other." Isabel's dark eyes gleamed. "They're waiting for Valentine now." Alec moved away from the door and strode partway down the hall to the nearest window. The sky outside was the color of charcoal half sunk into ruby ashes. "It's sunset." Isabel reached for the door handle. "Let's go." "Isabel, wait." "I don't want her to be able to lie to us about what Valentine says," Isabel said, "or what happens. Besides, I want to see him. Jace's father, don't you?" Alec moved back to the library door. "Yes, but this isn't a good idea because—" Isabel pushed down on the handle of the library door. It swung wide open. With a half-amused glance over her shoulder at him, she ducked inside. Swearing under his breath, Alec followed her. His mother and the Inquisitor stood at opposite ends of the huge desk, like boxers facing each other across a ring. Mayrus's cheeks were bright red, her hair straggling around her face. Isabel shot Alec a look, as if to say, "Maybe we shouldn't have come in here. Mom looks mad." On the other hand, if Mayrus looked angry, the Inquisitor looked positively demented. She whirled around as the library door opened, her mouth twisted into an ugly shape. "What are you two doing here?" she shouted. "Imogen," said Mayrus. "Mayrus," the Inquisitor's voice rose, "I've had about enough of you and your delinquent children." "Imogen," Mayrus said again. There was something in her voice, an urgency, that made even the Inquisitor turn and look. The air just by the freestanding brass globe was shimmering like water. A shape began to coalesce out of it, like black paint being stroked over white canvas, evolving into the figure of a man with broad, plank-like shoulders. The image was wavering, too much for Alec to see more than that the man was tall, with a shock of close-cropped salt-white hair. Valentine! The Inquisitor looked caught off guard, Alec thought, though surely she must have been expecting him. The air by the globe was shimmering more violently now. Isabel gasped as a man stepped out of the wavering air, as if he were coming up through layers of water. Jace's father was a formidable man, over 6 feet tall with a wide chest and hard, thick arms corded with ropey muscles. His face was almost triangular, sharpening to a hard, pointed chin. He might have been considered handsome, Alec thought, but he was startlingly unlike Jace. lacking anything of his son's pale gold looks. The hilt of a sword was visible just over his left shoulder, the mortal sword. It wasn't as if he needed to be armed, since he wasn't corporeally present, so he must have worn it to annoy the Inquisitor. Not that she needed to be more annoyed than she was.
"Imogen," Valentine said, his dark eyes grazing the Inquisitor with a look of satisfied amusement. That's Jace all over, that look, Alec thought. "And Maris. My Maris. It has been a long time."
Maris, swallowing hard, said with some difficulty, "I'm not your Maris, Valentine."
"And these must be your children," Valentine went on as if she hadn't spoken. His eyes came to rest on Isabel and Alec. A faint shiver went through Alec, as if something had plucked at his nerves. Jace's father's words were perfectly ordinary, even polite, but there was something in his blank and predatory gaze that made Alec want to step in front of his sister and block her from Valentine's view. "They look just like you."
"Leave my children out of this, Valentine," Maris said, clearly struggling to keep her voice steady.
"Well, that hardly seems fair," Valentine said, "considering you haven't left my child out of this." He turned to the Inquisitor. "I got your message. Surely that's not the best you can do."
She hadn't moved. Now she blinked slowly, like a lizard.
"I hope the terms of my offer were perfectly clear. My son in return for the mortal instruments. That was it, correct? Otherwise you'll kill him?"
"Kill him?" Isabel echoed. "Mom!"
"Isabel," Maris said tightly, "shut up!"
The Inquisitor shot Isabel and Alec a venomous glare between her slitted eyelids. "You have the terms correct, Morgenstern."
"Then my answer is no."
"No?" The Inquisitor looked as if she'd taken a step forward on solid ground and it had collapsed under her feet. "You can't bluff me, Valentine. I will do exactly as I threatened."
"Oh, I have no doubt in you, Imogen. You have always been a woman of single-minded and ruthless focus. I recognize these qualities in you because I possess them myself."
"I am nothing like you. I follow the law."
"Even when it instructs you to kill a boy still in his teens just to punish his father? This is not about the law, Imogen. It is that you hate and blame me for the death of your son, and this is your manner of recompensing me. It will make no difference. I will not give up the mortal instruments, not even for Jonathan."
The Inquisitor simply stared at him. "But he's your son," she said. "Your child."
"Children make their own choices," said Valentine. "That's something you never understood. I offered Jonathan safety if he stayed with me. He spurned it and returned to you. And you'll exact your revenge on him as I told him you would. You are nothing, Imogen," he finished, "if not predictable."
The Inquisitor didn't seem to notice the insult.
"The Clave will insist on his death should you not give me the mortal instruments," she said, like someone caught in a bad dream. "I won't be able to stop them." "I'm aware of that," said Valentine. "But there's nothing I can do. I offered him a chance. He didn't take it."
"Bastard!" Isabel shouted suddenly and made as if to run forward. Alec grabbed her arm and dragged her backward, holding her there. "He's a dickhead," she hissed, then raised her voice, shouting at Valentine. "You're a—"
"Isabel!"
Alec covered his sister's mouth with his hand as Valentine spared them both a single, amused glance.
"You offered him."
The Inquisitor was starting to remind Alec of a robot whose circuits were shorting out.
"And he turned you down?"
She shook her head. "But he's your spy, your weapon."
"Is that what you thought?"
he said, with apparently genuine surprise.
"I am hardly interested in spying out the secrets of the Clave. I'm only interested in its destruction. And to achieve that end, I have far more powerful weapons in my arsenal than a boy."
"But—"
"Believe what you like," Valentine said with a shrug. "You are nothing, Imogen Herondale. The figurehead of a regime whose power is soon to be shattered, its rule ended. There is nothing you have to offer me that I could possibly want."
"Valentine!" The Inquisitor threw herself forward, as if she could stop him, catch at him, but her hands only went through him as if through water. With a look of supreme disgust, he stepped back and vanished. The sky was licked with the last tongues of a fading fire. The water had turned to iron. Clary drew her jacket closer around her body and shivered. "Are you cold?" Jace had been standing at the back of the truck bed, looking down at the wake the car left behind it. 2 white lines of foam cutting the water. Now he came and slid down beside her, his back against the rear window of the cab. The window itself was almost entirely fogged up with bluish smoke. "Aren't you?" "No." He shook his head and slid his jacket off, handing it across to her. She put it on, reveling in the softness of the leather. It was too big in that comforting way. "You're going to stay in the truck like Luke told you to, right?" "Do I have a choice?" "Not in the literal sense, no." She slid her glove off and reached out her hand to him. He took it, gripping it tightly. She looked down at their interlaced fingers, hers so small, squared off at the tips, his long and lean. "You'll find Simon for me," she said. "I know you will." "Clary." She could see the water all around them mirrored in his eyes. "He may be, it may be." "No." Her tone left no room for doubt. "He'll be all right. He has to be." Jace exhaled. His irises rippled with dark blue water, like tears, Clary thought, but they weren't tears, only reflections. "There's something I want to ask you," he said. "I was afraid to ask before, but now I'm not afraid of anything." His hand moved to cup her cheek, his palm warm against her cold skin, and she found that her own fear was gone, as if he could pass the power of the fearless rune to her through his touch. Her chin went up, her lips parting in expectation. His mouth brushed hers lightly, so lightly it felt like the brush of a feather, the memory of a kiss. And then he pulled back, his eyes widening. She saw the black wall in them, rising up to blot out the incredulous gold, the shadow of the ship. Jace let go of her with an exclamation and scrambled to his feet. Clary got up awkwardly, Jace's heavy jacket throwing her off balance. Blue sparks were flying from the windows of the cab, and in their light she could see that the side of the ship was corrugated black metal, that there was a thin ladder crawling down one side, and that an iron railing ran around the top. What looked like big, awkwardly shaped birds were perched on the railing. Waves of cold seemed to roll off the boat like freezing air off an iceberg. When Jace called out to her, his breath came out in white puffs, his words lost in the sudden engine roar of the big ship. She frowned at him. "What? What did you say?" He grabbed for her, sliding a hand up under her jacket, his fingertips grazing her bare skin. She yelped in surprise. He yanked the seraph blade he'd given her earlier from her belt and pressed it into her hand. "I said," and he let her go, "to get Abrariel out, because they're coming." "Who are coming?" "The demons." He pointed up. At first, Clary saw nothing. Then she noticed the huge, awkward birds she'd seen before. They were dropping off the railing one by one, falling like stones down the side of the boat, then leveling out and heading straight for the truck where it floated on top of the waves. As they got closer, she saw that they weren't birds at all, but ugly flying things like pterodactyls with wide, leathery wings and bony, triangular heads. Their mouths were full of serrated shark teeth, row on row of them, and their claws glinted like straight razors. Jace scrambled up onto the roof of the cab, Telantes blazing in his hand. As the first of the flying things reached them, he flung the blade. It struck the demon, slicing off the top of its skull the way you might slice the top of an egg. With a high, windy screech, the thing toppled sideways, wings spasming. When it struck the ocean, the water boiled. The second demon hit the hood of the truck, its claws raking long furrows in the metal. It flung itself against the windshield, spiderwebbing the glass. Clary shouted for Luke, but another one of them dive-bombed her, hurtling down from the steel sky like an arrow. She yanked the sleeve of Jace's jacket up, flinging her arm out to show the defensive rune. The demon skreeked as the other one had, wings flapping backward, but it had already come too close, within her reach. She saw that it had no eyes, only indentations on each side of its skull, as she smashed Abrariel into its chest. It burst apart, leaving a wisp of black smoke behind. "Well done," said Jace. He had jumped down from the truck cab to dispatch another one of the screeching flying things. He had a dagger out now, its hilt slicked with black blood. "What are these things?" Clary panted, swinging a brariel in a wide arc that slashed across the chest of a flying demon. It cawed and swiped at her with a wing. This close, she could see that the wings ended in blade-sharp ridges of bone. This one caught the sleeve of Jace's jacket and tore it across. "My jacket!" said Jace in a rage, and stabbed down at the thing as it rose, piercing its back. It shrieked and disappeared. "I loved that jacket." Clary stared at him, then spun around as the rending screech of metal assailed her ears. Two of the flying demons had their claws in the top of the truck cab, ripping it off the frame. The air was filled with the screech of tearing metal. Luke was down on the hood of the truck, slashing at the creatures with his kin jaw. One toppled off the side of the truck, vanishing before it hit the water. The other burst into the air, the cab roof clutched in its claws, squeaking triumphantly, and winged back toward the boat. For the moment, the sky was clear. Clary raced up and peered down into the cab. Magnus was slumped down in his seat, his face gray. It was too dark for her to see if he was wounded. "Magnus!" she shouted. "Are you hurt?" "No." He struggled to sit upright, then fell back against the seat. "I'm just drained. The protection spells on the ship are strong. Stripping them, keeping them off is difficult." His voice faded. "But if I don't do it, anyone who sets foot on that ship other than Valentine will die." "Maybe you should come with us," said Luke. "I can't work on the wards if I'm on the ship itself. I have to do it from here. That's the way it works." Magnus's grin looked painful. "Besides, I'm no good in a fight. My talents lie elsewhere." Clary, still hanging down into the cab, began. "But what if we need—" "Clary!" Luke shouted, but it was too late. None of them had seen the flying creature clinging motionless to the side of the truck. It launched itself upward now, winging sideways, claws sinking deep into the back of Clary's jacket, a blur of shadowy wings and reeking, jagged teeth. With a howling screech of triumph, it took off into the air, Clary dangling helplessly from its claws. "Clary!" Luke shouted again, and raced to the edge of the truck's hood and stopped there, staring hopelessly upward at the dwindling winged shape with its slackly hanging burden. "It won't kill her," said Jace, joining him on the hood. "It's retrieving her for Valentine." There was something about his tone that sent a chill through Luke's blood. He turned to stare at the boy next to him. "But—" He didn't finish. Jace had already dived from the truck in a single smooth movement. He splashed down in the filthy river water and struck out toward the boat, his strong kicks churning the water to froth. Luke turned back to Magnus, whose pale face was just visible through the cracked windshield, a white smudge against the darkness. Luke held a hand up, thought he saw Magnus nod in response. Sheathing his kinjal at his side, he dived into the river after Jace. Alec released his hold on Isabel, half expecting her to start screaming the moment he took his hand off her mouth. She didn't. She stood beside him and stared as the Inquisitor stood, swaying slightly, her face a chalky gray white. "Imogen," Mayrus said. There was no feeling in her voice, not even any anger. The Inquisitor didn't seem to hear her. Her expression didn't change as she sank bonelessly into Hodge's old chair. "My God," she said, staring down at the desk. "What have I done?" Mayrus glanced over at Isabel. "Get your father." Isabel, looking as frightened as Alec had ever seen her, nodded and slipped out of the room. Mayrus crossed the room to the Inquisitor and looked down at her. "What have you done, Imogen?" she said. "You've handed victory to Valentine. That's what you've done." "No," the Inquisitor breathed. "You knew exactly what Valentine was planning when you locked Jace up. You refused to allow the Clave to become involved because it would have interfered with your plan. You wanted to make Valentine suffer as he has made you suffer, to show him you had the power to kill his son the way he killed yours. You wanted to humble him." "Yes, but Valentine will not be humbled," said Mayrus. "I could have told you that." You never had a hold over him. He only pretended to consider your offer to make absolutely certain that we would have no time to call for reinforcements from Idris. And now it's too late." The Inquisitor looked up wildly. Her hair had come loose from its knot and hung in lank strips around her face. It was the most human Alec had seen her look, but he got no pleasure out of it. His mother's words chilled him. Too late. "No, Mayrus," she said. "We can still—" "Still what?" Mayrus's voice cracked. "Call on the Clave? We don't have the days, the hours it would take them to get here. If we're going to face Valentine, and God knows we have no choice—" "We're going to have to do it now," interrupted a deep voice. Behind Alec, glowering darkly, was Robert Lightwood. Alec stared at his father. It had been years since he'd seen him in hunting gear. His time had been taken up with administrative tasks, with running the conclave and dealing with downworlder issues. Something about seeing his father in his heavy, dark-armored clothes, his broad sword strapped across his back, reminded Alec of being a child again, when his father had been the biggest, strongest, and most terrifying man he could imagine, and he was still terrifying. He hadn't seen his father since he'd embarrassed himself at Luke's. He tried to catch his eye now, but Robert was looking at Mayrus. "The conclave stands ready," Robert said. "The boats are waiting at the dock." The Inquisitor's hands fluttered around her face. "It's no good," she said. "There aren't enough of us. We can't possibly." Robert ignored her. Instead, he looked at Mayrus. "We should go very soon," he said, and in his tone there was the respect that had been lacking when he had addressed the Inquisitor. "But the Clave," the Inquisitor began. "They should be informed." Mayrus shoved the phone on the desk toward the Inquisitor hard. "You tell them. Tell them what you've done. It's your job, after all." The Inquisitor said nothing, just stared at the phone, one hand over her mouth. Before Alec could start to feel sorry for her, the door opened again and Isabel came in her Shadowhunter gear, with her long silver-gold whip in one hand and a wooden-bladed naginata in the other. She frowned at her brother. "Go get ready," she said. "We're sailing for Valentine's ship right away." Alec couldn't help it. The corner of his mouth twitched upward. Isabel was always so determined. "Is that for me?" he asked, indicating the naginata. Isabel jerked it away from him. "Get your own." Some things never change. Alec headed toward the door, but was stopped by a hand on his shoulder. He looked up in surprise. It was his father. He was looking down at Alec, and though he wasn't smiling, there was a look of pride on his lined and tired face. "If you're in need of a blade, Alexander, my guisarme is in the entryway if you'd like to use it." Alec swallowed and nodded, but before he could thank his father, Isabel spoke from behind him. "Here you go, Mom," she said. Alec turned and saw his sister in the process of handing the naginata to his mother, who took it and spun it expertly in her grasp. "Thank you, Isabel," Mayrus said, and with a movement as swift as any of her daughters, she lowered the blade so that it pointed directly at the Inquisitor's heart. Imogen Herondale looked up at Mayrus with the blank, shattered eyes of a ruined statue. "Are you going to kill me, Mayrus?" Mayrus hissed through her teeth. "Not even close," she said. "We need every shadow hunter in the city, and right now that includes you. Get up, Imogen, and get yourself ready for battle. From now on, the orders around here are going to come from me." She smiled grimly. "And the first thing you're going to do is free my son from that accursed Malachi configuration." She looked magnificent as she spoke, Alec thought with pride. A true shadow hunter warrior, every line of her blazing with righteous fury. He hated to spoil the moment, but they were going to find out Jace was gone on their own soon enough. Better that someone cushioned the shock. He cleared his throat. "Actually," he said, "there's something you should probably know." Chapter 18. Darkness Visible. Clary had always hated roller coasters, hated that feeling of her stomach dropping out through her feet when the coaster hurtled downward. Being snatched from the truck and dragged through the air like a mouse in the claws of an eagle was 10 times worse. She screamed out loud as her feet left the truck bed and her body soared upward unbelievably fast. She screamed and twisted until she looked down and saw how high she already was above the water and realized what would happen if the flying demon released her. She went still. The pickup truck looked like a toy below, drifting impossibly on the waves. The city swung around her, blurred walls of glittering light. It might have been beautiful if she weren't so terrified. The demon banked and dived, and suddenly, instead of rising, she was falling. She thought of the thing dropping her hundreds of feet through the air until she crashed into the icy black water and shut her eyes, but falling through blind darkness was worse. She opened them again and saw the black deck of the ship rising up from below her like a hand about to swat them both out of the sky. She screamed a second time as they dropped toward the deck, and through a dark square cut into its surface. Now they were inside the ship. The flying creature slowed its pace. They were dropping through the center of the boat, surrounded by railed metal decks. Clary caught glimpses of dark machinery. None of it looked in working order, and there were gears and tools abandoned in various places. If there had been electrical lights before, they were no longer working, though a faint glow permeated everything. Whatever had powered the ship before, Valentine was now powering it with something else. Something that had sucked the warmth right out of the atmosphere. Icy air lashed at her face as the demon reached the bottom of the ship and ducked down a long, poorly lit corridor. It wasn't being particularly careful with her. Her knee slammed against a pipe as the creature turned a corner, sending a shockwave of pain up her leg. She cried out and heard its hissing laughter above her. Then it released her and she was falling. Twisting in the air, Clary tried to get her hands and knees under her before she hit the ground. It almost worked. She struck the floor with a jarring impact and rolled to the side, stunned. She was lying on a hard metal surface in semi-darkness. This had probably been a storage space at one point, because the walls were smooth and doorless. There was a square opening high above her through which the only light filtered. Her whole body felt like one big bruise. "Clary," a whispered voice. She rolled onto her side, wincing. A shadow knelt beside her. As her eyes adjusted to the darkness, she saw the small, curvy figure, braided hair, dark brown eyes. Maya. "Clary, is that you?" Clary sat up, ignoring the screaming pain in her back. "Maya! Maya, oh my God!" She stared at the other girl, then wildly around the room. It was empty but for the two of them. "Maya, where is he? Where's Simon?" Maya bit her lip. Her wrists were bloody. Clary saw her face streaked with dried tears. "Clary, I'm so sorry," she said in her soft and husky voice. "Simon's dead." Soaked through and half frozen, Jace collapsed onto the deck of the ship, water streaming from his hair and clothes. He stared up at the cloudy night sky, gasping in breaths. It had been no easy task to climb the rickety iron ladder badly bolted to the ship's metal side, especially with slippery hands and drenched clothes dragging him down. If it hadn't been for the fearless rune, he reflected, he probably would have been worried that one of the flying demons would pick him off the ladder like a bird picking a bug off a vine. Fortunately, they seemed to have returned to the ship once they'd seized Clary. Jace couldn't imagine why, but he'd long ago given up trying to fathom why his father did anything. Above him a head appeared, silhouetted against the sky. It was Luke, having reached the top of the ladder. He clambered laboriously onto the railing and dropped down onto the other side of it. He looked down at Jace. "You all right?" "Fine." Jace got to his feet. He was shivering. It was cold on the boat, colder than it had been down by the water. And his jacket was gone. He'd given it to Clary. Jace looked around. "Somewhere there's a door that leads into the ship. I found it last time. We just have to walk around the deck until we find it again." Luke started forward. "And let me go first," Jace added, stepping in front of him. Luke shot him an extremely puzzled look, seemed as if he were about to say something, and finally fell into step just beside Jace as they approached the curved front of the ship where Jace had stood with Valentine the night before. He could hear the oily slap of water against the bow, far below. "Your father," Luke said. "What did he say to you when you saw him? What did he promise you?" "Oh, you know, the usual. A lifetime supply of Knicks tickets." Jace spoke lightly,
but the memory bit into him deeper than the cold. He said he'd make sure no harm came to me or anyone I cared about if I'd leave the clave and return to Idris with him. Do you think... Luke hesitated. Do you think he'd hurt Clary to get back at you? They rounded the bow and Jace caught a brief glimpse of the Statue of Liberty off in the distance, a pillar of glowing light. No, I think he took her to make us come onto the boat like this, to give him a bargaining chip, that's all. I'm not sure he needs a bargaining chip. Luke spoke in a low voice as he unsheathed his kinjal. Jace turned to follow Luke's gaze, and for a moment could only stare. There was a black hole in the deck on the west side of the ship, a hole like a square that had been cut into the metal, and out of its depths poured a dark cloud of monsters. Jace flashed back to the last time he had stood here, with the mortal sword in his hand, staring around him in horror, as the sky above him and the sea below him turned to roiling masses of nightmares. Only now they stood in front of him, a cacophony of demons. The bone-white realm that had attacked them at Luke's. Oni demons with their green bodies, wide mouths and horns. The slinking black curry demons, spider demons with their 8 pincer-tipped arms and the poison-dripping fangs that protruded from their eye sockets. Jace couldn't count them all. He felt for Kamail and took it from his belt, its white glare lighting the deck. The demons hissed at the sight of it, but none of them backed away. The fearless rune on Jace's shoulder blade began to burn. He wondered how many demons he could kill before it burned itself away. Stop. Stop. Luke's hand, knotted in the back of Jace's shirt, jerked him backward. There's too many, Jace. If we can get back to the ladder. We can't. Jace yanked himself out of Luke's grip and pointed. They've cut us off on both sides. It was true. A phalanx of Moloch demons, flames jetting from their empty eyes, blocked their retreat. Luke swore, fluently and viciously. Jump over the side then, I'll hold them off. You jump, Jace said. I'm fine here. Luke threw his head back. His ears had gone pointed, and when he snarled at Jace, his lips drew back over canines that were suddenly sharp. You! He broke off as a Moloch demon leaped at him, claws outstretched. Jace stabbed it casually in the spine as it went by, and it staggered into Luke, yowling. Luke seized it in clawed hands and hurled it over the railing. You used that fearless rune, didn't you? Luke said, turning back to Jace with eyes that glowed amber. There was a distant splash. You're not wrong, Jace admitted. Christ, said Luke. Did you put it on yourself? No. Clary put it on me. Jace's seraph blade cut the air with white fire. 2 Drevak demons fell. There were dozens more where it had come from, lurching toward them, their needle-tipped hands outstretched. She's good at that, you know. Teenagers, said Luke, as if it were the filthiest word he knew, and threw himself into the oncoming horde. Dead? Clary stared at Maya as if she'd spoken in Bulgarian. He can't be dead. Maya said nothing, just watched her with sad dark eyes. I would know. Clary sat up and pressed her hand clenched into a fist against her chest. I would know it here. I thought that myself, Maya said. Once. But you don't know. You never know. Clary scrambled to her feet. Jace's jacket hung off her shoulders, the back of it nearly shredded through. She shrugged it off impatiently and dropped it onto the floor. It was ruined, the back scored through with a dozen razored claw marks. Jace will be upset that I wrecked his jacket, she thought. I should buy him a new one. She drew a long, ragged breath. She could hear her own heart pounding, but that sounded distant too. What happened to him? Maya was still kneeling on the floor. Valentine got us both, she said. He chained us up in a room together. Then he came in with a weapon, a sword, really long and bright, as if it was glowing. He threw silver powder at me so I couldn't fight him, and he stabbed Simon in the throat. Her voice faded to a whisper. He cut his wrists open and he poured the blood into bowls. Some of those demon creatures of his came in and helped him take it. Then he just left Simon lying there, like some toy he'd ripped all the insides out of so he had no use for it anymore.
I screamed, but I knew he was dead. Then one of the demons picked me up and brought me down here." Clary pressed the back of her hand against her mouth, pressed and pressed until she tasted salty blood. The sharp taste of the blood seemed to cut through the fog in her brain. "We have to get out of here." "No offense, but that's pretty obvious." Maya got to her feet, wincing. "There's no way out of here, not even for a shadow hunter. Maybe if you were..." "If I were what?" Clary demanded, pacing the square of their cell. "Jace? Well, I'm not." She kicked at the wall. It echoed hollowly. She dug into her pocket and pulled out her stele. "But I have my own talents." She shoved the tip of the stele against the wall and began to draw. The line seemed to flow out of her, black and charred-looking, hot as her furious anger. She slammed the stele against the wall again, and the black lines flowed up out of its tip like flames. When she drew back, breathing hard, she saw Maya staring at her in astonishment. "Girl," she said, "what did you do?" Clary wasn't sure. It looked as if she had thrown a bucket of acid against the wall. The metal all around the rune was sagging and dripping like ice cream on a hot day. She stepped back, eyeing it warily as a hole the size of a large dog opened in the wall. Clary could see steel struts behind it, more of the ship's metal innards. The edges of the hole still sizzled, though it had stopped spreading outward. Maya took a step forward, pushing Clary's arm away. "Wait." Clary was suddenly nervous. "The melted metal, it could be like toxic sludge or something." Maya snorted. "I'm from New Jersey. I was born in toxic sludge." She marched up to the hole and peered through it. "There's a metal catwalk on the other side," she announced. "Here, I'm going to pull myself through." She turned around and stuck her feet through the hole, then her legs, moving backward slowly. She grimaced as she wriggled her body through, then froze. "Ouch! My shoulders are stuck." "Push me?" She held her hands out. Clary took her hands and pushed. Maya's face turned white, then red, and she suddenly pulled free, like a champagne cork popped from the bottle. With a shriek, she tumbled backward. There was a crash, and Clary stuck her head anxiously through the hole. "Are you all right?" Maya was lying on a narrow metal catwalk several feet below. She rolled over slowly and pushed herself into a sitting position, wincing. "My ankle, but I'll be fine," she added, seeing Clary's face. "We heal fast too, you know." "I know. Okay, my turn." Clary's stele poked uncomfortably into her stomach as she bent, prepared to slide through the hole after Maya. The drop to the catwalk was intimidating, but not as intimidating as the idea of waiting in the storage space for whatever came to claim them. She turned over onto her stomach, sliding her feet into the hole. And something seized her by the back of her shirt, hauling her upward. Her stele fell out of her belt and rattled to the floor. She gasped in sudden shock and pain. The neckband of her sweater cut into her throat and she choked. A moment later, she was released. She crashed to the floor, her knees hitting the metal with a hollow clang. Gagging, she rolled onto her back and looked up, knowing what she would see. Valentine stood over her. In one hand, he held a seraph blade, glittering with a harsh white light. His other hand, which had gripped the back of her shirt, was clenched into a fist. His carved white face was set into a sneer of disdain. "Always your mother's daughter, Clarissa," he said. "What have you done now?" Clary pulled herself painfully up to her knees. Her mouth was filled with the salty blood from where her lip had torn open. As she looked at Valentine, her simmering rage bloomed like a poisonous flower inside her chest. This man, her father, had killed Simon and left him dead on the floor like so much discarded trash. She had thought she had hated people before in her life. She'd been wrong. This was hatred. "The werewolf girl," Valentine went on, frowning. "Where is she?" Clary leaned forward and spat her mouthful of blood onto his shoes. With a sharp exclamation of disgust and surprise, he stepped backward, raising the blade in his hand, and for a moment Clary saw the unguarded fury in his eyes and thought he was really going to do it, was really going to kill her right there where she crouched at his feet for spitting on his shoes. Slowly, he lowered the blade. Without a word, he walked past Clary and stared through the hole she had made in the wall. Slowly, she turned, her eyes raking the floor until she saw it. Her mother's stele. She reached for it, her breath catching. Valentine, turning, saw what she was doing. With a single stride, he was across the room. He kicked the stele out of her reach. It spun across the metal floor and fell through the hole in the wall. She half closed her eyes, feeling the loss of the stele like the loss of her mother all over again. "The demons will find your downworlder friend," said Valentine, in his cold, still voice, sliding a seraph blade into a sheath at his waist. "There is nowhere for her to flee to, nowhere for any of you to go. Now get up, Clarissa." Slowly, Clary got to her feet. Her whole body ached from the pummeling it had taken. A moment later, she gasped in surprise as Valentine seized her by the shoulders, turning her so that her back was to him. He whistled, a high, sharp, and unpleasant sound. The air stirred overhead, and she heard the ugly flap of leathery wings. With a little cry, she tried to break away, but Valentine was too strong. The wings settled around them both, and then they were rising into the air together, Valentine holding her in his arms, as if he really were her father. Jace had thought he and Luke would be dead by now. He wasn't sure why they weren't. The deck of the ship was slippery with blood. He was covered in filth. Even his hair was lank and sticky with ichor, and his eyes stung with blood and sweat. There was a deep cut along the top of his right arm, and no time to carve a healing rune into the skin. Every time he lifted the arm, a searing pain shot through his side. They had managed to wedge themselves into a recess in the metal wall of the ship, and they fought from this shelter as the demons lurched at them. Jace had used both his chakrams and was down to his last seraph blade and the dagger he'd taken from Isabel. It wasn't much. He wouldn't have gone out to face only a few demons this poorly armed, and now he was facing a horde. He ought to be frightened, he knew, but he felt almost nothing at all, only a disgust for the demons who did not belong in this world, and rage at Valentine who had summoned them here. Distantly, he knew his lack of fear wasn't entirely a good thing. He wasn't even afraid of how much blood he was losing from his arm. A spider demon scuttled toward Jace, chittering and jetting yellow poison. He ducked away, not quite fast enough to keep a few drops of the poison from splattering his shirt. It hissed as it ate through the material. He felt the sting as it burned his skin like a dozen tiny superheated needles. The spider demon clicked in satisfaction and sprayed another jet of poison. Jace ducked, and the venom hit an Oni demon coming toward him from the side. The Oni screamed in agony and thrashed its way to the spider demon, claws extended. The two grappled together, rolling across the deck. The surrounding demons surged away from the spilled poison, which made a barrier between them and the Shadow Hunter. Jace took advantage of the momentary breather to turn to Luke beside him. Luke was almost unrecognizable. His ears rose to sharp, wolfish points. His lips were pulled back from his snarling muzzle in a permanent rictus, his clawed hands black with demon ichor.
"We should go for the railings."
Luke's voice was half a growl.
"Get off the ship. We can't kill them all. Maybe Magnus."
"I don't think we're doing so badly." Jace twirled his seraph blade, which was a bad idea. His hand was wet with blood, and the blade almost slipped out of his grasp. All things considered. Luke made a noise that might have been a snarl or a laugh, or a combination of both. Then something huge and shapeless fell out of the sky, knocking them both to the ground. Jace hit the ground hard, his seraph blade flying out of his hand. It struck the deck, skittered across the metal surface, and slid over the edge of the boat, out of sight. Jace swore and staggered to his feet. The thing that had landed on them was an Oni demon. It was unusually big for its kind, not to mention unusually smart to have thought of climbing up onto the roof and dropping down on them from above. It was sitting on top of Luke now, slashing at him with the sharp tusks that sprouted from its forehead. Luke was defending himself as best he could with his own claws, but he was already drenched in blood. His kinjal lay a foot away from him on the deck. Luke grabbed for it, and the Oni seized one of his legs in a spade-like hand, bringing the leg down like a tree branch over its knee. Jace heard the bone break with a snap as Luke cried out. Jace dived for the kinjal, grabbed it, and rolled to his feet, flinging the dagger hard at the back of the Oni demon's neck. It sliced through with enough force to decapitate the creature, which sagged forward, black blood gushing from its neck stump. A moment later, it was gone. The Kinjal thumped to the deck beside Luke. Jace ran to him and knelt down.
"Your leg."
"It's broken."
Luke struggled into a sitting position, his face twisted in pain.
"But you heal fast."
Luke looked around, his face grim. The Oni might have been dead, but the other demons had learned from its example. They were swarming up onto the roof. Jace couldn't tell in the dim moonlight how many of them there were. Dozens? Hundreds? After a certain number, it didn't matter anymore. Luke closed his hand around the hilt of the Kinjal.
"Not fast enough."
Jace drew Isabel's dagger from his belt. It was the last of his weapons, and it seemed suddenly and pitifully small. A sharp emotion pierced him. Not fear, he was still beyond that, but sorrow. He saw Alec and Isabel as if they were standing in front of him, smiling at him, and then he saw Clary with her arms out as if she were welcoming him home. He rose to his feet just as they fell from the roof in a wave, a shadow tide blotting out the moon. Jace moved to try to block Luke, but it was no use. The demons were all around. One reared up in front of him. It was a 6-foot skeleton grinning with broken teeth. Scraps of brightly colored Tibetan prayer flags hung from its rotting bones. It gripped a katana sword in a bony hand, which was unusual. Most demons didn't arm themselves. The blade, inscribed with demonic runes, was longer than Jace's arm, curling and sharp and deadly. Jace flung the dagger. It struck the demon's bony ribcage and stuck there. The demon barely seemed to notice. It only kept moving, inexorable as death. The air around it stank of death and graveyards. It raised the katana in a clawed hand. A gray shadow cut the darkness in front of Jace, a shadow that moved with a whirling, precise, and deadly motion. The downward swing of the katana met with the grinding screech of metal on metal. The shadowy figure thrust the katana back at the demon, stabbing upward with the other hand with a swiftness that Jace's eyes could barely follow. The demon fell back, its skull shattering as it crumpled into nothingness. All around him he could hear the shrieks of demons howling in pain and surprise. Whirling, he saw that dozens of shapes, human shapes, were crawling up over the railings, dropping to the ground and racing to close with the mass of demons that crawled, slithered, hissed, and flew upon the deck. They carried blades of light and wore the dark, tough clothing of
"Shadow hunters?"
Jace said, so startled that he spoke out loud.
"Who else?"
A grin flashed in the darkness.
"Malik? Is that you?"
Malik inclined his head.
"Sorry about earlier today," he said. "I was under orders."
Jace was about to tell Malik that his having just saved his life more than made up for his earlier attempt to prevent Jace from leaving the Institute when a group of Raum demons surged toward them, tentacles lashing the air. Malik whirled and charged to meet them with a shout, his seraph blade blazing like a star. Jace was about to follow him when a hand seized him by the arm and pulled him sideways. It was a shadow hunter, all in black, a hood shading the face beneath.
"Come with me."
The hand tugged insistently at his sleeve.
"I need to get to Luke. He's been hurt."
He jerked his arm back.
"Let go of me." "Oh, for the angel's sake."
The figure released him and reached up to push back the hood of its long cloak, revealing a narrow white face and gray eyes that blazed like chips of diamond.
"Now will you do what you're told, Jonathan?"
It was the Inquisitor. Despite the whirling speed with which they flew through the air, Clary would have kicked out at Valentine if she could, but he held her as if his arms were iron bands. Her feet swung free, but struggle as she might, she didn't seem to be able to connect with anything. When the demon banked and swerved suddenly, she let out a scream. Valentine laughed. Then they were spinning through a narrow metal tunnel and into a much larger, wider room. Instead of dropping them unceremoniously, the flying demon set them down gently on the floor. Much to Clary's surprise, Valentine let her go. She jerked away from him and stumbled into the middle of the room, looking around wildly. It was a big space, probably once some kind of machine room. Machinery still lined the walls, shoved out of the way to create a wide square space in the center. The floor was thick black metal, splotched here and there with darker stains. In the middle of the empty space were 4 basins, big enough to wash a dog in. The interiors of the first 2 were stained a dark rust brown. The third was full of a dark red liquid. The fourth was empty. A metal footlocker stood behind the bowls. A dark cloth had been thrown over it. As she drew closer, she saw that on top of the cloth rested a silver sword that glowed with a blackish light, almost an absence of illumination, a radiant, visible darkness. Clary whirled around and stared at Valentine, who was quietly watching her. "How could you do it?" she demanded. "How could you kill Simon? He was just a boy, just an ordinary human."
"He wasn't human," said Valentine in his silky voice. "He had become a monster. You just couldn't see it, Clarissa, because it wore the face of a friend."
"He wasn't a monster." She moved a little closer to the sword. It looked huge, heavy. She wondered if she could lift it, and even if she could she swing it? "He was still Simon."
"Don't think I'm not sympathetic to your situation," said Valentine.
He stood unmoving in the single shaft of light that came down from the trapdoor in the ceiling.
"It was the same for me when Lucian was bitten."
"He told me," she spat at him. "You gave him a dagger and told him to kill himself."
"That was a mistake," said Valentine.
"At least you admit it."
"I should have killed him myself. It would have showed that I cared."
Clary shook her head. "But you didn't. You've never cared about anyone. Not even my mother. Not even Jace. They were just things that belonged to you."
"But isn't that what love is, Clarissa? Ownership? I am my beloved's, and my beloved is mine, as the Song of Songs goes."
"No, and don't quote the Bible at me. I don't think you get it." She was standing very near to the locker now, the hilt of the sword within reaching distance. Her fingers were wet with sweat, and she dried them surreptitiously on her jeans. "It's not just that someone belongs to you, it's that you give yourself to them. I doubt you've ever given anything to anyone, except maybe nightmares."
"To give yourself to someone."
The thin smile didn't waver.
"As you've given yourself to Jonathan."
Her hand, which had been lifting toward the sword, spasmed into a fist. She pulled it back against her chest, staring at him unbelievingly. "What?"
"You think I haven't seen the way you two look at each other, the way he says your name. You may not think I can feel, but that doesn't mean I can't see feelings in others."
Valentine's tone was cool, every word a sliver of ice stabbing into her ears.
"I suppose we have only ourselves to blame, your mother and I. Having kept you two apart so long, you never developed the revulsion toward each other that would be more natural between siblings."
"I don't know what you mean." Clary's teeth were chattering.
"I think I make myself plain enough."
He had moved out of the light. His face was a study in shadow.
"I saw Jonathan after he faced the fear demon, you know. It showed itself to him as you. That told me all I needed to know. The greatest fear in Jonathan's life is the love he feels for his sister."
"I don't do what I'm told," said Jace, "but I might do what you want if you ask me nicely." The Inquisitor looked as if she wanted to roll her eyes but had forgotten how. "I need to talk to you." Jace stared at the Inquisitor.
"Now?"
She put a hand on his arm. "Now." "You're insane." Jace looked down the length of the ship. It looked like a Bosch painting of hell. The darkness was full of demons, lumbering, howling, squawking, and slashing out with claws and teeth. Nephilim darted back and forth, their weapons bright in the shadows. Jace could see already that there weren't enough shadow hunters, not nearly enough. "There's no way. We're in the middle of a battle." The Inquisitor's bony grip was surprisingly strong. "Now." She pushed him, and he took a step back, too surprised to do anything else, and then another, until they were standing in the recess of a wall. She let go of Jace and felt in the folds of her dark cloak, drawing forth 2 seraph blades. She whispered their names and then several words Jace didn't know, and flung them at the deck, one on either side of him. They stuck, points down, and a single blue-white sheet of light sprang up from them, walling Jace and the Inquisitor off from the rest of the ship.
"Are you locking me up again?"
Jace demanded, staring at the Inquisitor in disbelief.
"This isn't a Malachi configuration. You can get out of it if you want."
Her thin hands clasped each other tightly.
"Jonathan, you mean Jace."
He could no longer see the battle past the wall of white light, but he could still hear the sounds of it, the screams and the howling of the demons. If he turned his head, he could just catch a glimpse of a small section of ocean, sparkling with light like diamonds scattered over the surface of a mirror. There were about a dozen boats down there, the sleek, multi-hulled trimarans used on the lakes in Idris. Shadow hunter boats.
"What are you doing here, Inquisitor? Why did you come?"
"You were right," she said, "about Valentine. He wouldn't make the trade."
"He told you to let me die."
Jace felt suddenly lightheaded.
"The moment he refused, of course I called the Conclave together and brought them here. I owe you and your family an apology."
"Noted," said Jace. He hated apologies.
"Alec and Isabel, are they here? They won't be punished for helping me?"
"They're here, and no, they won't be punished." She was still staring at him, eyes searching. "I can't understand Valentine," she said. "For a father to throw away the life of his child, his only son."
"Yeah,"
said Jace. His head ached, and he wished she would shut up or that a demon would attack them.
"It's a conundrum, all right. Unless..."
Now he looked at her in surprise.
"Unless what?"
She jabbed a finger at his shoulder. "When did you get that?" Jace looked down and saw that the spider demon's poison had eaten a hole in his shirt, leaving a good deal of his left shoulder bare.
"The shirt? At Macy's, winter sale."
"The scar. The scar, here on your shoulder."
"Oh, that."
Jace wondered at the intensity of her gaze.
"I'm not sure. Something that happened when I was very young, my father said. An accident of some kind. Why?"
Breath hissed through the Inquisitor's teeth.
"It can't be," she murmured.
"You can't be..."
"I can't be what?"
There was a note of uncertainty in the Inquisitor's voice. "All those years," she said, "when you were growing up, you truly thought you were Michael Whalen's son?" Sharp fury went through Jace, made all the more painful by the tiny stab of disappointment that accompanied it.
"By the angel," he spat. "You dragged me off here in the middle of battle just to ask me the same goddamn questions again? You didn't believe me the first time, and you still don't believe me. You'll never believe me, despite everything that's happened, even though everything I told you was the truth."
He jabbed a finger toward whatever was happening on the other side of the wall of light.
"I should be out there fighting. Why are you keeping me here? So after this is all over, if any of us are still even alive, you can go to the Clave and tell them I wouldn't fight on your side against my father? Nice try."
She had gone even paler than he thought possible. "Jonathan, that's not what I..."
"My name is Jace," he shouted.
The Inquisitor flinched, her mouth half open, as if she were still about to say something. Jace didn't want to hear it. He stalked past her, nearly knocking her to the side, and kicked at one of the seraph blades in the deck. It toppled over and the wall of light vanished. Beyond it was chaos. Dark shapes hurtled to and fro on deck. Demons clambered over crumpled bodies, and the air was full of smoke and screaming. He strained to see anyone he knew in the melee. Where was Alec? Isabel? "Jace!" The Inquisitor hurried after him, her face pulled tight with fear. "Jace, you don't have a weapon. At least take..." She broke off as a demon loomed up out of the darkness in front of Jace like an iceberg off the bow of a ship. It wasn't one he'd seen before tonight. This one had the wrinkled face and agile hands of a huge monkey, but the long, barbed tail of a scorpion. Its eyes were rolling and yellow. It hissed at him through broken needle teeth. Before Jace could duck, its tail shot forward with the speed of a striking cobra. He saw the needle tip whipping toward his face. And for the second time that night, a shadow passed between him and death. Drawing a long, bladed knife, the Inquisitor threw herself in front of him, just in time for the scorpion's sting to bury itself in her chest. She screamed but stayed on her feet. The demon's tail whipped back, ready for another strike, but the Inquisitor's knife had already left her hand, flying straight and true. The runes carved on its blade gleamed as it sliced through the demon's throat. With a hiss, as of air escaping from a punctured balloon, it folded inward, its tail spasming as it vanished. The Inquisitor crumpled to the deck. Jace knelt down beside her and laid a hand on her shoulder, rolling her onto her back. Blood was spreading across the gray front of her blouse. Her face was slack and yellow, and for a moment Jace thought she was already dead. Inquisitor? He couldn't say her first name, not even now. Her eyes fluttered open. Their whites were already dulling. With a great effort, she beckoned him toward her. He bent closer, close enough to hear her whisper in his ear, whisper on a last exhale of breath. "What?" Jace said, bewildered. "What does that mean?" There was no answer. The Inquisitor had slumped back against the deck, her eyes wide open and staring, her mouth curved into what almost looked like a smile. Jace sat back on his heels, numb and staring. She was dead. Dead because of him. Something seized hold of the back of his jacket and hauled him to his feet. Jace clapped a hand to his belt, realized he was weaponless, and twisted around to see a familiar pair of blue eyes staring into his with utter incredulity. "You're alive," Alex said. 2 short words, but there was a wealth of feeling behind them. The relief on his face was plain, as was his exhaustion. Despite the chill in the air, his black hair was plastered to his cheeks and forehead with sweat. His clothes and skin were streaked with blood, and there was a long rip in the sleeve of his armored jacket, as if something jagged and sharp had torn it open. He clutched a bloody guisarme in his right hand and Jace's collar in the other. "I seem to be," Jace admitted. "I won't be for long if you don't give me a weapon, though." With a quick glance around, Alec let go of Jace, took a seraph blade from his belt and handed it over. "Here," he said. "It's called Simondriel." Jace barely had the blade in his hand when a medium-sized Drevek demon scuttled toward them, chittering imperiously. Jace raised Simondriel, but Alec had already dispatched the creature with a jabbing blow from his guisarme. "Nice weapon," Jace said, but Alec was looking past him at the crumpled gray figure on the deck. "Is that the Inquisitor? Is she—" "She's dead," Jace said. Alec's jaw set. "Good riddance. How'd she get it?" Jace was about to reply when he was interrupted by a loud cry of, "Alec! Jace!" It was Isabel, hurrying toward them through the stench and smoke. She wore a close-fitting dark jacket, smeared with yellowish blood. Gold chains hung with rune charms circled her wrists and ankles, and her whip curled around her like a net of electrum wire. She held her arms out. "Jace, we thought—" "No." Something made Jace step back, shying away from her touch. "I'm all covered in blood, Isabel, don't." A hurt expression crossed her face. "But we've all been looking for you. Mom and Dad, they—" "Isabel!" Jace shouted, but it was too late. A massive spider demon reared up behind her, jetting yellow poison from its fangs. Isabel screamed as the poison struck her, but her whip shot out with blinding speed, slicing the demon in half. It thudded to the deck in 2 pieces, then vanished. Jace darted toward Isabel just as she slumped forward. Her whip slipped from her hand as he caught her, cradling her awkwardly against him. He could see how much of the poison had gotten on her. It had splashed mostly onto her jacket, but some of it spattered her throat, and where it touched the skin burned and sizzled. Barely audibly, she whimpered, Isabel, who never showed pain. "Give her to me." It was Alec, dropping his weapon as he hurried to help his sister. He took Isabel from Jace's arms and lowered her gently to the deck. Kneeling beside her, stele in hand, he looked up at Jace. "Hold off whatever comes while I heal her." Jace couldn't drag his eyes away from Isabel. Blood streamed from her neck down onto her jacket, soaking her hair. "We have to get her off this boat," he said roughly. "If she stays here, she'll die?" Alec was tracing the tip of his stele as gently as he could over his sister's throat. "We're all going to die. There are too many of them. We're being slaughtered. The Inquisitor deserved to die for this. This is all her fault." "A Scorpios demon tried to kill me," Jace said, wondering why he was saying it, why he was defending someone he hated. "The Inquisitor got in its way, saved my life." "She did?"
Astonishment was clear in Alec's tone. Why? I guess she decided I was worth saving. But she always... Alec broke off, his expression changing to one of alarm. Jace, behind you, 2 of them. Jace whirled. 2 demons were approaching, a ravener with its alligator-like body and serrated teeth, its scorpion tail curling forward over its back, and a Drevak, its pale white maggot flesh gleaming in the moonlight. Jace heard Alec behind him suck in an alarmed breath. Then Samandriel left his hand, cutting a silvery path through the air. It sliced through the ravener's tail, just below the pendulous poison sac at the end of its long stinger. The ravener howled, the Drevak turned, confused, and got the poison sac full in the face. The sac broke open, drenching the Drevak in venom. It emitted a single garbled scream and crumpled, its head eaten away to the bone. Blood and poison splattered the deck as the Drevak vanished. The ravener, blood gushing from its tail stump, dragged itself a few more paces forward before it too disappeared. Jace bent and picked up Samandriel gingerly. The metal deck was still sizzling where the ravener's poison had spilled on it, pocking it with tiny spreading holes like cheesecloth. Jace! Alec was on his feet, holding a pale but upright Isabel by the arm. We need to get Isabel out of here. Fine, Jace said. You get her out of here. I'm going to deal with that. With what? Alec said, bewildered. With that, Jace said again and pointed. Something was coming toward them through the smoke and flames, something huge, humped, and massive. Easily 5 times the size of any other demon on the ship. It had an armored body, many-limbed, each appendage ending in a spiked chitinous talon. Its feet were elephant feet, huge and splayed. It had the head of a giant mosquito, Jace saw as it came closer, complete with insectile eyes and a dangling blood-red feeding tube. Alec sucked in his breath. What the hell is it? Jace thought for a moment. Big, he said finally. Very. Jace! Jace turned and looked at Alec, and then at Isabel. Something inside him told him that this might very well be the last time he ever saw them, and yet he still wasn't afraid, not for himself. He wanted to say something to them, maybe that he loved them, that either one of them was worth more to him than 1,000 mortal instruments and the power they could bring, but the words wouldn't come. Alec, he heard himself say, get Isabel to the ladder now, or we'll all die. Alec met his gaze and held it for a moment. Then he nodded and pushed Isabel, still protesting, toward the railing. He helped her up onto it and then over, and with immense relief Jace saw her dark head disappearing as she began to descend the ladder. And now you, Alec, he thought. Go. But Alec wasn't going. Isabel, now out of view, cried out sharply as her brother jumped back down from the railing onto the deck of the ship. His gizarm lay on the deck where he dropped it. He seized it now and moved to stand next to Jace and face the demon as it came. He never got that far. The demon, bearing down on Jace, made a sudden swerve and rushed toward Alec, its bloody feeding tube whipping back and forth hungrily. Jace spun to block Alec, but the metal deck he was standing on, rotted with poison, crumbled underneath him. His foot plunged through and he fell hard against the deck. Alec had time to shout Jace's name, and then the demon was on him. He stabbed at it with his gizarm, plunging the sharp end of it deep into the demon's flesh. The creature reared back, screaming a weirdly human scream, black blood spraying from the wound. Alec retreated, reaching for another weapon, just as the demon's talons whipped around, knocking him to the deck. Then its feeding tube wrapped around him. Somewhere, Isabel was screaming. Jace struggled desperately to pull his leg from the deck. Sharp edges of metal stabbed into him as he jerked himself free and staggered to his feet. He raised Samandriel. Light blazed forth from the seraph blade, bright as a falling star. The demon flinched back, making a low, hissing sound. It relaxed its grip on Alec, and for a moment Jace thought it might be going to let him go. Then it whipped its head back with a sudden, startling speed and flung Alec with immense force. Alec hit the blood-slippery deck hard, skidded across it, and fell with a single hoarse cry over the side of the ship. Isabel was screaming Alec's name. Her screams were like spikes being driven into Jace's ears. Samandriel was still blazing in his hand. Its light illuminated the demon stalking toward him.
its insectile gaze bright and predatory, but all he could see was Alec falling over the side of the ship, Alec drowning in the black water far below. He thought he tasted seawater in his own mouth, or it might have been blood. The demon was almost on him. He raised Samandriel in his hand and flung it. The demon squealed a high, agonized sound, and then the deck gave way beneath Jace with a screech of crumbling metal, and he fell into darkness. Chapter 19. Dies Irae. "You're wrong," Clary said, but her voice held no conviction. "You don't know anything about me or Jace. You're just trying to..."
"To what? I'm trying to reach you, Clarissa, to make you understand."
There was no feeling in Valentine's voice that Clary could detect beyond a faint amusement. "You're laughing at us. You think you can use me to hurt Jace, so you're laughing at us. You're not even angry anymore," she added. "A real father would be angry."
"I am a real father. The same blood that runs in my veins runs in yours."
"You're not my father. Luke is," said Clary, almost wearily. "We've been over this."
"You only look to Luke as your father because of his relationship with your mother."
"Their relationship?" Clary laughed out loud. "Luke and my mother are friends." For a moment she was sure she saw a look of surprise pass over his face. But,
"Is that so?" was all he said.
And then,
"You really think he endured all this? Lucian, I mean. This life of silence and hiding and running, this devotion to the protection of a secret even he didn't fully understand, just for friendship? You know very little about people, Clary, at your age, and less about men."
"You can make all the innuendos about Luke you want. It won't make any difference. You're wrong about him. Just like you're wrong about Jace. You have to give everyone ugly motives for everything they do, because ugly motives are all you understand."
"Is that what it would be if he loved your mother? Ugly?"
said Valentine.
"What's so ugly about love, Clarissa? Or is it that you sense, deep down, that your precious Lucian is neither truly human nor truly capable of feelings as we would understand them?"
"Luke's as human as I am," Clary flung at him. "You're just a bigot."
"Oh no," Valentine said. "I'm anything but that."
He moved a little closer to her, and she stepped in front of the sword, blocking it from his view.
"You think of me that way because you look at me and at what I do through the lens of your mundane understanding of the world. Mundane humans create distinctions between themselves, distinctions that seem ridiculous to any shadow hunter. Their distinctions are based on race, religion, national identity, any of a dozen minor and irrelevant markers. To mundanes, these seem logical, for though mundanes cannot see, understand, or acknowledge the demon worlds, still somewhere buried in their ancient memories, they know that there are those that walk this earth that are other, that do not belong, that mean only harm and destruction. Since the demon threat is invisible to mundanes, they must assign the threat to others of their own kind. They place the face of their enemy onto the face of their neighbor, and thus are generations of misery assured."
He took another step toward her, and Clary instinctively moved backward. She was pressed up against the footlocker now.
"I'm not like that," he went on. "I can see the truth of it. Mundanes see as through a glass, darkly. But shadow hunters, we see face to face. We know the truth of evil, and know that while it walks among us, it is not of us. What does not belong to our world must not be allowed to take root here, to grow like a poisonous flower and extinguish all life."
Clary had meant to go for the sword and then for Valentine, but his words shook her. His voice was so soft, so persuasive, and it wasn't as if she thought demons should be allowed to stay on Earth, to drain it away to ashes as they drained away so many other worlds. It also made sense, what he said, but... "Luke isn't a demon," she said.
"It seems to me, Clarissa," said Valentine, "that you've had very little experience of what a demon is and what it is not. You have met a few downworlders who seem to you to be kind enough, and it is through the lens of their kindness that you view the world. Demons, to you, are hideous creatures that leap out from the shadows to rend and attack. And there are such creatures. But there are also demons of deep subtlety and secrecy. Demons who walk among humans unrecognized and unhindered. Yet I have seen them do such dreadful things that their more bestial colleagues seem gentle in comparison. There was a demon in London that I once knew, who posed as a very powerful financier. He was never alone, so it was difficult for me to get close enough to kill him, though I knew what he was. He would have his servants bring him animals and young children, anything that was small and helpless.
Stop! Clary put her hands up to her ears. I don't want to hear this. But Valentine's voice droned on, inexorable, muffled but not inaudible.
He would eat them slowly, over the course of many days. He had his tricks, his ways of keeping them alive through the worst imaginable tortures. If you can imagine a child trying to crawl to you with half its body torn away.
Stop! Clary tore her hands away from her ears. That's enough! Enough!
Demons feed on death and pain and madness, Valentine said. When I kill, it is because I must. You grew up in a falsely beautiful paradise, surrounded by fragile glass walls, my daughter. Your mother created the world she wanted to live in, and she brought you up in it. But she never told you it was an illusion. And all the time the demons waited with their weapons of blood and terror to smash the glass and pull you free of the lie. You smashed the walls, Clary whispered. You dragged me into all this. No one but you. And the glass that cut you, the pain you felt, the blood? Do you blame me for that as well? I was not the one who put you into the prison.
Stop it, just stop talking. Clary's head was ringing. She wanted to scream at him, "You kidnapped my mother. You did this. It's your fault." But she had begun to see what Luke had meant when he'd said you couldn't argue with Valentine. Somehow he'd made it impossible for her to disagree with him without feeling as if she were standing up for demons who bit children in half. She wondered how Jace had stood it all those years, living in the shadow of that demanding, overwhelming personality. She began to see where Jace's arrogance came from, his arrogance and his carefully controlled emotions. The edge of the locker behind her was biting into the back of her legs. She could feel the cold coming off the sword, making the hair on the back of her neck prickle. "What is it you want from me?" she asked Valentine.
What makes you think I want anything from you?
You wouldn't be talking to me otherwise. You'd have whacked me on the head and be waiting around for whatever the next step is after this.
The next step, said Valentine, is for your shadow hunter friends to track you down and for me to tell them that if they want to retrieve you alive, they'll trade the werewolf girl for you. I still need her blood.
They'll never trade Maya for me.
That's where you're wrong, said Valentine. They know the value of a downworlder as compared to that of a shadow hunter child. They'll make the trade. The clave requires it.
The clave? You mean that's part of the law?
Codified into its very being, said Valentine. Now do you see? We are not so very different, the clave and I, or Jonathan and I, or even you and I, Clarissa. We merely have a small disagreement as to method.
He smiled and stepped forward to close the space between them. Moving more quickly than she would have thought she could, Clary reached behind her and snatched up the soul sword. It was as heavy as she'd thought it would be, so heavy she nearly overbalanced. Putting out a hand to steady herself, she lifted it, pointing the blade directly at Valentine. Jace's fall ended abruptly when he struck a hard metal surface with enough force to rattle his teeth. He coughed, tasting blood in his mouth, and staggered painfully to his feet. He was standing on a bare metal catwalk painted a dull green. The inside of the ship was hollow, a great echoing chamber of metal with dark outward curving walls. Looking up, Jace could see a tiny patch of starry sky through the smoking hole in the hull far above. The belly of the ship was a maze of catwalks and ladders that seemed to lead nowhere, twisting in on each other like the guts of a giant snake. It was freezing cold. Jace could see his breath puffing out in white clouds when he exhaled. There was very little light. He squinted into the shadows, then reached into his pocket to retrieve his witchlight runestone. Its white glow lit the dimness. The catwalk was long, with the ladder at the far end leading down to a lower level. As Jace moved toward it, something glinted at his feet. He bent down. It was a stele. He couldn't help but stare around him, as if half expecting someone to materialize out of the shadows. How the hell had a shadow hunter stele gotten down here? He picked it up carefully. All steles had a sort of aura to them, a ghostly imprint of their owner's personality. This one sent a shot of painful recognition through him. Clary. A sudden soft laugh broke the silence. Jace spun around, shoving the stele through his belt. In the glare of the witchlight, Jace could see a dark figure standing at the end of the catwalk. The face was hidden in shadow. "Who's there?" he called. There was no answer, only a sense that someone was laughing at him. Jace's hand went automatically to his belt, but he had dropped the seraph blade when he fell. He was out of weapons. But what had his father always taught him? Used correctly, almost anything could be a weapon. He moved slowly toward the figure, his eyes taking in the various details around him. A strut he could catch hold of and swing from, kicking out with his feet. An exposed bit of broken metal he could throw an opponent against, puncturing their spine. All these thoughts went through his head in a split second. The single split second before the figure at the end of the catwalk turned, his white hair shining in the witchlight, and Jace recognized him. Jace stopped dead in his tracks. "Father, is that you?" The first thing Alec was aware of was freezing cold. The second was that he couldn't breathe. He tried to suck in air and his body spasmed. He sat upright, expelling dirty river water from his lungs in a bitter flood that made him gag and choke. Finally, he could breathe, though his lungs felt like they were on fire. Gasping, he looked around. He was sitting on a corrugated metal platform. No, it was the back of a truck. A pickup truck, floating in the middle of the river. His hair and clothes were streaming cold water, and Magnus Bane was sitting opposite him, regarding him with amber cat's eyes that glowed in the dark. His teeth began to chatter. What happened?" "You tried to drink the East River," Magnus said. And Alex saw, as if for the first time, that Magnus's clothes were soaking wet too, sticking to his body like a dark second skin. "I pulled you out." Alex's head was pounding. He felt at his belt for his stele, but it was gone. He tried to think back. The ship, overrun with demons, Isabel falling and Jace catching her, blood everywhere underfoot, the demon attacking. "Isabel, she was climbing down when I fell." "She's fine. She made it to a boat. I saw her." Magnus reached out to touch Alex's head. "You, on the other hand, might have a concussion." "I need to get back to the battle." Alec pushed his hand away. "You're a warlock. Can't you, I don't know, fly me back to the boat or something and fix my concussion while you're at it?" Magnus, his hand still outstretched, sank back against the side of the truck bed. In the starlight, his eyes were chips of green and gold, hard and flat as jewels. "Sorry," Alex said, realizing how he had sounded, though he still felt that Magnus ought to see that getting to the ship was the most important thing. "I know you don't have to help us out. It's a favor." "Stop. I don't do you favors, Alec. I do things for you because, well, why do you think I do them?" Something rose up in Alec's throat, cutting off his response. It was always like this when he was with Magnus. It was as if there were a bubble of pain or regret that lived inside his heart, and when he wanted to say something, anything that seemed meaningful or true, it rose up and choked off his words. "I need to get back to the ship," he said finally. Magnus sounded too tired to even be angry. "I would help you," he said, "but I can't. Stripping the protection wards off the ship was bad enough. It's a strong enchantment, demon-based. But when you fell, I had to put a fast spell on the truck so it wouldn't sink when I lost consciousness. And I will lose consciousness, Alec. It's just a matter of time." He passed a hand across his eyes.
I didn't want you to drown, he said. The enchantment should hold enough for you to get the truck back to land.
I didn't realize. Alec looked at Magnus, who was 300 years old but had always looked timeless, as if he had stopped getting older around the age of 19. Now there were sharp lines cut into the skin around his eyes and mouth. His hair hung lankly over his forehead, and the slump in his shoulders was not his usual careless posture, but true exhaustion. Alec put his hands out. They were pale in the moonlight, wrinkled from water and dotted with dozens of silver scars. Magnus looked down at them and then back at Alec, confusion darkening his gaze. "Take my hands," Alec said, "and take my strength, too. Whatever of it you can use to keep yourself going." Magnus didn't move.
I thought you had to get back to the ship.
"I have to fight," said Alec, "but that's what you're doing, isn't it? You're part of the fight just as much as the shadow hunters on the ship. And I know you can take some of my strength. I've heard of warlocks doing that, so I'm offering. Take it. It's yours." Valentine smiled. He was wearing his black armor and gauntlet gloves that shone like the carapaces of black insects.
My son.
"Don't call me that," Jace said, and then feeling a tremor begin in his hands. "Where's Clary?" Valentine was still smiling.
She defied me, he said. I had to teach her a lesson.
"What have you done to her?"
Nothing.
Valentine came closer to Jace, close enough to touch him if he had chosen to extend his hand. He didn't.
Nothing she won't recover from.
Jace closed his hand into a fist so his father wouldn't see it shaking. "I want to see her."
Really? With all this going on?
Valentine glanced up, as if he could see through the hull of the ship to the carnage on deck.
I would have thought you'd want to be fighting with the rest of your shadow hunter friends. Pity their efforts are for nothing.
You don't know that.
I do know it. For every one of them, I can summon 1,000 demons. Even the best Nephilim can't hold out against those odds.
As in the case, Valentine added,
of poor Imogen.
"How do you—"
I see everything that happens on my ship. Valentine's eyes narrowed. You do know it's your fault she died, don't you?
Jace sucked in a breath. He could feel his heart pounding as if it wanted to tear its way out of his chest.
If it weren't for you, none of them would have come to the ship. They thought they were rescuing you, you know. If it had just been about the 2 downworlders, they wouldn't have bothered.
Jace had almost forgotten. Simon and Maya.
Oh, they're dead. Both of them.
Valentine's tone was casual, even soft.
How many have to die, Jace, before you see the truth?
Jace's head felt as if it were full of swirling smoke. His shoulder burned with pain.
We've had this conversation. You're wrong, Father. You might be right about demons. You might even be right about the clave. But this is not the way.
I meant, said Valentine. When will you see that you're just like me? Despite the cold, Jace had begun to sweat. What?
You and I, we're alike,
said Valentine.
As you said to me before, you are what I made you to be, and I made you as a copy of myself. You have my arrogance, you have my courage, and you have that quality that causes others to give their lives for you without question.
Something hammered at the back of Jace's mind, something he ought to know or had forgotten. His shoulder burned. I don't want people giving their lives for me, he cried.
No, you do. You like knowing that Alec and Isabel would die for you, that your sister would. The Inquisitor did die for you, didn't she, Jonathan? And you stood by and let her.
No.
You're just like me. It isn't surprising, is it? We're father and son. Why shouldn't we be alike?
No. Jace's hand shot out and seized the twisted metal strut. It came off in his hand with an explosive snap, its broken edge jagged and wickedly sharp. I am not like you, he cried, and drove the strut directly into his father's chest. Valentine's mouth opened. He staggered back, the end of the strut protruding from his chest. For a moment, Jace could only stare, thinking, I was wrong, it's really him. And then Valentine seemed to collapse in on himself, his body crumbling away like sand. The air was full of the smell of burning as Valentine's body turned to ash that blew away on the cold air. Jace put a hand to his shoulder. The skin where the fearless rune had burned itself away felt hot to the touch. A great sense of weakness overwhelmed him. Agramon, he whispered, and fell to his knees on the catwalk. It was only a few moments that he knelt on the ground as his hammering pulse slowed, but to Jace it felt like forever. When he finally stood up, his legs were stiff with cold, his fingertips were blue, the air still stank of something burned, though there was no sign of Agramon. Still gripping the piece of metal strut, Jace made for the ladder at the end of the catwalk. The effort of clambering down one-handed cleared his head. He dropped from the last rung to find himself on a second narrow catwalk that ran along the side of a vast metal chamber. There were dozens of other catwalks laddering the walls and a variety of pipes and machinery. Banging sounds came from inside the pipes, and every once in a while one of the pipes would give off a blast of what looked like steam, though the air remained bitterly cold. Quite a place you've got for yourself here, Father, Jace thought. The bare industrial interior of the ship didn't fit with the Valentine he knew, who was particular about the type of cut crystal his decanters were made out of. Jace glanced around. It was a labyrinth down here. There was no way to know which direction he should go. He turned to climb down the next ladder and noticed a dark red smear on the metal floor. Blood. He scraped the toe of his boot through it. It was still damp, slightly tacky. Fresh blood. His pulse quickened. Partway down the catwalk, he saw another spot of red, and then another a farther distance away, like a trail of breadcrumbs in a fairy tale. Jace followed the blood, his boots echoing loudly on the metal catwalk. The pattern of the blood spatters was peculiar, not as if there had been a fight, but more as if someone had been carried, bleeding along the catwalk. He reached a door. It was made of black metal, silvered here and there with dents and chips. There was a bloody handprint around the doorknob. Gripping the jagged strut more tightly, Jace pushed the door open. A wave of even colder air hit him, and he sucked in a breath. The room was empty except for a metal pipe that ran along one wall, and what looked like a heap of sacking in the corner. A little light came in through a porthole high up in the wall. As Jace stepped gingerly forward, the light from the porthole fell on the heap in the corner, and he realized that it wasn't a pile of trash after all, but a body. Jace's heart started to bang like an unlocked door in a windstorm. The metal floor was sticky with blood. His boots pulled away from it with an ugly suctioning sound as he crossed the room and bent down beside the crumpled figure in the corner. A boy, dark-haired and dressed in jeans and a blood-soaked blue t-shirt. Jace took the body by the shoulder and heaved. It flipped over limp and boneless, brown eyes staring sightlessly upward. Jace's breath caught in his throat. It was Simon. He was white as paper. There was an ugly gash at the base of his throat, and both wrists had been slashed, leaving gaping, ragged-edged wounds. Jace sank to his knees, still holding Simon's shoulder. He thought hopelessly of Clary, of her pain when she found out, of the way she'd crushed his hands in hers, so much strength in those small fingers. Find Simon. I know you will. And he had. But it was too late. When Jace was 10, his father had explained to him all the ways to kill vampires. Stake them, cut their heads off and set them to burning like eerie jack-o'-lanterns. Let the sun scorch them to ashes, or drain their blood. They needed blood to live. They ran on it like cars ran on gasoline. Looking at the ragged wound in Simon's throat, it wasn't hard to see what Valentine had done. Jace reached out to close Simon's staring eyes. If Clary had to see him dead, better she not see him like this. He moved his hand down to the collar of Simon's shirt, meaning to tug it up to cover the gash. Simon moved. His eyelids twitched and opened. His eyes rolled back to the whites. He gurgled then, a faint sound, lips curling back, showing the points of vampire fangs. The breath rattled in his slashed throat. Nausea rose in the back of Jace's throat, his hand tightening on Simon's collar. He wasn't dead. But God, the pain, it must be incredible. He couldn't heal, couldn't regenerate, not without blood. Jace let go of Simon's shirt and dragged his right sleeve up with his teeth. Using the jagged tip of the broken strut, he slashed a deep cut lengthwise down his wrist. Blood gushed to the surface of the skin. He dropped the strut. It hit the metal floor with a clang. He could smell his own blood in the air, sharp and coppery. He looked down at Simon, who hadn't moved. The blood was running down Jace's hand now, his wrist stinging. He held it out over Simon's face, letting the blood drip down his fingers, spill onto Simon's mouth. There was no reaction. Simon wasn't moving. Jace moved closer. He was kneeling over Simon now, his breath making white puffs in the icy air. He leaned down, pressed his bleeding wrist against Simon's mouth. "Drink my blood, idiot," he whispered. "Drink it." For a moment, nothing happened. Then Simon's eyes fluttered shut. Jace felt a sharp sting in his wrist, a sort of pull, a hard pressure, and Simon's right hand flew up and clamped onto Jace's arm, just above the elbow. Simon's back arched off the floor, the pressure on Jace's wrist increasing as Simon's fangs sank deeper. Pain shot up Jace's arm. "Okay," Jace said. "Okay, enough." Simon's eyes opened. The whites were gone. The dark brown irises focused on Jace. There was color in his cheeks, a hectic flush like a fever. His lips were slightly parted, the white fangs stained with blood. "Simon?" Jace said. Simon rose up. He moved with incredible speed, knocking Jace sideways and rolling on top of him. Jace's head hit the metal floor, his ears ringing as Simon's teeth sank into his neck. He tried to twist away, but the other boy's arms were like iron bars, pinning him to the ground, fingers digging into his shoulders. But Simon wasn't hurting him, not really. The pain that had started out sharp faded to a sort of dull burn, pleasant the way the burn of the stele was sometimes pleasant. A drowsy sense of peace stole through Jace's veins, and he felt his muscles relax. The hands that had been trying to push Simon away a moment ago now pressed him closer. He could feel the beat of his own heart, feel it slowing, its hammering fading to a softer echo. Shimmering darkness crept in at the corners of his vision, beautiful and strange. Jace closed his eyes. Pain lanced through his neck. He gasped and his eyes flew open. Simon was sitting up on him, staring down with wide eyes, his hand across his own mouth. Simon's wounds were gone, though fresh blood stained the front of his shirt. Jace could feel the pain of his bruised shoulders again, the slash across his wrist, his punctured throat. He could no longer hear his heart beating, but he knew it was slamming away inside his chest. Simon took his hand away from his mouth. The fangs were gone. "I could have killed you," he said. There was a sort of pleading in his voice. "I would have let you," said Jace. Simon stared down at him, then made a noise in the back of his throat. He rolled off Jace and hit the floor on his knees, hugging his elbows. Jace could see the dark tracery of Simon's veins through the pale skin of his throat, branching blue and purple lines, veins full of blood. "My blood." Jace sat up. He fumbled for his stele. Dragging it across his arm felt like hauling a lead pipe across a football field. His head throbbed. When he finished the Irae, he leaned his head back against the wall behind him, breathing hard, the pain leaving him as the healing rune took effect. My blood in his veins. "I'm sorry," Simon said. "I'm so sorry." The healing rune was having its effect. Jace's head started to clear and the banging in his chest slowed. He got to his feet carefully, expecting a wave of dizziness, but he felt only a little weak and tired. Simon was still on his knees, staring down at his hands. Jace reached down and grabbed the back of his shirt, hauling him to his feet. "Don't apologize," he said, letting Simon go. "Just get moving. Valentine has Clary, and we haven't got much time." The second her fingers closed around the hilt of Malartec, a searing blast of cold shot up Clary's arm. Valentine watched with an expression of mild interest as she gasped with pain, her fingers going numb. She clutched desperately at the sword, but it slipped from her grasp and clattered to the ground at her feet. She barely saw Valentine move. A moment later, he was standing in front of her with the sword in his grasp. Clary's hand was stinging. She glanced down and saw that a red burning wheal was rising along her palm.
"Did you really think," Valentine said, a tinge of disgust coloring his voice, "that I'd let you near a weapon I thought you could use?" He shook his head. "You didn't understand a word I said, did you? It appears that of my 2 children, only one seems capable of understanding the truth." Clary closed her injured hand into a fist, almost welcoming the pain.
"If you mean Jace, he hates you too." Valentine swung the sword up, bringing the tip of it level with Clary's collarbone.
"That is enough," he said, "out of you."
The tip of the sword was sharp. When she breathed, it pricked her throat and a trickle of blood threaded its way down her chest. The sword's touch seemed to spill cold through her veins, sending sizzling ice particles through her arms and legs, numbing her hands.
"Ruined by your upbringing," Valentine said. "Your mother was always a stubborn woman. It was one of the things I loved about her in the beginning. I thought she would stand by her ideals."
It was strange, Clary thought with a detached sort of horror, that when she had seen her father before at Renwick's, his considerable personal charisma had been on display for Jace's benefit. Now he wasn't bothering. And without the surface patina of charm, he seemed empty, like a hollow statue, eyes cut out to show only darkness inside.
"Tell me, Clarissa, did your mother ever talk about me?"
"She told me my father was dead." Don't say anything else, she warned herself. But she was sure he could read the rest of the words in her eyes, and I wish she had been telling the truth.
"And she never told you you were different? Special?"
Clary swallowed, and the tip of the blade cut a little deeper. More blood trickled down her chest. "She never told me I was a shadow hunter."
"Do you know why," Valentine said, looking down the length of the sword at her, "your mother left me?"
Tears burned the back of Clary's throat. She made a choking noise. "You mean there was only one reason?"
"She told me," he went on as if Clary hadn't spoken, "that I had turned her first child into a monster. She left me before I could do the same to her second, you. But she was too late."
The cold at her throat, in her limbs, was so intense that she was beyond shivering. It was as if the sword was turning her to ice. "She'd never say that," Clary whispered. "Jace isn't a monster. Neither am I."
"I wasn't talking about."
The trap door over their heads slammed open, and 2 shadowy figures dropped from the hole, landing just behind Valentine. The first, Clary saw with a bright shock of relief, was Jace, falling through the air like an arrow shot from a bow, sure of its target. He hit the floor with an assured lightness. He was clutching a blood-stained steel strut in one hand, its end broken off to a wicked point. The second figure landed beside Jace with the same lightness, if not the same grace. Clary saw the outline of a slender boy with dark hair and thought, "Alec." It was only when he straightened and she recognized the familiar face that she realized who it was. She forgot the sword, the cold, the pain in her throat, forgot everything. "Simon!" Simon looked across the room at her. Their eyes met for just a moment, and Clary hoped he could read in her face her full and overwhelming relief. The tears that had been threatening came and spilled down her face. She didn't move to wipe them away. Valentine turned his head to look behind him, and his mouth sagged in the first expression of honest surprise Clary had ever seen on his face. He whirled to face Jace and Simon. The moment the point of the sword left Clary's throat, the ice drained from her, taking all her strength with it. She sank to her knees, shivering uncontrollably. When she raised her hands to wipe the tears away from her face, she saw that the tips of her fingers were white with the beginnings of frostbite. Jace stared at her in horror, then at his father.
"What did you do to her?"
"Nothing," Valentine said, regaining control of himself.
"Yet."
To Clary's surprise, Jace paled, as if his father's words had shocked him.
"I'm the one who should be asking you what you've done, Jonathan," Valentine said, and though he spoke to Jace, his eyes were on Simon. "Why is it still alive? Revenants can regenerate, but not with such little blood in them." "You mean me?" Simon demanded.
Clary stared, Simon sounded different. He didn't sound like a kid smarting off to an adult. He sounded like someone who felt like he could face Valentine Morgenstern on equal footing, like someone who deserved to face him on equal footing.
"Oh, that's right. You left me for dead. Well, deader." "Shut up."
Jace shot a glare at Simon. His eyes were very dark.
"Let me answer this."
He turned to his father.
"I let Simon drink my blood," he said, "so he wouldn't die."
Valentine's already severe face settled into harder lines, as if the bones were pushing out through the skin.
"You willingly let a vampire drink your blood?"
Jace seemed to hesitate for a moment. He glanced over at Simon, who was staring fixedly at Valentine with a look of intense hatred. Then he said carefully,
"Yes." "You have no idea what you've done, Jonathan," said Valentine in a terrible voice. "No idea."
"I saved a life," said Jace.
"One you tried to take, I know that much."
"Not a human life," said Valentine. "You resurrected a monster that will only kill to feed again. His kind are always hungry."
"I'm hungry right now," Simon said, and smiled to reveal that his fang teeth had slid from their sheaths. They glittered white and pointed against his lower lip. "I wouldn't mind a little more blood. Of course, your blood would probably choke me, you poisonous piece of—" Valentine laughed. "I'd like to see you try it, Revenant," he said. "When the soul sword cuts you, you will burn as you die."
Clary saw Jace's eyes go to the sword and then to her. There was an unspoken question in them. Quickly she said, "The sword isn't turned, not quite. He didn't get Maya's blood, so he didn't finish the ceremony." Valentine turned toward her, sword in hand, and she saw him smile. The sword seemed to flick in his grasp, and then something hit her. It was like being knocked over by a wave, thrown down and then lifted against your will and tossed through the air. She rolled across the floor, helpless to stop herself, until she struck the bulkhead with bruising force. She crumpled at the base of it, gasping with breathlessness and pain. Simon started toward her at a run. Valentine swung the soul sword, and a sheet of sheer blazing fire rose up, sending him stumbling backward with its surging heat. Clary struggled to raise herself onto her elbows. Her mouth was full of blood. The world swayed around her, and she wondered how hard she'd hit her head and if she was going to pass out. She willed herself to stay conscious. The fire had receded, but Simon was still crouched on the floor, looking dazed. Valentine glanced briefly at him and then at Jace.
"If you kill the Revenant now," he said, "you can still undo what you've done."
"No," Jace whispered.
"Just take the weapon you hold in your hand and drive it through his heart."
Valentine's voice was soft.
"One simple motion. Nothing you haven't done before."
Jace met his father's stare with a level gaze.
"I saw Agramon," he said. "It had your face." "You saw Agramon?"
The soul sword glittered as Valentine moved toward his son.
"And you lived?" "I killed it." "You killed the demon of fear, but you won't kill a single vampire, not even at my order?"
Jace stood watching Valentine without expression.
"He's a vampire, that's true," he said, "but his name is Simon."
Valentine stopped in front of Jace, the soul sword in his hand, burning with a harsh black light. Clary wondered for a terrified moment if Valentine meant to stab Jace where he stood, and if Jace meant to let him.
"I take it then," Valentine said, "that you haven't changed your mind. What you told me when you came to me before, that was your final word? Or do you regret having disobeyed me?"
Jace shook his head slowly. One hand still clutched the broken strut, but his other hand, his right, was at his waist, drawing something from his belt. His eyes, though, never left Valentine's, and Clary wasn't sure Valentine saw what he was doing. She hoped not.
"Yes," Jace said. "I regret having disobeyed you."
No, Clary thought, but her heart sank. Was he giving up? Did he think it was the only way to save her and Simon? Valentine's face softened.
"Jonathan." "Especially," Jace said, "since I plan to do it again, right now."
His hand moved, quick as a flash of light, and something hurtled through the air toward Clary. It fell a few inches from her, hitting the metal with a clang and rolling. Her eyes widened. It was her mother's stele. Valentine began to laugh.
A stele? Jace, is this some sort of joke, or have you finally...
Clary didn't hear the rest of what he said. She heaved herself up, gasping as pain lanced through her head. Her eyes watered, her vision blurred. She reached out a shaking hand for the stele, and as her fingers touched it, she heard a voice as clear inside her head as if her mother stood beside her. Take the stele, Clary. Use it. You know what to do. Her fingers closed spasmodically around it. She sat up, ignoring the wave of pain that went through her head and down her spine. She was a shadow hunter, and pain was something you lived with. Dimly, she could hear Valentine call her name, hear his footsteps coming nearer, and she flung herself at the bulkhead, thrusting the stele forward with such force that when its tip touched the metal, she thought she heard the sizzle of something burning. She began to draw. As always happened when she drew, the world fell away, and there was only herself and the stele and the metal she drew on. She remembered standing outside Jace's cell, whispering to herself, "Open, open, open," and knew that she had drawn on all her strength to create the rune that had broken Jace's bonds. And she knew that the strength she had put into that rune was not a 10th, not a 100th of the strength she was putting into this. Her hands burned, and she cried out as she dragged the stele down the metal wall, leaving a thick black line like char behind it. Open. All her frustration, all her disappointment, all her rage went through her fingers and into the stele and into the rune. Open. All her love, all her relief at seeing Simon alive, all her hope that they still might survive. Open. Her hand, still holding the stele, dropped to her lap. For a moment there was utter silence as all of them, Jace, Valentine, even Simon, stared along with her at the rune that burned on the ship's bulkhead. It was Simon who spoke, turning to Jace.
What does it say?
But it was Valentine who answered, not taking his eyes from the wall. There was a look on his face, not at all the look Clary had expected, a look that mixed triumph and horror, despair and delight.
It says, he said, Meeny, meeny, tekel Ufarson.
Clary staggered to her feet. That's not what it says, she whispered. It says, open. Valentine met her eyes with his own.
Clary.
The scream of metal drowned out his words. The wall Clary had drawn on, a wall made of sheets of solid steel, warped and shuddered. Rivets tore free of their housings, and jets of water sprayed into the room. She could hear Valentine calling, but his voice was drowned out by the deafening sounds of metal being wrenched from metal as every nail, every screw, and every rivet that held together the enormous ship began tearing free from its moorings. She tried to run toward Jace and Simon, but fell to her knees as another surge of water came through the widening hole in the wall. This time the wave knocked her down, icy water drawing her under. Somewhere Jace was calling her name, his voice loud and desperate over the screaming of the ship. She shouted his name only once before she was sucked out the jagged hole in the bulkhead and into the river. She spun and kicked in the black water. Terror gripped her, terror of the blind darkness and of the depths of the river, the millions of tons of water all around her, pressing in on her, choking out the air in her lungs. She couldn't tell which way was up or which direction to swim. She could no longer hold her breath. She sucked in a lungful of filthy water, her chest bursting with the pain, stars exploding behind her eyes. In her ears, the sound of rushing water was replaced by a high, sweet, impossible singing. I'm dying, she thought in wonder. A pair of pale hands reached out of the black water and drew her close. Long hair drifted around her. Mom, Clary thought. But before she could clearly see her mother's face, the darkness closed her eyes. Clary came back to consciousness with voices all around her and lights shining in her eyes. She was flat on her back on the corrugated steel of Luke's truck bed. The gray-black sky swam overhead. She could smell river water all around her, mixed with the smell of smoke and blood. White faces hovered over her like balloons on strings. They swam into focus as she blinked her eyes. Luke and Simon. They were both looking down at her with expressions of anxious concern. For a moment, she thought Luke's hair had gone white. Then, blinking, she realized it was full of ashes. In fact, so was the air. It tasted of ashes, and their clothes and skin were streaked with blackish grime. She coughed, tasting ash in her mouth. "Where's Jace?" "He's..." Simon's eyes went to Luke, and Clary felt her heart contract. "He's all right, isn't he?" she demanded. She struggled to sit up, and a hard pain shot through her head. "Where is he? Where is he?" "I'm here." Jace appeared at the edge of her vision, his face in shadow. He knelt down next to her. "I'm sorry. I should have been here when you woke up. It's just..." His voice cracked. "It's just what?" She stared at him, backlit by starlight. His hair was more silver than gold, his eyes bleached of color. His skin was streaked with black and gray.
"He thought you were dead, too,"
Luke said, and stood up abruptly. He was staring out at the river, at something Clary couldn't see. The sky was full of swirls of black and scarlet smoke, as if it were on fire. "Dead too? Who else?" She broke off as a nauseating pain gripped her. Jace saw her expression and reached into his jacket, bringing out his stele.
"Hold still, Clary."
There was a burning pain in her forearm, and then her head began to clear. She sat up and saw that she was sitting on a wet plank shoved up against the back of the truck cab. The bed was full of several inches of sloshing water, mixed with swirls of the ash that was sifting down from the sky in a fine black rain. She glanced at the place where Jace had drawn a healing mark on the inside of her arm. Her weakness was already receding, as if he'd shot a jolt of strength into her veins. He traced the line of the Irae he'd drawn on her arm with his fingers before he drew back. His hand felt as cold and wet as her skin did. The rest of him was wet too, his hair damp and his soaked clothes sticking to his body. There was an acrid taste in her mouth, as if she'd licked the bottom of an ashtray. What happened? Was there a fire? Jace glanced toward Luke, who was staring out at the heaving black-gray river. The water was dotted here and there with small boats, but there was no sign of Valentine's ship.
"Yes," he said. "Valentine's ship burned down to the waterline. There's nothing left."
"Where is everyone?" Clary moved her gaze to Simon, who was the only one of them who was dry. There was a faint greenish cast to his already pale skin, as if he were sick or feverish. "Where are Isabel and Alec?"
"They're on one of the other Shadowhunter boats. They're fine."
"And Magnus?" She twisted around to look into the truck cab, but it was empty.
"He was needed to tend to some of the more badly wounded Shadowhunters," said Luke.
"But everyone's all right? Alec, Isabel, Maya? They are all right, aren't they?" Clary's voice sounded small and thin in her own ears.
"Isabel was injured," said Luke. "So is Robert Lightwood. He'll be needing a good amount of time to heal. Many of the other Shadowhunters, including Malik and Imogen, are dead. This was a very hard battle, Clary, and it didn't go well for us. Valentine is gone. So is the sword. The Conclave is in tatters. I don't know."
He broke off. Clary stared at him. There was something in his voice that frightened her. "I'm sorry," she said. "This was my fault. If
you hadn't done what you did, Valentine would have killed everyone on the ship," said Jace fiercely. "You're the only thing that kept this from being a massacre."
Clary stared at him. "You mean what I did with the rune?"
"You tore that ship to fragments," Luke said. "Every bolt, every rivet. Anything that might have held it together just snapped apart. The whole thing shuddered into pieces. The oil tanks came apart too. Most of us barely had time to jump into the water before it all started to burn. What you did. No one's ever seen anything like it."
"Oh," Clary said in a small voice. Did I hurt anyone?"
"Quite a few of the demons drowned when the ship sank," said Jace. "But none of the Shadowhunters were hurt, no."
"Because they can swim?"
"Because they were rescued. Nixies pulled us all out of the water."
Clary thought of the hands in the water, the impossible sweet singing that had surrounded her. So it hadn't been her mother after all. "You mean water fairies?"
"The Queen of the Seelie Court came through in her way," said Jace. "She did promise us what aid was in her power."
"But how did she know?" Clary was going to say, but she thought of the Queen's wise and cunning eyes and of Jace throwing that bit of white paper into the water by the beach in Red Hook and decided not to ask.
"The Shadowhunter boats are starting to move," said Simon, looking out at the river. "I guess they've picked up everyone they could." "Right." Luke squared his shoulders. "Time to get going."
He moved slowly toward the truck cab. He was limping, though he seemed otherwise mostly uninjured. Luke swung himself into the driver's seat, and in a moment the truck's engine was roiling again. They took off, skimming the water, the drops splashed up by the wheels catching the gray silver of the lightening sky.
"This is so weird," said Simon. "I keep expecting the truck to start sinking." "I can't believe you just went through what we went through and you think this is weird," said Jace.
But there was no malice in his tone and no annoyance. He sounded only very, very tired. "What will happen to the Lightwoods?" Clary asked. "After everything that's happened, the Clave?"
Jace shrugged. "The Clave works in mysterious ways. I don't know what they'll do. They'll be very interested in you, though, and in what you can do."
Simon made a noise. Clary thought at first that it was a noise of protest, but when she looked closely at him, she saw he was greener than ever. "What's wrong, Simon?"
"It's the river," he said. "Running water isn't good for vampires. It's pure, and we're not."
"The East River's hardly pure," said Clary. But she reached out and touched his arm gently anyway. He smiled at her. "Didn't you fall into the water when the ship came apart?"
"No. There was a piece of metal floating in the water, and Jace tossed me onto it. I stayed out of the river."
Clary looked over her shoulder at Jace. She could see him a little more clearly now. The darkness was fading. "Thank you," she said. "Do you think—" He raised his eyebrows.
"Do I think what?"
"That Valentine might have drowned?"
"Never believe the bad guy is dead until you see a body," said Simon. "That just leads to unhappiness and surprise ambushes." "You're not wrong," said Jace. "My guess is he isn't dead. Otherwise, we would have found the mortal instruments."
"Can the Clave go on without them? Whether Valentine's alive or not?" Clary wondered.
"The Clave always goes on," said Jace. "That's all it knows how to do."
He turned his face toward the eastern horizon.
"The sun's coming up."
Simon went rigid. Clary stared at him in surprise for a moment and then in shocked horror. She whirled to follow Jace's gaze. He was right. The eastern horizon was a blood-red stain spreading out from a golden disk. Clary could see the first edge of the sun, staining the water around them unearthly hues of green and scarlet and gold. "No," she whispered. Jace looked at her in surprise, and then at Simon, who sat motionless, staring at the rising sun like a trapped mouse staring at a cat. Jace got quickly to his feet and walked over to the truck cab. He spoke in a low voice. Clary saw Luke turn to look at her and Simon, and then back at Jace. He shook his head. The truck lurched forward. Luke must have pressed his foot to the gas. Clary grabbed for the side of the truck bed to steady herself. Up front, Jace was shouting at Luke that there had to be some way to make the damn thing go faster, but Clary knew they'd never outrun the dawn. "There must be something," she said to Simon. She couldn't believe that in less than 5 minutes she'd gone from incredulous relief to incredulous horror. "We could cover you, maybe, with our clothes." Simon was still staring at the sun, white-faced.
"A pile of rags won't work," he said. "Raphael explained. It takes walls to protect us from sunlight. It'll burn through cloth."
"But there must be something."
"Clary."
She could see him clearly now, in the gray pre-dawn light, his eyes huge and dark in his white face. He held out his hands to her. "Come here." She fell against him, trying to cover as much of his body as she could with her own. She knew it was useless. When the sun touched him, he'd fall away to ashes. They sat for a moment in perfect stillness, arms wrapped around each other. Clary could feel the rise and fall of his chest. Habit, she reminded herself, not necessity. He might not breathe, but he could still die. "I won't let you die," she said.
"I don't think you get a choice."
She felt him smile.
"I didn't think I'd get to see the sun again," he said. "I guess I was wrong."
Simon! Jace shouted something. Clary looked up. The sky was flooded with rose-colored light, like dye poured into clear water. Simon tensed under her.
I love you, he said. I have never loved anyone else but you.
Gold threads shot through the rosy sky like the gold veining in expensive marble. The water around them blazed with light, and Simon went rigid, his head falling back, his open eyes filling with gold as if molten liquid were rising inside of him. Black lines appeared on his skin like cracks in a shattered statue. "Simon!" Clary screamed. She reached for him but felt herself hauled suddenly backward. It was Jace, his hands gripping her shoulders. She tried to pull away, but he held her tightly. He was saying something in her ear over and over, and only after a few moments did she even begin to understand him.
Clary, look. Look.
No! Her hands flew to her face. She could taste the brackish water from the bottom of the truck bed on her palms. It was salty like tears. I don't want to look. I don't want to.
Clary.
Jace's hands were at her wrists, pulling her hands away from her face. The dawn light stung her eyes.
Look.
She looked, and heard her own breath whistle harshly in her lungs as she gasped. Simon was sitting up at the back of the truck in a patch of sunlight, open-mouthed and staring down at himself. The sun danced on the water behind him, and the edges of his hair glinted like gold. He had not burned away to ash, but sat unscorched in the sunlight, and the pale skin of his face and arms and hands was entirely unmarked. Outside the Institute, night was falling. The faint red of sunset glowed in through the windows of Jace's bedroom as he stared at the pile of his belongings on the bed. The pile was much smaller than he thought it would be. 7 whole years of life in this place, and this was all he had to show for it. Half a duffel bag's worth of clothes, a small stack of books, and a few weapons. He had debated whether he should bring the few things he'd saved from the manor house in Idris with him when he left tonight. Magnus had given him back his father's silver ring, which he no longer felt comfortable wearing. He had hung it on a loop of chain around his throat. In the end, he had decided to take everything. There was no point leaving anything of himself behind in this place. He was packing the duffel with clothes when a knock sounded at the door. He went to it, expecting Alec or Isabel. It was Mayrus. She wore a severe black dress, and her hair was pulled back sharply from her face. She looked older than he remembered her. 2 deep lines ran from the corners of her mouth to her jaw. Only her eyes had any color. "Jace," she said, "can I come in?"
You can do what you like, he said, returning to the bed. It's your house.
He grabbed up a handful of shirts and stuffed them into the duffel bag with possibly unnecessary force. "Actually, it's the Claves' house," said Mayrus. "We're only its guardians." Jace shoved books into the bag.
Whatever.
"What are you doing?" If Jace hadn't known better, he would have thought her voice wavered slightly.
I'm packing, he said. It's what people generally do when they're moving out.
She blanched. "Don't leave," she said. "If you want to stay."
I don't want to stay. I don't belong here.
"Where will you go?"
Luke's,
he said, and saw her flinch.
For a while. After that, I don't know, maybe to Idris.
"Is that where you think you belong?" There was an aching sadness in her voice. Jace stopped packing for a moment and stared down at his bag.
I don't know where I belong.
"With your family." Mayrus took a tentative step forward. "With us."
You threw me out.
Jace heard the harshness in his own voice and tried to soften it.
I'm sorry, he said, turning to look at her, about everything that's happened. But you didn't want me before, and I can't imagine you want me now. Robert's going to be sick a while. You'll be needing to take care of him. I'll just be in the way.
"In the way?" She sounded incredulous. "Robert wants to see you, Jace."
I doubt that.
"What about Alec, Isabel, Max? They need you. If you don't believe me that I want you here, and I couldn't blame you if you didn't, you must know that they do. We've been through a bad time, Jace. Don't hurt them more than they're already hurt."
That's not fair.
I don't blame you if you hate me. Her voice was wavering. Jace swung around to stare at her in surprise. But what I did, even throwing you out, treating you as I did, it was to protect you. And because I was afraid.
Afraid of me? She nodded. Well, that makes me feel much better.
Mayrus took a deep breath. I thought you would break my heart like Valentine did, she said. You were the first thing I loved, you see, after him that wasn't my own blood. The first living creature, and you were just a child.
You thought I was someone else.
No, I've always known just who you are. Ever since the first time I saw you getting off the ship from Idris, when you were 10 years old, you walked into my heart, just as my own children did when they were born. She shook her head. You can't understand. You've never been a parent. You never love anything like you love your children, and nothing can make you angrier.
I did notice the angry part, Jace said after a pause.
I don't expect you to forgive me, Mayrus said. But if you'd stay for Isabel and Alec and Max, I'd be so grateful.
It was the wrong thing to say. I don't want your gratitude, Jace said, and turned back to the duffel bag. There was nothing left to put in it. He tugged at the zipper.
À la Clairefontaine, Mayrus said. Mon al promener. He turned to look at her.
What?
Il y a longtemps que je t'aime. Jamais je ne t'oublierai. It's the old French ballad I used to sing to Alec and Isabel, the one you asked me about. There was very little light in the room now, and in the dimness, Mayrus looked to him almost as she had when he was 10 years old, as if she had not changed at all in the past 7 years. She looked severe and worried, anxious and hopeful. She looked like the only mother he had ever known. You were wrong that I never sang it to you, she said. It's just that you never heard me.
Jace said nothing, but he reached out and yanked the zipper open on the duffel bag, letting his belongings spill out onto the bed. Epilogue. Clary! Simon's mother beamed all over her face at the sight of the girl standing on her doorstep. I haven't seen you for ages. I was starting to worry you and Simon had had a fight. Oh no, Clary said. I just wasn't feeling well, that's all. Even when you've got magic healing runes, apparently you're not invulnerable. She hadn't been surprised to wake up the morning after the battle to find she had a pounding headache and a fever. She'd thought she had a cold, who wouldn't, after freezing in wet clothes on the open water for hours at night. But Magnus said she had most likely exhausted herself creating the rune that had destroyed Valentine's ship. Simon's mother clucked sympathetically. The same bug Simon had the week before last, I bet. He could barely get out of bed. He's better now, though, right? Clary said. She knew it was true, but she didn't mind hearing it again. He's fine. He's out in the back garden, I think. Just go on through the gate. She smiled. He'll be happy to see you. The red brick row houses on Simon Street were divided by pretty white wrought iron fences, each of which had a gate that led to a tiny patch of garden in the back of the house. The sky was bright blue and the air cool despite the sunny skies. Clary could taste the tang of future snow on the air. She fastened the gate shut behind her and went looking for Simon. He was in the back garden as promised, lying on a plastic lounging chair with a comic open in his lap. He pushed it aside when he saw Clary, sat up and grinned. Hey, baby. Baby? She perched beside him on the chair. You're kidding me, right? I was trying it out. No? No, she said firmly, and leaned over to kiss him on the mouth. When she drew back, his fingers lingered in her hair, but his eyes were thoughtful. I'm glad you came over, he said. Me too. I would have come sooner, but... You were sick, I know. She'd spent the week texting him from Luke's couch, where she'd lain wrapped up in a blanket watching CSI reruns. It was comforting to spend time in a world where every puzzle had a detectable scientific answer. I'm better now. She glanced around and shivered, pulling her white cardigan closer around her body. What are you doing lying around outside in this weather anyway?
Aren't you freezing? Simon shook his head.
I don't really feel cold or heat anymore. Besides, his mouth curled into a smile, I want to spend as much time in the sunlight as I can. I still get sleepy during the day, but I'm fighting it.
She touched the back of her hand to his cheek. His face was warm from the sun, but underneath the skin was cool. But everything else is still the same?
You mean, am I still a vampire? Yeah, it looks like it. Still want to drink blood, still no heartbeat. I'll have to avoid the doctor, but since vampires don't get sick... He shrugged.
And you talked to Raphael? He still has no idea why you can go out into the sun?
None. He seems pretty pissed about it, too.
Simon blinked at her sleepily, as if it were 2 a.m. instead of the afternoon.
I think it upsets his ideas about the way things should be. Plus, he's going to have a harder job getting me to roam the night when I'm determined to roam the day instead.
You'd think he'd be thrilled.
Vampires don't like change. They're very traditional.
He smiled at her, and she thought, he'll always look like this. When I'm 50 or 60, he'll still look 16. It wasn't a happy thought.
Anyway, this will be good for my music career. If that Anne Rice stuff is anything to go by, vampires make great rock stars.
I'm not sure that information is reliable. He leaned back against the chair.
What is? Besides you, of course.
Reliable? Is that how you think of me? She demanded in mock indignation. That's not very romantic. A shadow passed across his face.
Clary?
What? What is it? She reached out for his hand and held it. You're using your bad news voice. He looked away from her.
I don't know if it's bad news or not.
Everything's one or the other, Clary said. Just tell me you're all right.
I'm all right, he said. But I don't think we should see each other anymore.
Clary almost fell off the lounge chair. You don't want to be friends anymore?
Clary.
Is it because of the demons? Because I got you turned into a vampire? Her voice was rising higher and higher. I know everything's been crazy, but I can keep you away from all that. I can...
Simon winced. You're starting to sound like a dolphin. Do you know that? Stop.
Clary stopped. I still want to be friends, he said.
It's the other stuff I'm not so sure about.
Other stuff?
He started to blush.
She hadn't known vampires could blush. It looked startling against his pale skin.
The girlfriend-boyfriend stuff.
She was silent for a long moment, searching for words. Finally, she said, At least you didn't say the kissing stuff. I was afraid you were going to call it that. He looked down at their hands, where they lay intertwined on the plastic of the lounge chair. Her fingers looked small against his, but for the first time her skin was a shade darker. He stroked his thumb absently over her knuckles and said, I wouldn't have called it that. I thought this was what you wanted, she said. I thought you said that. He looked up at her through his dark lashes.
That I loved you? I do love you, but that's not the whole story.
Is this because of Maya? Her teeth had started to chatter, only partly from the cold. Because you like her? Simon hesitated.
No, I mean, yes, I like her, but not the way you mean. It's just that when I'm around her, I know what it's like to have someone like me that way, and it's not like it is with you.
But you don't love her.
Maybe I could someday.
Maybe I could love you someday.
If you ever do, he said, come and let me know. You know where to find me.
Her teeth were chattering harder. I can't lose you, Simon. I can't.
You never will. I'm not leaving you. But I'd rather have what we have, which is real and true and important, than have you pretend anything else. When I'm with you, I want to know I'm with the real you, the real Clary.
She leaned her head against his, closing her eyes. He still felt like Simon, despite everything. Still smelled like him, like his laundry soap. Maybe I don't know who that is.
But I do.
Luke's brand new pickup was idling by the curb when Clary left Simon's house, fastening the gate shut behind her. You dropped me off. You didn't have to pick me up, too, she said, swinging herself up into the cab beside him. Trust Luke to replace his old, destroyed truck with a new one that was exactly like it.
"Forgive me my paternal panic," said Luke, handing her a waxed paper cup of coffee. She took a sip, no milk and lots of sugar, the way she liked it. "I tend to get a little nervous when you're not in my immediate line of sight these days."
Oh yeah? Clary held the coffee tightly to keep it from spilling as they bumped down the potholed road. How long do you think that's going to go on for?
Luke looked, considering. "Not long. 5, maybe 6 years."
Luke!
"I plan to let you start dating when you're 30, if that helps."
Actually, that doesn't sound so bad. I may not be ready until I'm 30.
Luke looked at her sideways. "You and Simon?"
She waved the hand that wasn't holding the coffee cup. Don't ask.
"I see."
He probably did.
"Did you want me to drop you at home?"
You're going to the hospital, right? She could tell from the nervous tension underlying his jokes. I'll go with you. They were on the bridge now, and Clary looked out over the river, nursing her coffee thoughtfully. She never got tired of this view, the narrow river of water between the canyon walls of Manhattan and Brooklyn. It glittered in the sun like aluminum foil. She wondered why she'd never tried to draw it. She remembered asking her mother once why she'd never used her as a model, never drawn her own daughter. To draw something is to try to capture it forever, Jocelyn had said, sitting on the floor with the paintbrush dripping cadmium blue onto her jeans. If you really love something, you never try to keep it the way it is forever. You have to let it be free to change. But I hate change. She took a deep breath. Luke, she said, Valentine said something to me when I was on the ship. Something about...
"Nothing good ever starts with the words, 'Valentine said,'" muttered Luke.
Maybe not, but it was about you and my mom. He said you were in love with her. Silence. They were stopped in traffic on the bridge. She could hear the sound of the Q train rumbling past.
"Do you think that's true?"
Luke said at last. Well... Clary could sense the tension in the air and tried to choose her words carefully. I don't know. I mean, he said it before and I just dismissed it as paranoia and hatred. But this time I started thinking, and well, it is sort of weird that you've always been around. You've been like a dad to me. We practically lived on the farm in the summer, and yet neither you nor my mom ever dated anyone else. So I thought maybe...
"You thought maybe what?"
That maybe you've been together all this time and you just didn't want to tell me. Maybe you thought I was too young to get it. Maybe you were afraid it would start me asking questions about my dad. But I'm not too young to get it anymore. You can tell me. I guess that's what I'm saying. You can tell me anything.
"Maybe not anything."
There was another silence as the truck inched forward in the crawling traffic. Luke squinted into the sun, his fingers tapping on the wheel. Finally, he said,
"You're right. I am in love with your mother."
That's great, Clary said, trying to sound supportive despite how gross the idea happened to be of people her moms and Luke's age being in love.
"But," he said, finishing, "she doesn't know it."
She doesn't know it? Clary made a wide sweeping gesture with her arm. Fortunately, her coffee cup was empty. How could she not know? Haven't you told her?
"As a matter of fact,"
said Luke, slamming his foot down on the gas so that the truck lurched forward,
"no."
Why not? Luke sighed and rubbed his stubbled chin tiredly.
"Because," he said, "it never seemed like the right time."
That is a lame excuse, and you know it. Luke managed to make a noise halfway between a chuckle and a grunt of annoyance.
"Maybe, but it's the truth. When I first realized how I felt about Jocelyn, I was the same age you are, 16, and we'd all just met Valentine. I wasn't any competition for him. I was even a little glad that if it wasn't going to be me she wanted, it was going to be someone who really deserved her."
His voice hardened.
"When I realized how wrong I was about that, it was too late. When we ran away together from Idris and she was pregnant with you, I offered to marry her, to take care of her. I said it didn't matter who the father of her baby was. I'd raise it like my own. She thought I was being charitable. I couldn't convince her I was being as selfish as I knew how to be. She told me she didn't want to be a burden on me, that it was too much to ask of anyone. After she left me in Paris, I went back to Idris, but I was always restless, never happy. There was always that part of me missing, the part that was Jocelyn. I would dream that she was somewhere needing my help, that she was calling out to me and I couldn't hear her. Finally, I went looking for her.
I remember she was happy, Clary said in a small voice, when you found her.
She was, and she wasn't. She was glad to see me, but at the same time I symbolized for her that whole world she'd run from, and she wanted no part of it. She agreed to let me stay when I promised I'd give up all ties to the pack, to the clave, to Idris, to all of it. I would have offered to move in with both of you, but Jocelyn thought my transformations would be too hard to hide from you, and I had to agree. I bought the bookstore, took a new name, and pretended Lucian Greymark was dead. And for all intents and purposes, he has been.
You really did a lot for my mom. You gave up a whole life.
I would have done more, Luke said matter-of-factly. But she was so adamant about wanting nothing to do with the clave or downworld. And whatever I might pretend, I'm still a lycanthrope. I'm a living reminder of all of that. And she was so sure she wanted you never to know any of it. You know, I never agreed with the trips to Magnus, to altering your memories or your sight, but it was what she wanted, and I let her do it because if I'd tried to stop her, she would have sent me away. And there's no way she would have let me marry her, be your father, and not tell you the truth about myself. And that would have brought down everything. All those fragile walls she'd tried so hard to build between herself and the invisible world. I couldn't do that to her, so I stayed silent.
You mean you never told her how you felt?
Your mother isn't stupid, Clary, said Luke. He sounded calm, but there was a certain tightness in his voice. She must have known. I offered to marry her. However kind her denials might have been, I do know one thing. She knows how I feel, and she doesn't feel the same way.
Clary was silent.
It's all right, Luke said, trying for lightness. I accepted it a long time ago.
Clary's nerves were singing with the sudden tension that she didn't think was from the caffeine. She pushed back thoughts about her own life. You offered to marry her, but did you say it was because you loved her? It doesn't sound like it.
Luke was silent.
I think you should have told her the truth. I think you're wrong about how she feels.
I'm not, Clary. Luke's voice was firm. That's enough now.
I remember once I asked her why she didn't date, Clary said, ignoring his admonishing tone. She said it was because she'd already given her heart. I thought she meant to my dad, but now I'm not so sure.
Luke looked actually astonished. She said that? He caught himself and added, Probably she did mean Valentine, you know.
I don't think so.
She shot him a look out of the corner of her eye.
Besides, don't you hate it? Not ever saying how you really feel?
This time the silence lasted until they were off the bridge and rumbling down Orchard Street, lined with shops and restaurants whose signs were in beautiful Chinese characters of curling gold and red. Yes, I hated it, Luke said. At the time, I thought what I had with you and your mother was better than nothing. But if you can't tell the truth to the people you care about the most, eventually you stop being able to tell the truth to yourself. There was a sound like rushing water in Clary's ears. Looking down, she saw that she'd crushed the empty waxed paper cup she was holding into an unrecognizable ball.
Take me to the Institute, she said. Please?
Luke looked over at her in surprise. I thought you wanted to come to the hospital.
I'll meet you there when I'm finished, she said. There's something I have to do first.
The lower level of the Institute was full of sunlight and pale dust motes. Clary ran down the narrow aisle between the pews, threw herself at the elevator, and stabbed at the button.
Come on, she muttered. Come.
The golden doors creaked open. Jace was standing inside the elevator. His eyes widened when he saw her.
On, Clary finished, and dropped her arm. Oh, hi.
He stared at her. Clary?
You cut your hair, she said without thinking.
It was true. The long metallic strands were no longer falling in his face, but were neatly and evenly cut. It made him look more civilized, even a little older. He was dressed neatly, too, in a dark blue sweater and jeans. Something silver glinted at his throat, just under the collar of the sweater. He raised a hand. Oh, right. Mayris cut it. The door of the elevator began to slide closed. He held it back. Did you need to come up to the Institute? She shook her head.
I just wanted to talk to you.
Oh.
He looked a little surprised at that, but stepped out of the elevator, letting the door clang shut behind him.
I was just running over to Taki's to pick up some food. No one really feels like cooking.
I understand, Clary said, then wished she hadn't. It wasn't as if the Lightwood's desire to cook or not cook had anything to do with her.
We can talk there,
Jace said. He started toward the door, then paused and looked back at her. Standing between two of the burning candelabras, their light casting a pale gold overlay onto his hair and skin, he looked like a painting of an angel. Her heart constricted.
Are you coming or not? He snapped, not sounding angelic in the least.
Oh, right, I'm coming. She hurried to catch up with him. As they walked to Talkies, Clary tried to keep the conversation away from topics related to her, Jace, or her and Jace. Instead, she asked him how Isabel, Max, and Alec were doing. Jace hesitated. They were crossing first, and a cool breeze was blowing up the avenue. The sky was a cloudless blue, a perfect New York autumn day. I'm sorry. Clary winced at her own stupidity. They must be pretty miserable. All these people they knew are dead.
It's different for Shadowhunters, Jace said. We're warriors. We expect death in a way you...
Clary couldn't help a sigh. You mundanes don't. That's what you were going to say, isn't it?
I was, he admitted. Sometimes it's hard even for me to know what you really are.
They had stopped in front of Talkies, with its sagging roof and blacked-out windows. The Ifrit who guarded the front door gazed down at them with suspicious red eyes. I'm Clary, she said. Jace looked down at her. The wind was blowing her hair across her face. He reached out and pushed it back almost absently.
I know.
Inside, they found a corner booth and slid into it. The diner was nearly empty. Kaylee, the pixie waitress, lounged against the counter, lazily fluttering her blue-white wings. She and Jace had dated once. A pair of werewolves occupied another booth. They were eating raw shanks of lamb and arguing about who would win in a fight, Dumbledore from the Harry Potter books or Magnus Bane.
Dumbledore would totally win, said the first one. He has the badass killing curse.
The second lycanthrope made a trenchant point.
But Dumbledore isn't real. I don't think Magnus Bane is real either, scoffed the first. Have you ever met him?
This is so weird, said Clary, slinking down in her seat. Are you listening to them?
No, it's rude to eavesdrop.
Jace was studying the menu, which gave Clary the opportunity to covertly study him. I never look at you, she had told him. It was true, too. Or at least she never looked at him the way she wanted to, with an artist sigh. She would always get lost, distracted by a detail. The curve of his cheekbone, the angle of his eyelashes, the shape of his mouth.
You're staring at me, he said, without looking up from the menu. Why are you staring at me? Is something wrong?
Kaylee's arrival at their table saved Clary from having to answer. Her pen, Clary noticed, was a silvery birch twig. She regarded Clary curiously out of all blue eyes. Do you know what you want? Unprepared, Clary ordered a few random items off the menu. Jace asked for a plate of sweet potato fries and a number of dishes to be boxed up and brought home to the Lightwoods. Kaylee departed, leaving behind the faint smell of flowers. Tell Alec and Isabel I'm sorry about everything that happened, Clary said when Kaylee was out of earshot. And tell Max that I'll take him to Forbidden Planet any time.
Only mundanes say they're sorry when what they mean is, I share your grief, Jace observed. None of it was your fault, Clary.
His eyes were suddenly bright with hate.
It was Valentine's.
I take it there's been no
sign of him? No. I'd guess he's holed up somewhere until he can finish what he started with the sword. After that,
Jace shrugged. After that, what?
I don't know. He's a lunatic. It's hard to guess what a lunatic will do next.
But he avoided her eyes, and Clary knew what he was thinking. War. That was what Valentine wanted. War with the Shadowhunters. And he would get it, too. It was only a matter of where he would strike first.
Anyway, I doubt that's what you came to talk to me about, is it?
No. Now that the moment had come, Clary was having a hard time finding words. She caught a glimpse of her reflection in the silvery side of the napkin holder. White cardigan, white face, hectic flush in her cheeks. She looked like she had a fever. She felt a little like it too. "I've been wanting to talk to you for the past few days."
You could have fooled me. His voice was unnaturally sharp. Every time I called you, Luke said you were sick. I figured you were avoiding me. Again.
I wasn't. It seemed to her that there were vast amounts of empty space between them, though the booth wasn't that big and they weren't sitting that far apart. "I did want to talk to you. I've been thinking about you all the time." He made a noise of surprise and held his hand out across the table. She took it, a wave of relief breaking over her.
"I've been thinking about you too."
His grip was warm on hers, comforting, and she remembered how she'd held him at Renwick's as he'd rocked back and forth, holding the bloody shard of the portal in his hands that was all that was left of his old life. "I really was sick," she said. "I swear. I almost died back there on the ship, you know." He let her hand go, but he was staring at her, almost as if he meant to memorize her face.
"I know," he said. "Every time you almost die, I almost die myself."
His words made her heart rattle in her chest, as if she'd swallowed a mouthful of caffeine. "Jace, I came to tell you that—"
"Wait, let me talk first."
He held his hands up as if to ward off her next words.
"Before you say anything, I wanted to apologize to you."
"Apologize? For what?"
"For not listening to you."
He raked his hair back with both hands, and she noticed a little scar, a tiny silver line on the side of his throat. It hadn't been there before.
"You kept telling me that I couldn't have what I wanted from you, and I kept pushing at you and not listening to you at all. I just wanted you, and I didn't care what anybody else had to say about it. Not even you."
Her mouth went suddenly dry, but before she could say anything, Kaylee was back with Jace's fries and a number of plates for Clary. Clary stared down at what she'd ordered: a green milkshake, what looked like raw hamburger steak, and a plate of chocolate-dipped crickets. Not that it mattered. Her stomach was knotted up too much to even consider eating. "Jace," she said as soon as the waitress was gone, "you didn't do anything wrong. You—"
"No, let me finish."
He was staring down at his fries as if they held the secrets of the universe.
"Clary, I have to say it now or I won't say it."
His words tumbled out in a rush.
"I thought I'd lost my family. And I don't mean Valentine. I mean the Lightwoods. I thought they'd finished with me. I thought there was nothing left in my world but you. I was crazy with loss, and I took it out on you, and I'm sorry. You were right."
"No, I was stupid. I was cruel to you."
"You had every right to be."
He raised his eyes to look at her, and she was suddenly and strangely reminded of being 4 years old at the beach, crying when the wind came up and blew away the castle she had made. Her mother had told her she could make another one if she liked, but it hadn't stopped her crying because what she had thought was permanent was not permanent after all, but only made out of sand that vanished at the touch of wind or water.
"What you said was true. We don't live or love in a vacuum. There are people around us who care about us who would be hurt, maybe destroyed if we let ourselves feel what we might want to feel. To be that selfish, it would mean being like Valentine."
He spoke his father's name with such finality that Clary felt it like a door slamming in her face.
"I'll just be your brother from now on," he said,
looking at her with a hopeful expectation that she would be pleased, which made her want to scream that he was smashing her heart into pieces and he had to stop.
"That's what you wanted, isn't it?"
It took her a long time to answer, and when she did, her own voice sounded like an echo coming from very far away. "Yes," she said, and she heard the rush of waves in her ears, and her eyes stung as if from sand or salt spray. "That's what I wanted." Clary walked numbly up the wide steps that led up to Beth Israel's big glass front doors. In a way, she was glad she was here rather than anywhere else. What she wanted more than anything was to throw herself into her mother's arms and cry, even if she could never explain to her mother what she was crying about. Since she couldn't do that, sitting next to her mother's bed and crying seemed like the next best option. She'd held it together pretty well at Taki's, even hugging Jace goodbye when she left. She hadn't started bawling till she'd gotten on the subway, and then she'd found herself crying about everything she hadn't cried about yet: Jace and Simon and Luke and her mother and even Valentine. She'd cried loudly enough that the man sitting across from her had offered her a tissue, and she'd screamed,
"What do you think you're looking at, jerk?" at him, because that was what you did in New York. After that, she felt a little better. As she neared the top of the stairs, she realized there was a woman standing there. She was wearing a long, dark cloak over a dress, not the sort of thing you usually saw on a Manhattan street. The cloak was made of a dark velvety material and had a wide hood, which was up, hiding her face. Glancing around, Clary saw that no one else on the hospital steps or standing by its doors seemed to notice the apparition. A glamour, then. She reached the top step and paused, looking up at the woman. She still couldn't see her face. She said, "Look, if you're here to see me, just tell me what you want. I'm not really in the mood for all this glamour and secrecy stuff right now." She noticed people around her stopping to stare at the crazy girl who was talking to no one. She fought the urge to stick out her tongue at them. "All right." The voice was gentle, oddly familiar. The woman reached up and pushed back her hood. Silver hair spilled out over her shoulders in a flood. It was the woman Clary had seen staring at her in the courtyard of the marble cemetery, the same woman who'd saved them from Malik's knife at the Institute. Up close, Clary could see that she had the sort of face that was all angles, too sharp to be pretty, though her eyes were an intense and lovely hazel. "My name is Madeline. Madeline Bellefleur." "And," Clary said, "what do you want from me?" The woman, Madeline, hesitated. "I knew your mother, Jocelyn," she said. "We were friends in Idris." "You can't see her," Clary said. "No visitors but family until she gets better." "But she won't get better." Clary felt as if she'd been slapped in the face. "What?" "I'm sorry," Madeline said. "I didn't mean to upset you. It's just that I know what's wrong with Jocelyn, and there's nothing a mundane hospital can do for her now. What happened to her? She did it to herself, Clarissa." "No, you don't understand. Valentine." "She did it before Valentine got to her, so he couldn't get any information out of her. She planned it that way. It was a secret she shared with only one other person, and she told only one other person how the spell could be reversed. That person was me." "You mean—" "Yes," Madeline said. "I mean, I can show you how to wake your mother up."